I think we're gonna get started. This is our December 17, 2018 board meeting. We're going to start with the public hearing. My name is Rick Cruz. I'm chair of the board, and tonight, for anyone who's taken a look at the agenda, we have a lot of ground to cover. But I'm going to open our public hearing and then our board meeting, introducing our board members, who I think many of you already know. Naomi Shelton on the right, Steve Bumbaugh, our newest board member, Leah Cruci, who I think will take a moment to introduce herself later. Again, Rick Cruz, chair of the board. Saba Barreda is a few minutes away behind an accident on the road, but she'll be here in just a few moments. Ricardo Ganjam, and our executive director, Scott Pearson. I also have Don Seufer joining by phone. Don, can you hear us?
Hello.
Thank you. All right, we're going to anticipating a fair bit of public comment. We're going to have a few different moments for public comment. We're going to start with public comment at this point for items that are on the public hearing agenda. So anyone who is here to offer public comment with regard to KIPP DC, Somerset Prep, Friendship, or Ideal, now is the time for you to come forward. I'll give you some instructions on that in just a few seconds. For anyone speaking to any of the other items on the agenda, we'll have another moment after the public hearing when we approve the agenda and move into the public meeting. So with our public hearing items, each person will have 2 minutes to speak. We'll have a PCSB staff member giving you some cues as to when you're at your 1 minute point. Of course, if you either don't complete your statement or have additional comments or materials, please submit them to us either now or immediately after the meeting. If you'd like to do that, the email address is publiccomment@dcpcsb.org. That's publiccomment@dcpcsb.org. We also have a few members of our communications team here today who'll be milling around if you have anything else that you would like to share. So, beginning with public comment again for either KIPP, Somerset, Friendship, or Ideal. If those of you who would like to come forward 3 at a time to offer up any public comment. And as you all get situated, just please make sure to share your name, the matter you're speaking on, and if you do want to leave your remarks with us, please do so. Okay, great, thank you. All right, just make sure your mic is on. Young man, if you'd like to start.
Hi, my name is Keith. I attend Somerset Prep. Good evening to the DC Public Charter School Board. I am super excited to talk to you about the partnership between Somerset and KIPP DC. The long-term success that I heard and saw about other KIPP schools is great, from the test scores to the extracurricular activities such as SGA, athletics, clubs. I am super excited that there is a path forward for not only myself, but my peers as well. I've been a scholar at Somerset for 6 years. I've seen the school grow in many ways through this partnership. KIPP DC will take everything that is good and make it even better. It is my hope that you all vote in favor of this partnership so my community can take advantage of this wonderful opportunity that we receive. As again, my name is Keith. And thank you.
Thank you, Keith.
Good evening, distinguished members of the board. My name is Donald Parker, and I'm the Director of Student Support.
Can you bring the mic a little bit closer?
Sure,
sure.
Sure.
I want to make sure we hear you.
Okay. Good evening, distinguished members of the board. My name is Donald Parker, and I'm the Director of Student Support. And you heard from one of our wonderful students at Somerset, Mr. Keith Moore. And I want to say to you, Keith, thank you. You have a voice, and we appreciate your strong feeling, okay? I'm honored to speak to you today about the partnering with KIPP and what it would mean to our school community. At Somerset Prep, we value every one of our scholars. and we work diligently to provide the type of social and emotional and academic services that are needed for all of our students. I work direct with our students with special needs and all of the related services to ensure that these students receive specialized instruction so that they can be successful in school and beyond. The opportunity to partner with KIPP DC would benefit the entire Somerset school community. And I know that it's capable of doing great things. In particular, for our students with special needs, KIPP DC offers expertise in differentiated learning, environments that work for kids with special needs, as well as a state of art and clinical support for students. Most critically, KIPP DC believes in building a school culture focused on belonging, including for students with special needs. KIPP's commitment to students with special needs does not end there. It continues with instructional support for educators and a focus on college and career for all students beyond high school. I know KIPP DC will be a great partner, and I asked the board to vote unanimously to support the partnership, as Somerset's own board has already done so. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I am Janice Johnson, Secretary of the Board of Trustees, Ideal Academy Public Charter School. This is a message of endorsement written by the former Ideal Principal, Dr. George H. Rutherford II. Dr. Rutherford could not be here tonight. However, he would like to give his support to the merger of Friendship Public Charter School and Ideal Academy. Dr. Rutherford believes, as many of us believes, this merger will strengthen the academic performance of our students and enhance the community presence of our school. Dr. Rutherford commends the leadership of Friendship and Ideal for this productive merger, and we welcome Friendship. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you to the three of you. All right, I think we have some more coming to speak with regard to KIPP, Somerset, Friendship, and Ideal. Next three, please.
Good evening. My name is Lauren Catalano. I'm the head of School of Somerset Prep. I am reading a statement from our Vice Board Chair, Daria Davis. She could not join us this evening. Dear members of the Public Charter School Board, I am honored to speak to you today about the proposed partnership between Somerset Prep DC, a school that has been a part of my family since it opened its doors, and KIPP DC. At Somerset, I am the Vice Chair of the Board, a parent member of the board, but most importantly, I am the parent to a graduating senior. My daughter, Kayla, is graduating this year from Somerset Prep. I've watched her thrive since we joined the school in her 7th grade year. Kayla, thanks in large part to the school and staff who have rallied around her, has applied to 7 colleges already and wants to pursue biology and environmental law. I selected Somerset Prep for Kayla because I believed in its mission of supporting every student toward pursuing college or a job training program. I wanted a school in our community where parents did not have to travel across the city to access high-quality schools. Excited and thrilled about this opportunity that Kayla will be off to college next year, I could not be more excited for our parents, staff, and students, although I know change is scary and change is hard. But with KIPP DC, we will get a commitment of growth for both students and staff, a focus on developing every staff member through professional development, and compassion for our students, families, and staff every day. KIPP DC believes in our students and wants to see every student succeed. Their track record for success right here in our very own city makes me excited to see what this school can become. And while I will be a parent of an alum, I remain dedicated to supporting this transition and seeing this school continue to provide a great education for students, just as it has already done for Kayla. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you, distinguished members of the board. My name is Scooter Ward, and I am the Senior Director of Technology at KIPP DC. I came to know of Somerset Prep from a student in our adult coding class who told me, KIPP needs a program like the one at Somerset Prep. This was a few months ago, and admittedly, the first time I'd heard of the program. Couple that with some of the diligence efforts with which I have been involved, I have now had the opportunity to see firsthand something great in the Digital and Media Arts program at Somerset Prep. A program built from nothing with passion and focus now offers classes in 4 different tracks: music production, digital journalism, graphic design, and TV production. A program built to expand the efforts of students by providing a platform of expression and a place to gain experience. As this partnership moved from rumor to reality, I continued to see and hear more about the Digital and Media Arts program and its strengths. I started out where we tech folks typically start out, looking at equipment, and I saw that Somerset had state-of-the-art equipment and just needed a few improvements. Seeing both the state-of-the-art technology and first-class student work product, I continued to look for more. Once it was confirmed that KIPP would be moving forward with a partnership, I went to Somerset to meet with the staff that had built this program. Across the board, each of them showed a student-focused passion for the program, from music production to digital journalism to graphic design to TV production. Each of the instructors showed an uncompromising sense of responsibility and passion for delivering first-class instruction in all the media arts. What I've seen at Somerset is something strong, something that has been built with a student focus. I had the opportunity to meet with a student who told me, this program allows me to do the things I daydream about. And I ask that you continue to let us build this partnership with KIPP so that they can continue to daydream. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Allison Artis, and I have the pleasure of serving as the principal at KIPP DC Quest Academy and was the head of school at Arts and Technology Academy before beginning to partner with KIPP DC when ATA was closed. When I first joined the Arts and Technology Academy team, I met an amazing group of hardworking, dedicated teachers that lacked the capacity of meeting the significant academic needs of their students. The families of the students were just like all the other families of the District of Columbia and having hopes and dreams that their children will be academically prepared to grow up to be successful citizens. But these parents, grandparents, aunts, and uncles were different. They were different in that they were proud to be a community school. Many of the students' siblings, parents, and other relatives went to ATA, and everyone was proud to say that they were a graduate of ATA. They were proud of the arts program and the amazing biannual productions, the GED program for parents and other community members, and the social emotional supports that were provided, but the physical conditions of the building, and the poor academic performance required significant attention. During the transition, we were faced with a great deal of uncertainty. The Public Charter School Board had voted to close the school, but we were unsure what would happen to our students, families, and staff members. The groundwork laid for the Somerset Prep and KIPP DC partnership has established a clear plan of stability and consistency for the school community and will surely get the partnership off on an even better foot. Since ATA joined the KIPP DC network, we have experienced an increase in professional development and coaching, additional support for colleagues across the city, enjoyed the renovated and expanded campus so that students have a state-of-the-art facility to attend school, and student performance has dramatically increased. Our rating has gone from a Tier 3 school to a Tier 1 school in just 2 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Principal Artis, while we have you here, what counsel or advice would you give to Somerset families and teachers?
Can I repeat that?
What counsel or advice would you give to Somerset teachers and families, given that you've gone through a similar process?
I would suggest that they make sure that they are partnering with a Tier 1 team that can provide some supports for them to make sure that they are developing appropriate programs for their students and supports for their families.
Great. Thank you. Thank you. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you all. All right. Continuing, I think we might have, do we have any more? I can't really see if we have some additional public comment again for KIPP, Somerset, Friendship, or Ideal. Can you?
My name is Paulette Jones Bell Iman, and I'm the founder of the Ideal Academy Public Charter School. I am here tonight to support the merger, the acquisition of Friendship and of Ideal. I'm here especially because after being so inspired in the morning with the program that was presented by the teachers, I realized that this school, the Ideal Academy, is an amazing group of teachers committed, working hard for the children, and providing a service that is virtually not usually provided. To send buses to some of the homeless shelters, to bring children to Ideal that really are not always welcome in other places, I think is a great service. And so to come into a partnership with a program that accepts the culture of Ideal is wonderful.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Amma Calhoun, and I'm a teacher at Ideal Academy, which I'm also an alum from Ideal Academy. So I'm here to support Ideal Academy Public Charter School and the merger with Friendship so we can continue with the Ideal legacy and merge with a school that has our same values in place. We are a family-oriented school, as in my father was a teacher that worked at Ideal. My mother was on charge of the PTO when my siblings and I attended there. And we continued to come back because we realized that Ideal Academy has a lot to offer to students and to the teachers and to the parents that are participants of the community. Also, we have the quiet time, which when I was a child, did not like quiet time. However, I found out it was very valuable to us as we were able to settle down, calm, and be collected in order to get the most effective education that we could possibly get at Ideal Academy. Also, I am now teaching with some of my previous teachers. So I have Mama Gordine, who's sitting next to me, or Miss Gordine, who's sitting next to me. She was my third grade teacher when I was at Ideal Academy. And now she's giving me tips and advice on how to be a more efficient teacher, on how to relate to the students so they could get a better understanding for the knowledge that they need throughout life, throughout their academics. And I feel like this would be a really great merger if we continue with it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I am Sandra Gordine. I'm a resource teacher, and I did teach Alma in third grade, and she was a wonderful student. I just want to say that we have students like Alma that come back all the time. In fact, one came in the building today just to give us all a hug. We have a young man that came back last year who is now playing basketball. He's 6'8", and he wanted just with his girlfriend just to give everyone a hug, and his girlfriend was the photographer. So we have students coming back every so often to make sure that we are still there. And so I am in awe that Friendship would take over and to continue the task that we started. I jot down a few things, and I wanted just to make sure. We have students who are, they start at pre-K, and they graduate at 8th grade. We have teachers and staff dedicated to the well-being of our families. We have obstacles sometimes. We have students that we never say no to when they come to see us. They come from homeless shelters. They come from low-income families, and we never, ever say no to them. I want to know that the doors are always open at Ideal. I think that friendship has some of the qualities that Ideal has, and I know that they will be great for our community. So we provide clothing sometimes because they need to have the uniforms, and if they didn't have it, we will make sure that they get it. So we provide lots of things that maybe other schools do and don't, but I know that Ideal is a perfect place for students because we love them as family.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank all three of you. Thanks very much. All right. Any additional public comment on KIPP, Somerset, Friendship, or Ideal? Again, we have a special, another allotment of public comment time later on in the agenda for other agenda items. All right. I take it you're coming up. Okay, great. So Terry, we're going to start with, are you doing both KIPP and Friendship, or? Okay, great. While you're getting settled, now that we have a full audience, I do want to just give a moment for Leah to say a few words about herself and joining our board, because this is her first board meeting, although it's been a busy couple of weeks since you were sworn in.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Leah Cruzy, and I have the privilege to have recently joined the Public Charter School Board. The last few weeks have been quite busy, though I was recently sworn, and I've had the opportunity to visit, I think, 3 schools already, and I have been participating in remotely by watching the last several meetings. I attended a recent public hearing. I'm a resident of Ward 6. I am a lifelong advocate for excellence in education and equity in education. I started my career as a classroom teacher. I taught 4th, 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. I have since led state-level advocacy. I've served in the policy office at the U.S. Department of Education, and I now run a group called Allies for Educational Equity. I'm a parent of 2, with my firstborn is in her first year of pre-K 3 in the Capitol Hill cluster on Ward 6. So thank you very much for having me here.
Great, thank you. We're really, really pleased to have you. And Leah is replacing Darren. Sorry, Darren, who rolled off of our board this summer. Excellent, Terry.
I'd like to ask representatives from Friendship and possibly Ideal to step forward, please.
We have enough seats this time.
Good evening. My name is Terry Quinn. I'm a senior manager on the School Quality and Accountability team. I'm here with members of the Friendship Public Charter School Board, Friendship Public Charter School, and I'll have them introduce themselves before we get started.
Good evening, Pat Brantley, CEO of Friendship.
Good evening, Bielka Scott Marcus, CAO at Friendship.
Good evening, Cabria Cowan, Principal of Friendship Armstrong.
Good evening, Joseph Spade, Director of Equity and Partnerships.
Good evening, I'm Percy Wilson, Chairman of the Board of Ideal Academy.
This is a public hearing to discuss Friendship Public Charter School's request to acquire the assets of Ideal Academy Public Charter School. Later this evening, there will be a vote. Ideal Public Charter School has formally notified us of the school's intent to relinquish its charter effective June 30th, 2019. Friendship requests our approval of its proposed asset acquisition of Ideal, which will require 2 amendments. The first, permission to operate a campus at Ideal's existing facility located at 6130 North Capitol Street Northwest, effective July 1, 2019. The second amendment, permission to replicate its program to operate 2 new campuses at Ideal's building. The first, Friendship Public Charter School Ideal Elementary. The second, Friendship Public Charter School Ideal Middle. Separate and apart from the asset acquisition, Friendship is also interested in reconfiguring the grades at its Armstrong campus. The current grades at Armstrong are pre-K 3 through 5. The school would like to offer the following grades. So they will plan to split their campus into 2 separate campuses. Friendship Armstrong Elementary will serve grades pre-K 3 through 3. Friendship Armstrong Middle will serve grades 4 through 8. On November 28, 2018, Friendship obtained an approved resolution from the Ward 4B07 Advisory Neighborhood Commission to support the school's proposal and waive the 30-day notification requirement to expedite this charter amendment. Likewise, PCSB staff would like to expedite this request to ensure a smooth transition and to ensure a smooth and expedient transition of the school for students and families at Ideal Academy. As a result, both the public hearing and board vote for this proposal will occur this evening, but the public comment period will remain open until January 25th, 2019. Pending any unfavorable or comments of opposition, PCSB staff plan to work directly with the school and Ideal Academy and community members to ensure that those comments are addressed. If approved, the asset acquisition and all of these amendments will take effect for school year 1920. If you have any questions, obviously the school is here to answer them.
Great. Do you guys have any comments you would like to start with?
Yes, just brief comments. First of all, thank you for the opportunity to come before you with these charter amendment requests. As you know, Friendship has served the students of Washington, D.C. for 21 years. And we are proud of the work that we've done, but also our mission to be a community-focused school. And so when Ideal Public Charter School approached us, we looked at the results of Ideal over time. We had many opportunities to visit the campus, to understand their history and their mission, and we felt that this was a school that was very much aligned with Friendship's purpose and the students that would be served. As it relates to Ideal, we are asking to acquire the campus, so an asset acquisition, and to amend our charter to operate Friendship Ideal as an elementary and middle school. Our history of past partnerships have shown that we are very inclusive and that we seek to understand what are the unique features of a program so that we can ensure that that history and that legacy isn't lost. As it relates to Friendship Armstrong Middle, we run a very successful pre-K 3 to 3rd grade and 4 to 8 structures on our campuses. And we believe that the opportunity to restructure Armstrong in that way will accelerate our results there while allowing parents the opportunity to stay in place through the 8th grade. You have a memo from PCSB staff that reviews our performance, noting that all but 4 campuses have achieved Tier 1 status, and of the 4 that remain, 2 of them are new to us, online and Armstrong, which is subject to one of the amendments today. I am going to just read you a quick note or section of a note from a current Friendship student who couldn't be here today because I think it illustrates why we're doing this and why we think it's important. The student says, as part of the Friendship Academy at Collegiate, I had the opportunity to take 4 advanced placement courses, passing 3 out of 4 exams with a 3 or better score. Dual enrollment courses at Arizona State University and Granite College. Friendship also partnered with OSSI for the summer enrichment program that allowed me to attend Barnard this past summer. Most exciting of all of my experiences, I have been awarded a POSSE scholarship and will be attending Lafayette in the fall. Friendship has a proven track record of preparing students for life and to become lifelong learners. Friendship has made me far more focused and driven. Because I've had the opportunity to do so many things under Friendship It has made me want to grind and have a better understanding that I can do anything that I imagine. I endorse this partnership. I am excited to think that Friendship may have 4 of my siblings, 3 of whom currently attend Ideal Academy, and 1 who will be attending next year. I know that with them starting Friendship earlier, they can do even greater things. And I hope that you will consider our request positively, because I know we can do great things for the students at Ideal and at Armstrong. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Otherwise, I'll open it up to our board if you have questions.
Good evening. Good evening. So I just wanted to have you walk us through what your plans are to assess the needs of the students that are currently at Ideal, and just lay out what the next several months will look like.
Sure, I'll start, and I'll ask Mr. Spade and Ms. Scott Marcus to join in. First, let me say it has been a very open partnership with Ideal, with their board, and with their staff, many of whom are in the audience. And so we have had the opportunity to be at Ideal for the past 3 weeks on a nearly everyday basis, understanding the needs of students and teachers, being able to do some early data review, and most importantly, understanding from the staff what their professional development needs are, where they haven't been able to make some of those resource investments, and understanding from families and children where they would like to see growth. And do you want to?
We've also had an opportunity to meet with several key staff members, one of them being Ms. Rena, who is the Quiet Time Facilitator, or the TM Facilitator, to just learn more about that programming and to try to assess at this particular juncture how that will transition for us and the families. We've also had an opportunity to meet with a parent who has been involved in the practice since its inception at Ideal, and what it has done to change the trajectory of his family as well as his children's performance at school, having the quiet time in TM be infused during the day, particularly at the beginning of the day and towards the end of the day. So we've had an opportunity to do that, as well as observe classrooms of teachers and to speak very specifically to some professional learning opportunities that we already have that exist at Friendship, and how we could begin connecting those resources as soon as possible.
I'd like to add that we use NWEA MAP, which they also use, so getting early access to that data to really plan for student needs is important. We also have heard from the staff, and we know from our own observations, that professional development around the class observation is sort of critical for preschool and pre-K grades. And so we have a structured plan, which we can send more information later if you'd like to see it, for the PD that we're intending to offer even through the remainder of this school year, so we can hit the ground running if you approve the amendment.
2 questions.
Sure.
One, just would like to hear how you will focus on continued growth at your schools that were Tier 2. And then also would like to hear how you've engaged parents at the Ideal Academy. Maybe the board chair can speak about that too.
With respect to the continued growth at our current campuses, we have structured a PD, or professional learning capacity environment, that is much more systemically involved. So it's across the LEA, where our focus is primarily on standards and how the equitable nature of those standards is applied across the LEA. So what we do on what we call our ERFs, so our Early Release Fridays, is targeted not only by a content area, but by interdisciplinary strategies that can be utilized across the board. We are also delving very deeply into our MAP data, both fall performance and our winter performance, which we are just now securing, as this is the window of time for our MAP data. What we have noticed, or what we have recognized, is that our early performance in our pre-K through 3rd grade scholars is stronger, and we are now making those shifts to understand how to basically promote those same practices or just equalize those practices in our middle schools as well. Our high school performance, one of them being a tier 1 high school, that performance and how we are scheduling, how we are looking at scheduling and the course offerings, especially in our dual enrollment courses, as well as the opportunity that students have to expand their learning from the experiential learning standpoint. So the connections and partnerships that we are also making across the city that allow our students to learn beyond the classroom.
So in regards to what we're going to do to engage parents, I've been a part of the process of being at Ideal for the past 3 weeks. That's given me an opportunity to work with the leadership team, the teachers, the staff, the students, and to begin to learn more about what's actually taking place, where we can improve, and what things are actually taking place currently that are great things that can promote us, that we can move forward. We actually have an event tomorrow night that will be open to the parents and to the students and also to the staff. That will be a holiday dinner, but also an opportunity for them to engage with us as Friendship Public Charter School.
I'm curious about how, just in the weeks that you spent on the campus already, how do you expect that the student experience will be different? What's going to be different about the student experience as well as the teacher experience in the school?
Get to school in now, thank you. I would say one of the things that we always do at all of our campuses is making sure that our students know their data. And so I would begin with making sure that they have a clear assessment about where they are academically, and making sure that we create action plans that will delve into or that will push them towards higher academic achievement. And so for us, we're making sure that we're having those data talks with our teachers, as well as making sure that we're having those data talk sessions with our students as well. There's also just a sense of community within Ideal Academy. And so we want to build on that. That's what we're about. We believe in family. We believe in some of the same values that Ideal Academy has in place. And so we want to create those incentives and make sure that there are positive outcomes, and making sure that they are working towards those instructional targets, but also just creating just a culture of learning, being excited for learning. And so I think that data piece and the culture piece would be the first 2 priorities for students. Yes, yeah. Absolutely. We're also having conversation around professional development and also what that curriculum will look like for teachers, and making sure that that is strategically in place, and also making sure that the supports to teach and to deliver instruction in such a manner that will move positive outcomes for students will be in place as well for teachers.
And just to follow up on the teachers, then what are you thinking about the staffing plan as you look toward the future for next year in terms of the teachers that you have and maybe new needs?
I can speak to it. As you know, in the past, where Friendship has taken on other campuses, we have sent people like Mr. Spade to really provide us support and understand what the teacher needs are. And as we've explained in our submission to you, throughout the spring, we would observe, we'd understand the needs, where we might need additional supports, and move forward with making offers to people who are on campus.
Can you tell me a little bit about the arts program at Ideal and what your plans are for it?
I can tell you, I actually had a chance to visit a few of the arts teachers, and there is a program there. I'm not sure if you're aware, but over the last 2 years, Friendship has invested significantly in the arts and foreign language at all of our campuses, establishing a community-wide or Friendship community-wide position on the arts with choir, music, dance, in all of our campuses, and visual arts at all of our campuses. Do you want to speak specifically?
So with respect to what currently exists at Friendship, the ideal would be to merge what Ideal is currently doing. We have seen their structures, especially in visual art, with examples throughout the building and actually had opportunities to sit in both their music class as well as their visual arts program. So we see it as a seamless transition, and what we already have in place at Friendship, just bolstering that so that the capacity of the program is able to be stabilized and continue to grow.
So our expectation would be that next year, similar to our other elementary middles, that we would have instrumental music, vocal music, and that we would have dance and also the visual arts and theater that are in place. So it'll be a significant program in the arts at Ideal.
Don, do you have any questions? I know it might be hard to break in by phone.
No, Rick, thank you.
Anything else? All right. Thank you. This is on the agenda later on this evening. Thank you all. Alyssa, are you coming up with Kip?
Good evening. My name is Alyssa Noth, and I am a senior specialist on the School Quality and Accountability team. I'm here with members of KIPP DC Public Charter School and Somerset Preparatory Public Charter School. Let you all introduce yourselves.
Allison Fansler, President.
Susan Scheffler, Executive Director.
Lauren Catalano, Principal, Executive Director of Somerset Prep DC.
Jacques Patterson, Chief Community Engagement and Growth Officer.
This is a public hearing to discuss KIPP DC Public Charter School's asset acquisition of Somerset Prep Public Charter School. Later tonight, there will be a vote. Somerset Prep has formally notified us of their intent to relinquish their charter effective June 30th, 2019. Given their failure to meet the conditions the DC PCSB board continued the school under in school year 2017-18. KIPP DC requests your approval of the proposed asset acquisition of Somerset Prep, which in order to do so will require 4 charter amendments. The first is for permission to operate a campus at MC Terrell Magogny Elementary Building, located at 3301 Wheeler Road Southeast in Ward 8, where Somerset Prep's middle and high school currently reside, beginning in school year 2019-20. Second, permission to replicate their program to operate any 2 new campuses at MC Terrell, a middle school campus for students in grades 4 through 8, and a high school for students in grades 9 through 12. Third, permission to increase their enrollment ceiling by 675 students to accommodate all currently enrolled Somerset students and offer grades 4 and 5 at the site. And finally, a change to KIPP DC's goals to include language from DC PCSB's elect to adopt the PMF as charter goals policy, which would hold the campus harmless at its upcoming review in 2020-21. On December 5th, 2018, KIPP DC obtained an approved resolution from the Ward 8C07 Advisory Neighborhood Commission to support the school's proposal and waive the 30-day notification requirement to expedite this charter amendment. Likewise, DC PCSB staff would like to expedite this request to ensure a smooth and expedient transition of the school for students and families at Somerset Prep. As a result, both the public hearing and vote will occur this evening, but the public comment period will remain open until January 25th, 2019. Pending a favorable vote, PCSB staff will work directly with the school and community members to address any comments that arise after the vote. If you have questions about this request or their plans, the school is here to answer them.
Good evening, members of the board. Thank you for allowing us the opportunity to come before you tonight. Over the past 6 years, the staff, families, and students of Somerset Prep Public Charter School have worked tirelessly to build a strong community to prepare every student to live as productive citizens that will ultimately leave a lasting impact. Our school community is stronger today than ever before, but we know there is still much work to be done to improve our academic program. For this reason, it is bittersweet to share that our board of directors has voted to relinquish our charter, but we are incredibly excited about the potential opportunity to partner with KIPP DC to assume operations of our campus beginning in the 2019-2020 school year. Selecting KIPP as a partner was a unanimous decision by our board of directors, which included both parent and teacher representatives, and a robust selection process, including school tours, a data review, academic walkthroughs. Since selecting KIPP DC as a partner, we have jointly engaged our students, families, staff members, and community members through a series of town halls and community meetings to answer questions, solicit input, and build alignment around this opportunity. I wanted to share some brief words from our steadfast board chair, Judd Starr. In a letter to the Public Charter School Board, Judd wrote, "As a board, we wanted to preserve the grades and families served at our campus and ensure the strong impact that Somerset has made can continue in future years. By partnering with KIPP DC, Somerset students will join the highest performing pre-K-12 public school in the city, where 100% of seniors are accepted to college and job training programs. Our students will access KIPP through college and career, expanded academic and extracurricular enhancements, greater curricular continuity, and more support for students with special needs." As I reflect over the past 6 years and the words of my board chair, I often think back on fond memories of where this program started and how far it has come. The future of our staff, scholars, and program is at stake if we do not have an approval from the board tonight. I urge the members of the board to vote in favor of this partnership, not seeing this work come to an end, but rather allowing us an opportunity to partner with an operator that has proven results and the necessary supports to help us realize our potential. With the support of the board, we believe this partnership will mean great things for every member of the Somerset Prep community. Thank you.
I also want to express my sincere gratitude to the students and the parents, teachers, and community members and board members who are here tonight. Thank you for considering our request for KIPP DC to assume the operations of Somerset Prep and for offering such passionate support for this partnership. We are confident that the foundation of a successful turnaround effort is in place and believe that KIPP DC can offer the added support, capacity, and energy that Somerset Prep needs, particularly given our exemplary track record of success with students who are identified as at risk. We want to provide a sense of continuity for the Somerset Prep students, staff, and families, and build upon the great work that they have started over the past few years. We believe that KIPP DC can offer unparalleled professional development and opportunities for growth to the Somerset Prep faculty and build a team that is successful, ambitious, intentional, and filled with joy. The investment in teachers and instructional and operational supports and great leadership was a primary driver of our successful partnership with Arts and Technology. starting back in 2014. As you heard from Principal Allison Artis tonight, our intentionality and our commitment to continuity when appropriate and our investment in excellent leadership all played important roles in the success of our partnership.
We have also made great efforts to engage the entire community in the process. Somerset Prep students, their families, the staff members, the school leaders, local ANCs, civic associations, nearby charters, and DCPS school leaders, the community and the city leaders, and the members of the existing KIPP community. The decision for a school to relinquish its charter is never easy. But we've been so impressed by our community's willingness to wrap their collective arms around the Somerset Prep students and to ensure that we have a sense of community and continuity going forward.
Running an excellent public school system isn't easy, and we know that KIPP DC still faces many challenges that we must address to ensure a brighter, more equitable future for all of our students. We have made progress towards reducing discipline rates, cutting our network-wide suspension rates in half from school year 2017-2018. But safety is critically important in our schools, ensuring that all students keep themselves and their classmates safe is a top priority. If we have to remove a student from a classroom, it's never intended to be punitive. We often need that time and space to work with parents to make a safety plan. We have made a promise to our students and families that KIPP DC will always be a safe and welcoming and nurturing learning environment. We've heavily invested in building up our academic infrastructure, particularly at our middle schools, by improving instructional coaching, curriculum development, and a culture of joy and belonging in all of our schools, and support services for students with IEPs and mental health needs. These improvements take time to demonstrate results, but we are confident that we can continue to improve academic outcomes across our network, and particularly with Somerset Prep. I want to echo Lauren, and thank you so much for your support and consideration of this opportunity. The students and families at Somerset Prep, you deserve the chance to build upon the foundation that they've laid, and KIPP DC is enthusiastic about working together to support them in the months and years ahead.
Thank you. Board members?
I meant to ask the same question of friendship that I'm going to ask of you. If this goes through, how many students will be in the KIPP network in Washington, D.C., approximately?
I'm going to reference my notes. So for this year, we have an authorized ceiling of 6,459. This would scale up 631 to 675. That gets us to approximately 7,800, getting to 8,000 over time. That includes the previously approved second high school enrollment ceiling that we were before the board for last year.
Can you talk about how Somerset fits into your overall plans, including the reference to the high school that you named before?
Sure. So we, as is clear to the board because we were here before you for that request, we have demand for and plans for a second high school, and we're still working to find the right location for a high school that has a full suite of programmatic supports and the field space and all of the things that you would see if you went to our campus in Ward 5. We have always known that in starting a second high school that we would be looking to add additional feeder schools into that plan, and so this partnership with Somerset provides that an additional feeder pattern into what would be a pretty robust 2 high school model while still allowing for lots of folks to enter the system at different grades all along the way. So we see this as sort of a building block towards our second high school and part of the entire network of pre-K through 12 students that would be a part of the KIPP DC network.
I'll ask a similar question to what I think was asked of Friendship as well, is as you think about taking on this work, how you contextualize that along with all the work that you're already doing with new campuses, and in particular campuses that you'd like to see continue to improve. So I don't know what to feel that.
Sorry, got a little bit of a cold. I think half the city does right now, so I'm trying not to spread it. But, I think what's really important is we've been working a lot on our middle schools prior to Somerset, this opportunity to partner with them, and putting a lot more emphasis on aligning our curriculum and providing instructional support for our middle school teachers. I think that that's an area that we've continued to, as a city, struggle with middle schools, and it's exciting to see, the continued growth over time, but operating with a sense of urgency that we want to see that happen. So a lot of infrastructure is actually already in place in the areas that we think that KIPP-DC had some growth opportunity, in addition to the discipline and making sure that we're moving in the right direction, providing more restorative justice practices, looking at discipline through a trauma-informed lens. So we've had an opportunity to sort of reflect on some of the practices that we've been implementing in the last few years and improve upon that. And it's really exciting to see, when we walk through the halls of Somerset, there's really, the joy factor is there. The kids are happy. They're happy to be there. They want to learn. And we're just excited to sort of jump in with Somerset, what they've already established, and put some intentionality around instruction and courses and how much time they're spending in certain subjects, what the subjects are, and what the content is being taught.
Just a follow-on, as you think about the other takeover of operations that you've done have been in the lower grades. Now this would be middle and high school. So what do you think about in terms of the different challenges there?
Yeah, we're already working closely with Somerset. I think the biggest obstacle when you look at two high schools merging is making sure that we have a really good understanding of where each Somerset student sits in terms of their transcripts, and making sure how many credits they have, what they're going to need to graduate from Somerset, or soon to be, if possible, KIPP, and making sure that we are tracking those credits and working with counselors and the families and the students immediately, in addition to possibly offering summer courses and additional work to make sure that all of our kids that were on track to graduate on time stay on that track. And if any kids are struggling in that, making sure that we provide resources to them to make sure they can get back on track.
And I think we're all familiar with the fact that KIPP has a very specific culture. And how are you, I know in the younger grades it's easier to get people to the idea of being a KIPPster. So what are you doing, or what best practices have you seen in other acquisitions where getting high schoolers familiar with the culture of KIPP? And what are you doing around that work?
Yeah, there's not a lot of great examples of high school turnarounds, so we are moving into some newer territory. What I do know is that with our 5 middle schools that feed into our 1 high school, we have to work hard to actually have those kids bond in one setting. So we have kids that are coming from AIM, from Key, from Will, Northeast, and Valor, and they all kind of come to one location, not really in anyone's neighborhood, and they travel and they come to school together, and we have to reestablish the culture at that high school. And we've done a pretty good job with that. We've learned over the years that freshmen are super special, and it really starts with freshmen. We often have a very large freshman class, and what we've done is we put a dean infrastructure in place so that each dean has a much more manageable amount of students that they're working with. And so there's about 7 deans, freshman deans, that break up the freshman class, and they are in houses. And you're really finding a sense of belonging is where culture comes into play. When people feel like they belong, they can be successful, they can learn, they can feel safe, and that's what we really want to establish at Somerset as well. Somerset has a strong staff and student culture, so we want to really figure out what's working and build upon what they already have in place, and focus, come in with a lens on the academic rigor and instructional expertise. But what's going on at Somerset is actually very promising and very hopeful, and there's a lot of optimism. And I think if we partner with them, I think we can do some amazing things.
I would only add that part of what we gained from the experience with arts and technology is that we were able to adapt our full program to, we were able to build on the arts program that we found there and sort of weave that into our other schools. And I think while there are challenges with restarting a high school or stepping in where we are, the programming that goes on there around the digital arts and the career path that provides that we have been looking to build out in our current high school is really something that we are excited about, blending their culture with ours in terms of a broader set of college and career pathways that students are prepared for.
I guess sorry, sorry.
I just wanted to respond to Steve's question. Pat Brantley sent me a text. You'd asked the total number of students. Friendship anticipates enrolling 4,910 students, which is just a couple hundred shy of their current enrollment ceiling of 5,115.
I guess consistent with the culture question, just would love to hear how you're thinking about staffing plans and leadership that would come over to the new Somerset so that you can have fidelity to the KIPP mission. And then I'm still trying to understand sort of the high school piece. There will be a third high school at some point?
So I'll take the last question, then we can go back to the first. We do not anticipate a third high school. We would, if we are successful in finding a location for a second high school, we would anticipate that Somerset students would attend that high school or our original high school, that there would be options for entry into either high school, but that those would ultimately be two high school programs, one at the current location, and like I said, our aspiration is to have that second high school east of the river. We know that just based on size alone, that there are constraints at the Somerset location that kind of don't make that as ideal a long-term high school site, but we are going to start where we're starting, which is next year, and focusing on the students that are there, and continue to work towards a path for a second high school location.
That's very helpful, thank you. And then the staffing piece.
Around the staffing, similar to how we worked with arts and technology, we interviewed anyone that was interested in staying either at that current location or anywhere in KIPP DC. So we were fortunate enough to, I think, conduct almost 100 interviews at Arts and Technology when we worked with them. Keeping Allison Artis, who's here tonight, thank you, Allison, I know you've had a long day. She was instrumental in making that transaction, that partnership successful, and Lauren is the same way. So keeping Lauren with us and helping us build relationships with students that we don't know, and you know, we're located already in that community in Ward 8, and our plans are to bring some of our top talent from our other campuses to Somerset to join the staff that's there to make it as strong as possible, making sure that we're meeting all the needs of our students, both academically, but also sort of in the mental health special needs area as well.
And just to shift gears just a little bit, Jacques, if you could answer some questions about the concerns that the community has in terms of what this partnership will look like, not only with that location, but KIPP DC overall, and what the support has been so far.
I appreciate that, Ms. Shelton. As you guys probably received, a very spirited letter from Mary Cuthbert, the ANC chair and single member district for that particular area right there in Congress Heights. I know a lot of people looked at it and go, wow, you know, she said some very harsh things in that letter. But the thing is that letter is very indicative of what the community has went through, but it also tells a story of how we're working with the community and really making sure we really dug in deep. We started contacting her very early on when we thought this proposal was going to happen, and informed her and made sure she was kept abreast of it. We also talked to the council member to make sure that he was aware of what was going on. We talked to Marcus Batchelor, the State Board of Education person in our community, and we just literally went down the line and spoke to almost everybody that we could speak to. And then we held a town hall for the actual parents, where a number of parents came out and really got to talk to us and kind of, you know, dig in with some of the questions and apprehensions that they may have had. And to a person at this particular time, we really have not had any type of pushback, but everybody has really wrapped their arms around it and focused on what's the major thing is the children's and their continuity in a great school with a loving people around them to make sure that they continue to go forward educationally. Of course, we'll continue to address all the issues that will come up with any charter school and any type of transition when there's a lot of kids and moving. I think Mary Cuthbert spoke about some of the traffic issues, which we'll dig into. I'm not foreign to this part of making sure that we are addressing public space issues. We know we're going to continue to be at the forefront of safe passage, which is also an issue in our community. We can't be responsible for every child once they leave the campus, but we're reaching out into the community and saying, how far can we go out to really make sure that our kids are really safe as they traverse back and forth to school, to their homes, and just have a great experience in their school. So we're working really hard with the entire community, and they've been very receptive in wrapping their arms around the children.
I meant to ask Friendship this question too. So one of the most compelling reasons to have a K through 12 system is that you have a child for most of his or her life, and you can change their trajectory. But you can only do that if they're there. So for a child that enters a KIPP kindergarten, what are the chances that he or she graduates from a KIPP high school after 12th grade?
I think that my team will text me if I'm wrong, but I think our oldest young people are perhaps juniors, sophomores or juniors in our high school. And so I don't have a specific number of students that have followed that path. I do know that our attrition every year averages around 10%, and so you could work backwards to say if this is who you start with across the board, how many will go forward. We want every single one of our rising ninth graders to attend KIPP College Prep, but there are lots of high school options in the city, and so we want to make sure that students are exercising their option to get into the schools that they want to and get into, and so we have a team that supports them transitioning to KIPP College Prep, but also will support students who are applying to magnet schools or private schools, so we dedicate resources to supporting students even if they want to apply outside of our school. And so it is, I think, it is a small N at this point in time to try and figure out who starts in kindergarten and who finishes. But our goal is to certainly provide that pathway, and particularly as our schools have matured over time, and now we have 5 feeder campuses into the one high school. There are more students kind of joining that highway through to our high school. We can follow up with specific numbers if you'd like, but it is certainly our goal for our students to go to our high school, although we'll support them making a different choice at that juncture if necessary. Does that answer your, I don't know.
No, but that's okay.
Okay.
Don, do you have any questions at this time?
I do, thanks, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to ask the KIPP leadership team, where have you secured the new facility and the building, and what is the status of that?
Status of the high school?
Of the building for the aspect of this year.
So
Of the
status
actual- yeah.
of the actual building.
So we are getting to know the building. It's certainly had a lot of the current building. He's asking about the status of the current building that Somerset occupies. That also is occupied by Community College Prep. Is co-locates at this particular campus, and that campus has undergone a fair amount of renovation and improvements over the past several years. Lauren would know it best. She's lived through it, but we have been in close communication with the charter school incubator who has overseen that and has been the landlord there around the investments they've put into the building. We know there will be, we anticipate making some additional modifications if we're able to move forward, but there's been a good deal of investment put into the building already, and I think, we're pleased with what we've seen.
Okay, thanks. I appreciate that. So, what's the status of the building and your possession of the building and the facility now with that going on?
I got it. So the status of the actual building acquisition. We came to agreement with the charter school incubator last week around the a lease transfer agreement and the general terms of subleases, because there was a co-location with Community College Prep. We wanted to make sure that we had accommodated for that school's plans and that we were able to meet their needs and obligations and desires over a period of time. And so it feels like we're in a good place. We need to close on the transaction. We're in the coming weeks, but it feels like we're in a good place and that things are proceeding.
So you don't anticipate any obstacles here?
Do you anticipate any obstacles there? I heard
No, I don't anticipate. We are in a good place.
Great, thank you.
I have maybe something of an answer to Steve's question. Steve, the network-wide re-enrollment rate at KIPP is 88% per year, and the network-wide re-enrollment rate at Friendship is 84% per year. Between pre-K 3 and 12, that is 15 years of transition, and so 88% raised to the power of 15 is a 15% chance of a pre-kindergartner being a senior at KIPP, and that same calculation for Friendship would be a 7% likelihood that a pre-kindergartner would be a senior.
I think that's exactly why I didn't freelance.
That is your math lesson for this evening. Any last comments or questions regarding KIPP and Somerset? All right.
Thank you very much.
We're on the agenda later on this evening. Great. All right. So we are going to move out of our public hearing and we're going to move into our public meeting. And we're right about on time at 6:15. To start with, we're going to ask the board to approve the agenda. Can I get a motion?
I move to approve the December 17th, 2018 board meeting agenda.
Can I get a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, I heard Don, I've heard everyone else here. All right. So as I mentioned earlier, we're going to give a moment, or more than a moment, for additional public comment on any items on the agenda this evening. Before we move into that general public hearing or moment for public testimony, are there any public officials in attendance who would like to come up here and speak to start with? Okay. Then we will move to public comment. I believe our team has a list. So I'm going to work through this list. I believe we had some staff members out front that were helping us. All right. All right, we've got Sabrina Shorter, Scott Goldstein, and Paulette Bell for our first three, and I'll just work my way through this list across the next portion of time. Sabrina Shorter, Scott Goldstein, Paulette Bell. Sabrina Shorter, Paulette Bell? No? Oh, it's yours. All right, so we're, okay, and I'll just move down the list. Janice Johnson and Amma Calhoun. Okay. All right. Then I think Daria Davis, Donald Parker, Keith Moore, Scooter Ward. Okay, Ms. Artist testified already. Okay, now Nicole Lowry and Edie Ashton. All right. Ms. Lowry or Ms. Ashton? Ms. Lowry, okay. Edie Ashton? Okay. Ann Wilson? All right. Great. As Ms. Wilson gets settled, Scott, if you'd like to go.
Good evening. My name is Scott Goldstein, the Executive Director of Empower Ed, a teacher leadership organization that works to elevate diverse teacher voices and retain great teachers in high-need schools. So this evening you're considering not one but two critical decisions on Democracy Prep. And the first is whether to close a school that many parents have found valuable to the community, but whose results have not measured up to expectations. And the second decision is whether 10 Square is an appropriate partner in helping them turn around. Public charter schools receive public money because they are public, but the lack of transparency in the city's work with 10 Square, which has taken in huge contracts with underwhelming results, undermines public trust. I won't repeat all the troubling reporting on their work, but I would say that many of their former operators and school partners have spoken out, and I think we should take a hard look at other ways to improve struggling schools. So let's talk solutions. If this board believes Democracy Prep is a valuable institution in the community and is hesitant to cast a vote to close it, but also believes there must be a different direction for the school, the last thing you should do is move control over the school further away from the community that sustains it. A really valuable lens for looking at school culture is looking at teacher retention. We know that when teacher retention improves, it is a harbinger of positive results to follow. In other words, it's a leading indicator instead of a lagging indicator of school turnaround. When we look at turnover, the average turnover in the charter sector is 25% annually. I looked at the average turnover for only 10 Square managed schools, and the average is 40%. That's not just staggeringly high, I think it's a threat to the stability of the school itself. I took the 3-year average because even if they needed substantial turnover to implement a new vision, as they might in a year one, that shouldn't happen, of course, over the 3-year or longer time frame, but it does. What was discovered about 10 Square was disturbing to me as a former teacher. But what I would say is there's a different vision for this, and I'll submit a longer testimony detailing that, where you would move control closer to the school community by assembling parents, teachers, students, the stakeholders most directly related to the school, to have those stakeholders assemble a turnaround plan that resembles the needs and supports of the community, and move those supports closer rather than farther away with an operator that's not directly from the community.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Goldstein.
Hello, my name is Nicole Lowry. I am currently an instructional specialist at Meridian Public Charter School and a former parent. I would like to share a little about my experience at Meridian Public Charter School. I have a lifetime relationship and love for Meridian. I entered their doors over 11 years ago as a teacher with my 3rd grader in tow. I didn't know what to expect and only had hopes that my child would receive a quality education. For the next 3 years, my daughter became a part of a school family. She got to know all of the teachers in the building and began to receive their praises. And not just praises that children may get with their parent being working at the school, but a true interest in her academic career. The teachers began to ask if they could give her additional work to challenge her. She would come home excited about the projects that they were working on in class, determined to visit the library to finish work, and even wanting to visit the DC museums for areas of interest. I could count on the teachers to give recommendations for books for her reading level and extra math work to help keep her skills sharp. I even have fond memories of my child maneuvering through the building, asking staff questions for academic scavengers hunts that the whole entire staff participated in to engage students in learning. Our run at Meridian came to an end when I moved out of the district. My daughter entered PG County Public Schools at the start of her 7th grade year. To my delight, after placement testing, she was placed in honors class. Although I genuinely believed her academic progress at Meridian was great, this alone validated it. She went on to enter the International Baccalaureate program for high school and is now attending college at Old Dominion University. I continue to work at Meridian, helping to ensure that all students that grace our doors have similar academic experiences.
Thank you, Ms. Lowry.
Hello, yes, my name is Ann Wilson. I'm a parent and parent board member of National Collegiate Prep. Ms. Ross, founder and executive director of National Collegiate Prep Public Charter High School, from the very start has remained committed and loyal to the students, families, and community of Ward 8 in Southeast DC. National Collegiate Prep has been my high school of choice since 2010. I have 4 graduates of National Collegiate Prep, and I currently have 1 child enrolled. If you were to revoke our charter, you will be doing the parents, the community, as well as the students in Southeast a great disservice. First, you will be removing one of the best high schools from the area. Secondly, the closest high school to me is Ballou, which recently just was exposed for graduating students who had not met the necessary requirements to graduate. Just want you to know that that would never happen on Ms. Ross and Dr. Brown's watch. They are committed to the education of their children, and they would never compromise the integrity of the students' education just to embellish their graduation ratings. Also, National Collegiate Prep offers community service learning trips every year to students in 11th grade. They've gone to Dominican Republic, Panama as well. These are great experiences for these young people in this area, a lot of whom never been out of the country, definitely have never been, they've never been out of the country or whatever, so it's a great experience for them. I know I've had 4 children who have attended these trips as well, and I have not had to put up money for either of them other than passports and the things that they needed for the trip, so they have lended me a great amount of support. They also they also have a wonderful Sankofa ball that they do every year for the 12th grade students. And it's to have a well-rounded students to produce them as well, well-rounded students completely and not just educated. I'm sorry.
No, please.
I have a lot more, but I don't have the time. So.
Well, please make sure you leave that with us if you'd like to submit the rest of it. So all of you, thank you for joining us this evening and for sharing your comments. Thank you. All right, I'm going to work my way through the list and see who's still here. Kelly Smith, Margaret Flood, Christian Hare. Kelly Smith, Margaret Flood, Christian Hare, Liz Koenig, David Koenig, Brendan Fry. Okay, thank you each again. You each have 2 minutes, and please make sure to introduce yourself.
My name is Christian Herr, and I'm a 6th grade teacher at Chavez Prep in Columbia Heights. I'm also a leader in DC ACTS, the only charter school union in DC. The board of my school system handed over control to 10 Square almost 2 years ago, and I have significant concerns about another DC school being handed over to them based on my experience. I'd like to share those experiences and hope that they will motivate this board to strongly consider the way that it allows 10 Square to operate at Democracy Prep and in our city as a whole. My school pays 10 Square almost $140,000 a month to serve roughly 1,100 kids. We get no professional development, no curricula, no real coaching from them. Meanwhile, student-facing services such as sports teams and library budgets are slashed. Our union's contract negotiations are moving at an unacceptably glacial pace, which speaks to a lack of vision and leadership on the part of 10 Square. Basically, if teachers aren't getting help and we're not improving the services that we're offering our kids, and we're not meaningfully engaging teachers unless we're legally forced to, I don't know what Chavez Schools is getting for that massive amount of taxpayer money, and neither will the families and staff of Democracy Prep without concerted action on their part, unless this board demands more transparency from 10 Square. If Democracy Prep is handed over to 10 Square, that community deserves better of them than what they've given us at Chavez. We as a city and you as a board need to be demanding the same level of accountability from the for-profit businesses you hand our schools over to that you demand from the schools themselves. I have not yet seen that happen, so that job will surely fall to us, the educators, families, students, and neighbors of the district. It falls to my sister and brother educators at Democracy Prep, and I offer them the full support and solidarity of DCACS.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening. My name is Brandon Fry, and I'm a second-year teacher at Democracy Prep. I teach 8th grade math, and I'm here to speak on the behalf of not Democracy Prep or 10 Squared, but on the community that I have at the school. At Democracy Prep, we have a group of talented and devoted educators who come to Ward 8 every single day where there's generational poverty and where our students deal with trauma on a daily basis, and they come and face these challenges to make sure that we educate the entire child every single day. While I'm at Democracy Prep, also, I'm able to teach a lot of eager students who are really eager to learn, although you see the results may not justify it. I've done a lot of project-based learning with my students and educating the entire child to show them that, you know, you have to look at the circumstances of why you're here, and in me educating you, that'll be the way that we can change it. I've done project-based learning on things such as mass incarceration, food deserts, and even in teaching them at Democracy Prep, these students have motivated me to apply for a computer science fellowship so that I can have them on track to the 21st century skills so they're able to compete in the job market ahead. Democracy Prep is a community school. There are over 700 students there, and just to actively close the school would displace 700 kids and will lead to the issues that further degrade our educational system, such as overpopulated classrooms and students not being able to be reached. I just think that displacement would be a very bad thing for these students, and I, first and foremost, would think that, you know, 10 Squared, they may not be the best according to everyone else, but that's better than having no school at all. It's better than displacing these kids. Here in Ward 8, where they already have a lot of issues, you talk about teacher retention, but the strongest teachers I know have been there throughout, and me, myself, I've stayed there and plan to stay there to educate these kids because we care. And that's what I'll just say tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Fry.
My name is Liz Koenig, and I'm here again this month because I'm concerned about the secrecy around 10 Square. I believe that there's too little known about 10 Square's contract with Democracy Prep for their charter to be renewed as is currently proposed. 10 Square was the subject of an eye-opening profile in the city paper this past spring, which raised questions about the large sums of taxpayer money steered to the company by this board with not much accountability for the results. Those concerns have not been adequately addressed by this board, and yet business is still being steered its way. On top of that, there's an outstanding Open Meetings Act complaint about an emergency closed meeting that this public board held right before the announcement that 10 Square would be operating Democracy Prep, and there's an outstanding FOIA request regarding the same matter. It would be premature to renew this charter with 10 Square at the helm before the serious questions about their business and their relationship with this board have been fully addressed in public. I side with the families and educators from Democracy Prep who ask that their neighborhood school not be shut down. They've endured too many failed operators, too much uncertainty, too much disrespect to be ignored at this point. However, it would be a further disservice to the students of that school to let a for-profit educational consultancy run the school, one who would make an undisclosed amount of money whether or not the school meets its strict PMF target that the PCSB is imposing. If the school meets the target, 10 Square will get paid, probably millions of dollars. If the school does not meet the target, 10 Square will still get paid millions of dollars. And in either scenario, the students and their families are secondary to the meaningless chase of PMF targets that do not actually measure the quality of the education or the meaningfulness of the institution to the community. I urge you to look into the possibility of turning the school back into a DCPS school, as was done with Excel Academy, possibly setting up roundtables between the families of the two communities to talk about the process. Taxpayer funds should not be used to line the pockets of private, unelected 10 Square employees with absolutely no guarantee that this will be good for the children, families, and educators of Democracy Prep.
Thank you, Ms. Koenig. All right. So just to make sure, I think I had Kelly Smith, Margaret Flood, Talisha Hopkins. Just want to make my way through the list I have.
Hi, my name is Margaret Flood. I've been a teacher at City Arts and Prep, for a little over a year. And I wasn't planning to speak, and I'm not much of a public speaker, so in fact, I took my name off of the list to speak, although I did send an email, so my name is in the record as an email. What I wanted to say is that when I first saw the results of the theater program at City Arts and Prep, I was completely blown out of the water. And I couldn't believe how excellent the participation was from all the students. I'm an academic support teacher, and I support the special education department. I am also a special education coordinator now, and just most recently. But last spring, when I first saw that production, I had no idea of the magic of that program. And I just wanted to put my voice along with the others that we've already talked to at our public board meeting at our school to say that the school does an amazing job with the students. Most of the students that participate in many of the programs that are put on, and we have an excellent theater, music, dance, etc. department. And that is to me, the main magic of the school. And we're a great school, and I hope that you will let us go on. That's all I have to say. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Flood.
Good evening. My name is David Koenig, and I'm here to speak about the proposal to have Democracy Prep Charter School run by 10 Square. I should say at the outset that I am not a member of the Democracy Prep community, and I'm not fully versed on the issues the school has faced. However, I object on general principles to Democracy Prep being run by 10 Square, a for-profit corporation that has no more of a connection to nor accountability to the school's community than I do. I am not advocating for Democracy Prep to be shut down. Closing the school is extraordinarily disruptive to the lives of the students and families of the school, not to mention the school's teachers and other staff members. The fact that we are even discussing the possibility of this and other schools closing illustrates one of the main problems with the charter system that is overseen by this board. The system breeds and indeed thrives upon instability. Schools open and close, charter operators come and go, and families and neighborhoods suffer from the disappearance of the schools that were once anchors of their communities. But 10 Square and similar companies thrive and profit. This is not to say that Democracy Prep doesn't have issues that need to be addressed, but turning the school over to 10 Square is not the answer, especially considering the ethically questionable relationship that company has with certain members of this board, as outlined in last year's City Paper article by Rachel Cohen. If the school is turned over to 10 Square and they fail to turn it around, who will be held accountable? Will 10 Square not get paid? Will members of this board who vote in favor of 10 Square resign? Of course not. Business here will go on as usual, and the community will be left to pick up the pieces. Instead of turning the school over to 10 Square, this board should return the school to its community. Democracy Prep should be incorporated into the city's public school system under terms that are acceptable to the school's students, families, and staff members. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Koenig. Do we have any final public comment? So if you've got any additional public comment that's not on this list, if we've got 3 people, yes, please, come on in. So we've got 3. Come on. You can start.
Good evening, Board. Josh Boots, Executive Director of Empower K-12. Just wanted to come up and give a few data points around 10 Square's work that I think is relevant to your consideration tonight. We did a lot of analysis of the STAR framework data that came out, the report card data that came out in the last week. And we did, one of the things that we noticed is that of the 100 schools that have achievement below the district average, only 11 have growth in the top quartile of all schools in the District of Columbia, just 11. 2 of those are Meridian and Perry Street. which I believe are 2 schools that 10 Square supports. They also have improved their MGPs both years, both math and in reading. I cannot speak to the transparency points that were brought up. I think those are relevant. But as I sit here and listen to other people talk about it, I do think that data should be included in the conversation, and I thought that those 2 data points were relevant related to their support of these schools.
Thank you, Josh.
Good evening. My name is Ronique Jones. My name wasn't on the list, but I'm gonna talk from my heart. I didn't have anything prepared, but I'm an alumni parent of National Collegiate Prep. My son attended National Collegiate Prep, graduated, but to share his story, when I first decided to have my son attend that school, this was his first reaction. Why can't I go to the neighborhood school? No. I chose that school because of the strict curriculum that they have and the structure. I'm a single mother raising a male child in DC. So you know there's a lot of things against a lot of the males in DC. But National Collegiate Prep deposits so much in my son that the first 6 months in his 4 months in his freshman year, he went from, I don't want to go there to, I really like it. And that warmed my heart. National Collegiate Prep deposits so much, not into my son, but to all the children there and parents. It's not always the work of the school, they also work with the parents. And we have to stand up as well and make sure that what they learn at these schools, especially National Collegiate Prep, I can only talk about that one, is make sure it carries on. And my son, he graduated, he attends Old Dominion University. When he was at National Collegiate Prep, 3.5, if not higher at times. So from 9th grade to the senior year, 3.5 or higher. So for me, if you revoke this, it will hurt not just the community, but the parents that has children attending this great school.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Jamie Miles, Chief of Schools of Apple Tree Early Learning Public Charter School, speaking on behalf and in support of Democracy Prep. I come to you on behalf of President and CEO Jack McCarthy of Apple Tree Early Learning Public Charter School and Apple Tree Early Learning. Tonight you definitely have a very tough decision, and as you go forth with your decision, we do have 3 points we want you to take into consideration. Number 1, since 2014, Apple Tree, we've effectively run an early childhood education program at Congress Heights, the school also known as Democracy Prep, that is committed to building foundational skills of our students early that are critical for long-term school success. Secondly, it's about the families. As others have mentioned here, the families deserve the best. Parents at Congress, the families at Democracy Prep, they appreciate our program, we appreciate them, and they want it to continue. This is evidenced by the strong enrollment and the re-enrollment that we see every year, and the relationship that we have developed with our families over time. And finally, for the past 5 years, we have invested in the future of over 300 students in the Congress Heights community. And we want to continue to be a part of that community for years to come. We personally have a good working relationship with 10 Square. We partner with them at Perry Street, and we've seen changes and we've seen growth there. And if given the opportunity by members of this board, we will strive to deliver a well-managed, effective education program for the students and families of the Congress Heights community. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks to all 3 of you for joining us this evening. Any additional public comment this evening?
I have more information to Steve's question. So KIPP DC has done some research. They report that in 2007 they opened their first early childhood class, that was pre-K4, with 99 students, and that 30 of those students are currently enrolled in KIPP College Prep, 28 in 10th grade and 2 in 9th grade.
Thank you, Scott. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Beverly West, and I'm a proud parent of National Collegiate Prep. My son has carried either way from a 3.5 to a 4.2 in the STEM program since he's been here. He's in the 10th grade. And faculty members like Dr. D, Ms. W., Mr. Streeter, all of those, they need to keep this going because you don't have a better deal east of the river than NCP. I want you to really realize if you disband us, you're going to do away with a beautiful thing. Come on over, check us out. Talk with Dr. D, talk to Ms. Wofford, talk to everybody there. The kids love it. And where do you find a better opportunity for kids east of the river than at NCP? Find it in your heart to keep something going. It ain't broke. Don't fix it. Let us keep going. I hope you consider this, and we hope we see you in 5 years. Thank you, and enjoy your holiday.
Thank you, ma'am. All right. Well, we are now going to turn to our first matter up for vote this evening. Nikhil, can you join us, please?
Good evening. My name is Nikhil Vashi, and I am a specialist on the School Quality and Accountability Team at DC PCSB. Tonight, the board will vote on the renewal of City Arts and Prep Public Charter School. But first, I'd like to invite the school's council, Mr. Marcus and Ms. Ingram, to come forward and make a few remarks.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening to the Public Charter School Board members, staff, and community members. I am Lynette Daly-Reese, Executive Director of City Arts and Prep Public Charter School. And I want to thank the board members who have spent time visiting with us throughout the last year, learning about our school, and hearing us talk about the work we've done and want to continue to do. Your insight, questions, and feedback have always pushed our thinking to improve the work we do to educate students. The work of education is a partnership between families, students, teachers, staff, community members, and governing bodies. I have and will continue to build the partnership between PCSB, the board members, and City Arts. So who are we for the folks in the audience? We are a pre-K through 8 performing arts school. We were founded with the mission to prepare students for success in high school and beyond by providing an academically rigorous learning environment enriched by a diverse performing arts program. Every day, families and students travel 30 to 40 minutes to my school from nearly every ward. Upon their arrival, they are greeted by a passionate and committed team of teachers, support staff, and leaders. Each day, students learn in an academically focused environment integrated with the 5 disciplines of the arts. The integration of the arts into the academics develops problem-solving skills, motor skills, decision-making, critical thinking, and civic engagement. These are the traits we instill in the 425 students that choose City Arts. Beyond the intrinsic benefits of City Arts, there's a financial benefit to families. I'm sure many of you in this room have paid or had their parents pay for private or group art lessons. The cost of the arts lesson in DC is between $35 and $125. This equals between $1,260 and $4,500 of savings for parents each year who attend our school. Families have lots of factors to consider when choosing a school: tier ranking, content, distance, admission preferences, wraparound service, extracurricular activities. Last year, there was a 40% increase in the number of families that selected us as a #1 or top 3 choice, and 3 out of 4 of our families re-enrolled. This tells me that our school offers something parents want. With that demand comes a responsibility to deliver outcomes. And as we have shared in our application, responses, and supplemental materials, We have and continue to make the necessary changes to build upon the growth from the last 3 years. And this includes investing in additional academic and support staff, academic and art curriculum changes, increased frequency and quality of family engagement, and investments in adaptive interventions and assessments for students. As I said during our public hearing, we still have work to do, and this is not unlike any other school striving to ensure students are college and career ready. The City Arts Board and school leadership are 100% committed to leveraging resources, staffing, and governments to achieve the goal of educating the whole child. So on behalf of the entire City Arts community, I ask for each of your votes to renew the City Arts Charter.
Hello, my name is Sherry England. I'm here on behalf of the Marcus firm. Mr. Marcus is actually in Israel, so he couldn't be with us tonight. He says he's watching, and I believe he is. We've had a lot of disagreement with the staff about the standard that applies here, and I think you've seen those submissions, and you know we're not going to come to an agreement on that about whether or not you have discretion. I think if you combed through, and we didn't have the opportunity to look at all of them, your renewals, there's been a lot of sort of wiggle room, if you will, for lack of a better word, in how you've made determinations about whether schools have met their goals. What I will say about the PMF is this, because that's what it comes down to, is the staff's insistence that you have the PMF and you need to apply it. The PMF is only as good as the data that goes into it. We haven't been working with this long enough to know, but we've just started to scratch the surface that there are problems with the data that goes into the PMF. We've demonstrated that there's an at-risk bias, not only on academic measures, but on the non-academic measures like re-enrollment and in-seat attendance. Over the weekend, and this stuff comes to us, we're learning it every day. Over the weekend, we learned, and what we had already believed to be the case just by looking at the numbers, which was that when students switched from paper format to computer format, there was an effect on the scores. And you can see this. If you just go looking over schools in the district, not just this one, you'll see these dramatic drops in the scores. Other school districts that have used the park, which is down from like 27 to about 5 now, have studied this and they've found the same thing. Unfortunately, the District of Columbia has not studied the park to see if there is an actual, what they call mode effect, that's causing the scores to be lowered. Until they do that, you don't really know whether those scores that you see in the park accurately reflect the school's performance and proficiency on math and ELA, or if it has baked into it some kind of effect that's coming from nothing more than the fact that the students are switching from paper to a computer. Now, I understand that you have the job, your job is to assess the accountability of a school and hold them accountable. But the School Reform Act also requires, and it assumes and it requires, that you would make that determination based on data that's valid, reliable, and unbiased. And right now, you just don't have that. You don't know what is in the park, and you're going to hear later some more problems that we have with the park. But right now, there's 2 things you know. This school had scores that precipitously dropped right after they switched to paper, and they're starting to trend back up as students get more familiar with the format. If OSSE had done a study, as Baltimore did and Chicago did, and found that there was actually a mode effect built into those park scores and adjusted them, this school's school performance might have gone up, and their PMF might have gone, might have actually met it. You won't know that. So now you're making a determination based on data that you don't know whether it actually reflects performance or not, because none of those adjustments have been made. OSSE, I recognize the staff gets their data from OSSE. It's only going to be as good as what OSSE gives them. I've already found a lot of problems with the data that OSSE is giving the staff. OSSE's not making right now, it doesn't seem to be the kind of accountability determinations you're making on the park. And I would submit that they don't have the same incentive right now to make sure that those park measures don't include this mode effect, because they're not making school decisions the way you are. But since you have that responsibility, the School Reform Act requires it to be valid, reliable, and unbiased, and you don't know if it is. I submit to you that in that circumstance, you should not be looking at the PMF as the measure, and you should be looking at the actual indicators where you will see that the school improved over the last 3 years, particularly as they transition from paper to computer.
can stay.
Before the board votes, I would like to review the reasons staff is recommending that the board vote not to renew the charter of City Arts and Prep PCS for another 15 years, and then address some of the points made by the school. Unlike charter reviews, which typically occur in the school's 5th and 10th year of operation, at the 15-year expiration of a charter, our board has no discretion under the law to renew a charter school if the school has not met its goals. Some schools have goals that require judgment to determine whether they have been met. This is not the case with City Arts. The charter agreement states that the school's goal is to have an average PMF score of 50. The school's average PMF is 46.3. The school also has failed to meet the improvement provision requiring consistent improvement on its PMF score over its review period. The school has seen 1 year of growth, and its most recent PMF score is lower than what it was at the start of the review period. Beyond the school's goals, other factors make us comfortable with our recommendation. Our visits to the school, both formal and informal, have been uniformly disappointing. The school's re-enrollment rate is very low, which says volumes about the experiences of students and families. Indeed, we've received 62 community complaints about City Arts and Prep over the past 5 years, which is very high. 19 of these came in during the last school year, the most of any charter campus. At the public hearing, the school raised questions about the PMF, which forms the core of its goals, and about the state assessment, the PARC, which is an important component of the PMF. Under the law, we must hold a school accountable for the goals they have chosen, and City Arts and Prep chose the PMF as its goals. The school had multiple opportunities to change its goals and never did. And the school never voiced concerns about the PMF's fundamental fairness at our many meetings. Indeed, the concerns raised at the hearing are the first we have heard from them. If the school considered the PMF to be flawed, why did the school never seek to change it, or ask to include mission-specific goals that would measure its arts program, or change its goals entirely like many schools have done? The school repeatedly referred to the PMF as biased against schools that serve low-income children. The PMF, like virtually every other measurement tool in education, shows some correlation with poverty. But this correlation is low, and we have many high-poverty schools who perform well on the PMF. By our count, in 2017-18, 13 schools outperformed City Arts and Prep, who have similar grade bands and a similar, if not higher, at-risk population. We know that the correlation of test scores with poverty is not due to differences in innate intelligence, but to differences in the opportunity to attend a quality school. A key reason for the creation of public charter schools is to offer students opportunities to succeed when their traditional schools are failing. Many charters are doing exactly this, and City Arts is not. We recognize that providing strong opportunities to low-income children can be challenging. That is why the city provides extra funds to schools for at-risk students. In the past 3 years, City Arts and Prep has received more than $1.5 million in extra funding based on its at-risk population. I'd also like to note that the PMF is not a district-wide assessment. An important component of the PMF is the PARC, which is DC's principal district-wide assessment as chosen by DC's elected State Board of Education. The district's charter law places particular emphasis on ensuring that the charter school students should perform competitively on district-wide assessments. The school also argued that we should include their putative unvalidated PMF score that they calculated for the 2014-15 school year, a year in which we never calculated and never issued PMF scores or tiers. The school argues that our hold harmless policy permits or even requires us to do this. But that policy was written for schools whose charter goals encompassed the 2014-15 school year, and City Arts goals explicitly excluded that year. Finally, the school argues that the improvement provision should apply to City Arts goal determination. It should not. The standard is consistent improvement on overall PMF scores over the 5-year period. The school has only shown 1 year of improvement on overall PMF scores. We have never considered 1 year of improvement to be consistent improvement, and the school's most recent PMF score is actually lower than its score in 2013-14 at the start of the review period. In what way is this consistent improvement? The school argues that the language of the improvement provision states overall PMF scores with an apostrophe S. This is not a possessive indicating that we should consider improvement on the individual components of the PMF, something we have never done. Rather, this is leftover language from when we had multiple PMFs. The most recent version of our policy does not include this S, as we have now consolidated our PMF. Even if we did accept the school's argument, which we do not, we would note that while some components of the PMF have risen somewhat, such as some proficiency rates, others, most significantly academic growth, have declined. The school appears to argue that we should scour its various performance metrics to find one or two where there was improvement in the past year or two. By this standard, virtually every school, no matter how poorly performing, would show improvement and thus be found to have met its goal. We have also heard the charge of unfairness, that we recommend non-renewing the charter of a school with a PMF of 46, while recommending the continuation of other public charter schools with much lower scores. The standard under the law is different based on the years the school has existed. City Arts and Prep is a 15-year school that has poor to mediocre performance for its entire existence. The law is very clear that if a school has failed to meet its goal at 5 or 10 years, the board may revoke a school's charter. At 15 years, however, the board explicitly shall not renew the charter. The school argues that DC PCSB has previously used its discretion at 15 years to renew a school's charter after determining the school had not met all of its goals. Specifically, the school referenced Ideal Academy and Perry Street Prep, which were both renewed in school year 2013-14. However, these cases are very different. In the case of Ideal Academy, the school had its own individual goals, which consisted of various targets and measures without distinct business rules or a clear standard of renewal. This required DC PCSB to use judgment and discretion in determining the school's goals attainment. Staff determined at the time that the school had fully, substantially, or partially met all of its goals. In the case of Perry Street Prep, staff assessed the elementary, middle, and high school programs individually. The elementary and middle school programs met their goals and were renewed, but the high school did not meet its goals and was closed. DC PCSB performed the same analysis for City Arts, but both the school's elementary and middle school programs failed to meet the required minimum PMF average. By contrast, City Arts goals, the business rules around these goals, and the standard for renewal are extremely clear. Specifically, the school needed to earn a minimum average of 50% on the PMF for school years 2013-14, 15-16, 16-17, and 17-18, or show consistent improvement over the review period. Unfortunately, City Arts never earned a PMF score of at least 50% in any year of the review period and did not show consistent improvement, meaning the school was never in the position to meet its PMF goals. Schools that adopt the PMF as their charter goals agree to meet an average PMF score, meaning that they do not need to meet the target every year to meet their overall goals. In contrast, schools that have individualized goals agree to meet these targets every single year of the review period, which is a significantly harder task. As such, DC PCSB staff will often determine that a school with individualized goals has partially or substantially met a goal if it met the target in some but not all years. Staff does not use this in the same ways for schools that have adopted the PMF as their goals, as this leniency is already built into the policy. More than one school has come before us with the argument that it almost met the minimum PMF target and we should therefore consider its goals substantially met. The board has never agreed with this argument and indeed voted earlier this year to revoke the charter of a school whose average PMF score was closer to the goal than City Arts is today. How could we accept this argument for this particular school when you have already considered and rejected it for other schools? In sum, we believe that there is no discretion available in this case. But I also want to emphasize that even if discretion were available, staff would still recommend that the board vote not to renew the charter due to the school's overall poor performance and other concerning factors I mentioned earlier. This board has already used its discretion to continue City Arts twice before. At its 5-year review, the school failed to meet 2 of its 3 academic goals and was continued on the condition it closed its high school. At its 10-year review, the school had not fully met any of its goals, and the board continued the school with strict conditions. 5 years later, at its 15-year renewal, City Arts has yet again failed to meet its goals despite multiple opportunities to improve. We recognize that school closure brings disruption to families. The school's role as an art school makes its closure potentially more difficult for some families. We promise to work closely with families to find them a good placement. Several schools with performing arts programs have reached out to us, pledging to support families seeking to enroll at their school. We will work one-on-one with each family to find the best placement possible for each child. But we cannot renew a school simply to avoid disruption. In the long run, that would cause much more harm to the students in the school and to the hundreds of students and families who might enroll in the school over the next 5 years. For these reasons, staff's recommendation that the board vote not to renew City Arts and Prep's charter remains unchanged. Thank you.
Rick, can I just add briefly in response to the issue of paper versus electronic? When the city switched from the DC CAS to Park in 2014-15, they also announced that they were switching from a paper-based assessment to a computer-based assessment. The state and PCSB urged schools to make the transition to a computer-based test in 2014-15, as that was the year that we held schools harmless for their test results. My staff and I personally made phone calls to all schools encouraging them to make this switch. City Arts and Prep did not make this change. This was a board-level decision, not a PCSB decision, and Ms. Daly Reese was the academic committee chair of the board in 2014-15.
A brief response to that. Whether the schools selected to go with paper or not paper, many schools, and you'll hear others, were not in a position to make that switch at the time that it was urged upon them to do it. They didn't have the resources, they didn't have the technology. This is going to you'll see this predominantly affect schools with lower economic resources. They did not make that switch because they couldn't make that switch. Now that they have made that switch, you can see the decline. Whether it's the district's assessment or not, I get that. But the decline is there and it is real. And you do not know how much those scores that look to be declining, and it's not just this school, it's across the city in these public charter schools. You don't know how much of the decline, especially in the areas where the schools are in low socioeconomic status, you don't know how much of that decline is actually because they're switching to computers and they're just not as familiar with it, or that there's an actual decline in the proficiency. And you can see some schools will have a 30 to 40 point drop. I can almost look through schools' Park scores and tell you when they switched. It's that dominant. And that's the problem. It doesn't matter when you told them to switch. What matters is when they switched, you saw the scores decline and it looks like a proficiency decline, but it isn't. And so you're making determinations without really knowing what is in the data. Other school districts across the country, that's down to a handful now using the Park, but the ones that have used it and the ones that have looked at this, experts agree that if you don't adjust, if you find that there's a mode effect, we don't even know if there is in the district, but I will submit that there probably is based on what I see. They say you have to adjust it or otherwise it's not fair. You are holding students, you're actually holding students accountable for the fact that they just aren't as familiar with computers. And that's the problem with some of this Park data. And PCSB is complaining that they didn't hear about this before. I learned things about the Park at 10 o'clock last night, and then I learned something about the Park at 10 o'clock this morning. That's how quickly we're trying to get up to speed on some of the problems with the Park. Some school districts are way ahead of us and have already abandoned it. Right now, you're making accountability determinations with no idea what effect the switch from paper to computer has had, and you're saying that schools have lower scores when they may or may not have lower scores, and the schools that are going to be most harmed by that are the ones that have students that are predominantly economically disadvantaged and don't have the same familiarity with computers. That's the issue, regardless of when they switched or didn't switch.
As someone who served on the board of City Arts for 3 years, yes, I served as academic chair during the time of 2014-15, 15-16, and 16-17. And I will tell you that the board, in my role as academic chair and subsequently secretary, we vehemently disagree with the school's decision to take the Park on paper. Because I knew from the work that I have done in school districts across the East Coast and in Philadelphia, that there would be an impact and that we had nothing to lose by going to the computer test, because it would then inform how we would prepare for technology and how we would prepare for training students and teachers on how to deliver that assessment. So yes, served on the board, and you can go back through our board notes that I voted against doing that.
Comments? Thoughts from our board members? Steve?
So I have some comments, a couple of process comments. I'm not sure why we would ask a school to go through all the work it requires to come before this body if there's no discretion in our vote. I don't know why we would actually have a vote if the outcome was predetermined. And I'm not trying to get an applause now. I'm being honest, like a vote is, you know, there's supposed to be some suspense when a vote is taken. Also, there are 3 schools before us today that have not met not met their renewal requirements, and they have PMF scores of 46.3, 26.8, and 20.8. We're being asked to close the school with the 46.5 PMF and to keep the school open with the 20.8. If I were a charter operator, I am a parent in this city, I would be very confused about the logic behind the recommendations that we're making. And I have to say, of course, we should be especially attentive to the quality of education provided to the most vulnerable students who are low income. But everything we had in that recommendation could also be applied to a school that we're being told we should keep that school open. So as a process point, I still don't understand the logic there. I would also like to point out that this is the only art school in the sector. And the PMF score of 46.3 does not meet the renewal requirement of 50. But in my opinion, it is in what I would call a gray area. It's not a 26.8, it's not a 20.8. And I think the gray areas are the places where this board should, in fact, use its discretion. So I just wanted to make those comments on the public record.
Thank you, Steve. Other board members? Don, do you have anything to add to the conversation this evening?
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't.
Was that a no? Sorry. No. Okay. Thank you.
So I've had the opportunity to visit City Arts twice and attend your public hearing. And like other schools that have experienced turnaround, I know that your board and your staff have faced a lot of challenges in meeting your goals. And I really want to acknowledge the work of your board and your ED, Daly Reese, for what I can tell is real commitment to your students. I'm in a in a position that I don't want to be in, and that I'm not responsible for as a board member. We have an SRA that requires us to look at certain standards at the 15-year mark. And that standard is whether or not you met your goals. It's a yes or no question when you choose the PMF as goals. We were asked to do the same thing for Excel. We were confronted with the same argument when Excel came before us. I am extremely sympathetic to your community. I'm extremely sympathetic to the fact we only have one art school in the charter school sector. I believe that it's important for us to be consistent in the way that we treat schools that come before us, that we are asking, did you meet your goals when you choose the PMF as goals? I do not feel like the board has discretion, even though like I said, I'm very sympathetic to the efforts that you've made and into the place that you have in our school community. That I do feel that our number one responsibility as a board is to be consistent with the laws that we've been empowered to enforce. And I regretfully feel that I cannot vote for your renewal. Excuse me, I'm sorry that I wasn't clear. I will not be able to vote for continuance of the renewal for City Arts because it is not consistent with our board practice that a school meet its goals at the 15-year mark.
Any other thoughts on the board?
I will just add that this is a decision I've been struggling with as well over the past month, in part because of the unique nature of the school, the arts programming that you offer. That focus is very special, but I also feel committed to enforcing the standards that we have within the board, and the 15-year review seems to be a unique point for us of inflection. So I also will not be able to support the renewal.
Would it change your mind if you learned that the park scores were, in fact, unreliable? And that 70% of this PMF is based on it? Because if it would change your mind, I would respectfully request that you postpone your vote and give us time to look at it. And I know you've closed a school. We represented the school you closed. We made similar arguments. I looked at their park scores again. And in light of what I've learned in the last 3 weeks, I believe their performance was probably better than it was reflected. So if that would change your mind at all, if I could demonstrate that the park scores does have this computer effect and that the scores were actually higher, the proficiency was actually higher, if that would change your mind, I would request that you delay voting and give us a chance to do that, because we're trying to figure this out.
So I would make 2 points. First of all, the School Reform Act specifically requires charters to take the district-wide assessment. We don't choose that assessment. That assessment is chosen by the State Board of Education, which is comprised of elected members from the community. Second, the school itself chose its goals, and that is how the School Reform Act works. School has to be held accountable to the goals that it chooses and that this board approved.
I'll just address that.
I also just want to be very clear with every person in this audience. We are told we have a School Reform Act that we follow. We are not the body that wrote the School Reform Act. We are not the body that approves the School Reform Act. If you have issues with the School Reform Act, if you have issues with the district-wide assessment, we are not the body that chooses those things.
The School Reform Act requires that the assessments, this is the law, that they be valid, reliable, and unbiased. That is in the School Reform Act. And what I'm telling you is, if these park scores, whether, I get that you don't choose them, but if they're not valid, reliable, and unbiased, and you're basing a PMF calculation on them, which counts for 70%, then what you're saying is the school chose a goal that it thought was unbiased, reliable, and valid. Now it's finding out, after the fact, that these things are not valid, they're not reliable, and they are biased. And you're saying, well, we don't have a choice. We have a standard that says if you don't meet the goal and you find out later, then we're still going to have to comply with our standard. But the School Reform Act also requires that the assessments be valid and reliable and unbiased. And I'll say this, I know the School Reform Act's legislative history probably as well as anyone. Congress made a distinct decision, and you'll see it when you look at the contents of a petition. Originally, they requested that a school provide a petition that talked about the manner in which they were going to achieve district-wide assessments, as well as how they would meet content standards. And the content part was removed. That's subsection 1. Schools are required to describe the manner in which they will conduct district-wide assessments. Subsection 5, however, says that they also tell you their plan for achieving their goals and academic achievement expectations. So Congress made a distinction between requiring district-wide assessments and having schools be held accountable, and they took very great care to make sure that any district-wide assessments be valid, reliable, and unbiased. And they wrote that into the School Reform Act, even though it was a requirement that they placed on OSSE. So when schools elect their goals and when they elect the PMF, they should be able to assume that the district-wide assessments, if it's a component of it, are valid, reliable, and unbiased. And if they aren't, then the PMF is not a valid and reliable measure itself. And so you're saying they chose a goal. And if we decide that it's not reliable, we're still going to hold them to it because they chose it.
And Ms. Ingram, with respect, this school was offered, and you were offered, a full opportunity at a public hearing. You were also offered an opportunity at the beginning of this vote to make your case. This board is now in the middle of voting, and I believe it's inappropriate that you're interrupting that vote and each board member's statements.
I have, excuse me, I've had the opportunity to attend the public hearing a few weeks ago. I've had a chance to visit the school, and along with some of my colleagues on the board, I too am very sensitive to the committed community around the students, parents, and school leaders that I've had the chance to interact with. I've had a chance to review a lot of different material here and agree that I don't have discretion here, and I will have to be voting no.
Like my colleague, Steve, opened up in saying that there's, I won't say confusion, but the idea of the rules being set, what's outlined in the School Reform Act, in terms of our discretion, then there should not be a vote. When you look at scores, when you look at all of the different nuances of what can or cannot be done at particular years, it is confusing. But because we are going to put forth a vote, I would like to put forth my vote and how I feel after visiting the school, after reviewing documents and materials that were shared both from the staff of the board, but also from the school itself. And if I had to vote, and which we will do, you'll see how I feel as far as where I would like to land on this. So.
And I'll just add, before we vote, you know, I say this every time we talk about high risk or high import, high stakes vote, which is, these are certainly not any decisions that we take lightly. And I have to say, I come to this, you know, conversation profoundly sad, profoundly disappointed. You know, as I shared with Dr. Daniels and Ms. Daly-Reese, you know, the legal structure that we've now discussed a lot today certainly informs my viewpoint, but I'll also add the real performance concerns and academic concerns I have for a school that has been around for 15 years. That we personally, I'll speak for myself, I expect to be not in another turnaround phase, but really to be performing and serving our students, serving our students well. And that's those two pieces, both the concerns around the legal nature or the statutory framework in which we operate, but also having visited the school now 2 or 3 times across the last year. Yes, many things have been pointed out to me that have gotten better, and you've pointed out to parts of the plan that are in effect and that will continue, but also have borne witness to what are not consistently strong instructional environments. And the data reflects to me much of what I saw in the school as well. So for my part as well, I think that will inform my vote, which we'll go to now. Don, just to double check, do you have anything to say before, or anything to add before we entertain motions?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks to everybody for the really thoughtful discussion. I've come to the conclusion that the school did not meet its goals. Therefore, I am going to vote with the staff recommendation. I followed and visited the schools over the years that I've been on the board, and I'm really sorry for this outcome. But given my conclusion that the school has not met its goals, I don't see any choice but to vote with the recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Steve, did you want to add?
I would just recommend to this body that if we have situations where we don't feel like we have any discretion, then we shouldn't have a vote. We shouldn't put these schools through this sort of stress and humiliation if the outcome is predetermined. It's really pointless. And I just want to say that to us, if we have the ability to change this process, then I think we should change it.
Thank you. So at this point, I will entertain a motion. I need the motion first. I need a motion.
I move to deny the charter renewal application of City Arts and Prep Public Charter School, meaning that the school will close on the last day of the current school year.
All right, we have a motion to deny the charter renewal application. Do I have a second?
I'll second, Mr. Chair.
All right. So I have a motion to deny and a second. All in favor of the motion on the table, which is to deny the charter renewal application.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any nays?
Nay.
Nay.
All right, we have a 5-2 vote. The motion to deny the charter renewal application passes. Thank you to the leadership and to the families. All right. Nikhil, you're manning the rest of the... Okay. All right, we have... Are we taking a break? You want to take a break now? Okay, we actually have food outside for everyone, knowing that this is going to be a long meeting. So we're going to take a break now and reconvene in 15 minutes. 7:40, we'll reconvene. going to get started. We are very close. All right, we're gonna get started. I think this is working. Yeah. Okay. All right, Nikhil, if you would like to get us started.
All right. Hello, everybody.
All right.
I mean, if you want to throw it out,
I know.
Yep.
We're gonna get all teacherly on you.
The board is now going to vote on the
All right,
charter
guys.
reviews.
Excuse me, everyone. We're going to get
Hello?
started with the next several hours of the meeting.
Yeah. The board will vote on the charter reviews of 6 public charter schools. I will read the charter review standard once, and it will apply to each school.
Excuse me. Excuse me, everyone. If we get started with the next portion of the meeting. Thank you.
The School Reform Act states that DC PCSB shall review the school's charter at least once every 5 years. As part of that review, the board must determine whether the school committed a violation of applicable law or a material violation of the conditions, terms, standards, or procedures set forth in its charter, as well as whether the school has failed to meet the goals and student academic achievement expectations set forth in its charter. If DCPCSB determined that a school has committed a material violation of applicable law, its charter, or has not met its goals and academic achievement expectations, the board may at its discretion, revoke the school's charter, continue the school's charter, or continue the school's charter with conditions. Additionally, there is a fiscal component to the review. The board is required to revoke a school's charter if it determines that the school has engaged in a pattern of non-adherence to generally accepted accounting principles, a pattern of fiscal mismanagement, or is no longer economically viable. The review reports are available on our website, along with the full staff recommendation and any conditions to be applied. With that standard stated, the first school for review tonight is Democracy Prep Public Charter School. I'd like to invite the delegation from the school to join me here and introduce yourselves.
Antonio Williams, Board Chair, Democracy Prep, Congress Heights.
Curtis Lawrence, Executive Director, Congress Heights.
Shantae Fontroy, Assistant Principal of the Middle School, Congress Heights.
Victor Battle, Parent Board Member, Democracy Prep.
Jacqueline Walters, Principal at Democracy Prep, Congress Heights.
Talasha Hopkins, Elementary School, Assistant Principal.
Taylor Stern, Elementary School Assistant Principal.
Democracy Prep educates students in pre-kindergarten through grade 8. On November 19th, 2018, DC PCSB staff found that the school had not met its standard of review, but recommended that the board use its discretion to approve the school's continuance with strict conditions to address the school's greatest areas of concern. The board's vote resulted in a 3-3 split decision, with 3 members voting to approve staff's recommendation for conditional continuance, and the other 3 board members voting against the recommendation. The board agreed to vote on the matter again at its December meeting. Staff's recommendation has not changed since that time, and staff is once again recommending that the board vote to continue the school. At this point, I'd like to ask the staff from the school if they have any statements that they'd like to make to the board.
Thank you, and thank you to the other members, or to the members of the DC Public Charter School Board. My name is Antonio Williams, and I'm the new board chair of DPCH. As a native Washingtonian, I joined the board because of my real love for the community and for the city and will to educate the students. Over the last several weeks, I've had the pleasure to meet most of you guys and to talk to you a little bit about our plans to turn around Congress Heights. Most importantly, many of you have had the opportunity to visit Congress Heights and to see some of the changes that we are making firsthand. During last month's hearing, we spent our time here to talk and walk you through our decision for choosing to go through the process of keeping Congress Heights open and for choosing 10 Square to lead those turnaround efforts. Today, I and our leadership team want to walk you through briefly what is already happening in Congress Heights to ensure that we reach those conditions in the coming year and to give our children the education and opportunities that they deserve. I think it was very clear that there were 2 causes for our challenges: an ineffective board and an ineffective operator. The board is revamping its governance to ensure best practices and ownership over the school. All but 2 board members are rolling off of the board as of February 1st of 2019. 3 have already resigned in November, 3 more will resign as January 1st, and 3 more as of February 1st. We have already contracted with charter board partners to help us to identify new board members and to make sure that we are getting board members with the right diversity of talent and skills to make sure that we are an effective oversight and operator. We have already elected a new parent board member to provide key parental oversight and perspective to our work. We also have engaged with charter board partners not just to help us find new board members, but to do board member training and have contact with an additional governance consultant to support me in my work and oversight of the board. As part of that leadership change, we do have new leadership. I recently took over the board only a month ago, and part of that shift was ensuring that we had the proper leadership and talent to provide that oversight for Congress Heights and for our operator. And I want to make it clear that the responsibility and the final responsibility for these decisions lie with the board. We have hired 10 Square, but it's not 10 Square running the school. We are running the school. We, the community, are making this choice, want to keep the school in Congress Heights. So in short, we are taking action to turn around our governance and lead the way to turning around our school. It is also no secret that Democracy Prep was an ineffective operator and routinely failed to live up to their promises to you, to us, but most importantly to Congress Heights students and families. I understand the extreme frustration with Democracy Prep public schools and their operational challenges. I share those frustrations, and the board is taking significant action to improve our scores in those operations. We have taken immediate action to remove Democracy Prep. By January 1st, most of our services with Democracy Prep public schools will be terminated, including finance, HR, technology, curriculum and professional development, as well as compliance. As you know, we have hired 10 Square, and we've already begun the work of turning Congress Heights around in order to provide our students with the education they deserve. And at the heart of that is the work that we are doing with academics. Whatever decision is made this evening, our number one goal in this transition is to improve the educational outcomes for students in Congress Heights. To do that, 10 Square and Congress Heights leadership with this board support have already taken a few key steps. We've adjusted the master schedule and revamped it to lower class size and give more time for English and math. We are ensuring staffing plans include the ability to provide extra support to students who need it and to work in small groups with teachers. We are focusing on student data. We are implementing new staff training. We are augmenting the curriculum so that it matches that of the DCPS and aligns with PARC. And this is just a small but important sampling of the changes we are working on with 10 Square to usher in, and ushering into Congress Heights. Many of these challenges you've gotten to see firsthand, these challenges and changes you've gotten to see firsthand on your visits to our campus. I've been joined by our amazing leadership team here who is prepared to go a little bit deeper if you have any questions around some of these academic changes, but I wanted to summarize them because it's important that we are not just talking about changes, we are actively implementing these changes and are making these changes now. Lastly, I wanted to discuss the need for our school in Congress Heights. Parents can continue to choose to stay in their neighborhood. Proximity at home is the most critical factor for our families. Last year, 43 of over 645 students lived either west of the Anacostia River or north of Pennsylvania Avenue Southeast. Students at Democracy Prep traveled on average 1.3 miles to school, the third shortest distance of any charter school. But this is not just about convenience, it's about community. This is seen in the letters that we submitted for the November hearing in support of our school from 109 parents who represented about 200 of our scholars, parents who plan to re-enroll their students in our school next year. It was echoed by Victor, our parent board member seated behind me, whose testimony here at this dais in November echoed how parents feel that this school is better than their alternatives in the neighborhood, how they want a building that serves K through 8 and where their siblings can walk to and from school together, and how they know the academics have not been what they need to be, but they believe that it can get better while providing a loving environment for their students. That testimony and letters are backed up by early demand for our school in the lottery for the 1920 school year. The data shows that enrollment preferences are similar to what they were last year, with over 165 applicants as of December 16th. So in closing, regardless of what the charter landscape in Ward 8 looks like after today's votes, there's an indisputable need for more high-performing schools in Congress Heights. And that's what tonight's vote is about. It's not about Democracy Prep Public Schools. They failed and they've been replaced. It's not about the prior board. We've already begun the process of renewal and replacing them. This vote is about whether 750 students will have to scramble to enroll in another 100 or so schools next fall where there is not the urgency to improve, or whether those children and families can stay at Congress Heights where everything is being done with the utmost urgency to improve the academic performance for those students. Thank you for your consideration, and to the many of you who made the time to talk with me, to visit our schools, and to keep pushing us to be stronger and better. Please know that what I shared with you this evening are not just ideas for what we plan to do. These are actions that we are already taking and are in the way of implementing, and that we are committed to doing whatever we can in this partnership to ensure that, that students at Congress Heights get the education they deserve, one that challenges them, supports them, loves them, and prepares them to reach their goals. Thank you.
Thank you. And just to repeat what I think Nikhil said at the start, for the 6 discussions we're having this evening, the 6 approves or denies of charter continuance, these, if we were to vote in any of these cases to initiate revocation, that is just what it says. It's to initiate a process. This is not a vote on closing any school as of tonight in any of these instances. So I just want to be very, very clear about that. Right. So obviously we had an opportunity to ask you all some questions last time, and I know many of us have spent time in communication with you and other board members and staff and at the school. So I will take this opportunity to open up to any of our board members if you have questions or remarks that you'd like to deliver at this time. Don, similarly, I know you're by phone, but if you'd like to share any thoughts.
Okay, I'm happy to start. I'd like to, I just want to thank the board chair. I'd like to thank
Sorry,
the board.
it's hard to hear you, Don.
Okay, then maybe I'll pass.
Yeah, if you want to send your remarks to me, Don, I'm happy to read them into the record.
Good deal. Thanks.
I will just give the remarks that with this being a 5-year review, we're looking at this with quite a different lens than the previous discussion that we had, and really appreciate the efforts that are already underway.
I'm going to repeat much of what I said last month. So families in Congress Heights have not had access to good public schools for a long time. We have plenty of examples of schools in this city that are able to properly educate their children. We have Two Rivers, Yu Yang, Mundo Verde, Deal, Oyster. If any of these schools were offering to take over Democracy Prep, I'd be all for it. Instead, we have an organization that's never actually run a school. This is not a plan to provide opportunity to children. I think that the children in Congress Heights deserve better than they've had at Democracy Prep and the school that preceded it. It's been 10 years now where children in a tough part of town have gone to school and have not received a proper education. And I just can't participate in that sort of thing continuing. So I have respect for the parents and the teachers who do this work every day. I really do. But in good conscience, I can't vote to go along with this recommendation. Thank you, Steve.
And having the discussion that we started last month, and thinking about, the conversations that we've had in the time between the November meeting and now, to say that I'm not conflicted any more or less would be inaccurate. But the idea that the opportunity was presented to other operators to consider taking part in a turnaround. And the factors that play into why that could not happen for people to move forward in that process is a discussion larger than a discussion we could have today. I think that it's not only problematic, but very unfortunate that we cannot be more thoughtful around how we serve students east of the river. The collaborative effort, the idea of really and truly being dedicated to students and students first and foremost, puts the people on this dais, but also the people that go into the schools every day in a very prickly situation. So I'll vote how I've landed. But the idea that, again, we're having to make decisions because of how adults have continued to think about this work in very siloed buckets of who does what instead of what are we doing for students, continues to frustrate me.
Thank you,
I've had to catch up quickly. I watched the meeting last month. I've had the privilege of visiting the school and meeting with many people, reading as much as I can, talking with as many different people as possible. And it's been vexing and taken up much of my thinking over the last week, which is a small fraction of what it's done for what the time it's taken up for so many other people who are doing important work for kids. For me, it's come down to looking at the goals that are set, the appropriately high targets because we know that children are capable of incredible things, all children. I'm concerned with disruption now versus disruption down the road. This neighborhood, Congress Heights, deserves great schools for all children, and I know, I'm living through this myself, the importance of proximity, high quality options in close proximity for families who have a whole lot going on in all different parts of the city. Watching last month, I saw where the vote landed and I thought, I'm supposed to be there next month. So as part of my own due diligence, I looked into the track record of the operator this board has selected. I'm compelled by it. I'm glad to know that there is evidence of turning around schools that have been in a difficult position and proven that what we already know, that children in difficult school situations can deliver and can prove what's possible. That happened over a longer time period than I think is possible for the goals that are being set here for this school, Congress Heights. So after much difficult decisions and thinking, I've landed on the side of not going with the staff recommendation, which is not easy to do.
Thank you, Leah.
I'll be brief because I spoke at the last meeting. I first and foremost want to thank the current board and the staff for what I can tell has just been tireless work on this. And I will continue to vote the way I voted last meeting. And I think I expressed why I did that, and that, as Leah just said, the targets are appropriately high for 10 Square to meet, and I think children are capable of that. The school was at 21% on the PMF last year, would have to reach a 40. That is an extremely high jump, and I'm very concerned about what will happen to those children, the 750 children, if that is not achieved. That is not the fault of this board. That is not the fault of the staff. It is the situation that we're in. But I have to think, as Leah said, about these children going forward. We have put tons of time and effort into thinking about where these kids could go, and I would not be making the decision I'm making if I did not believe that we have a staff that's capable of ensuring that these kids end up at a place where they can continue their academic success. So I will continue to vote as I did at the last meeting, but I just want to be very clear that is not a reflection of the people I see sitting in front of me, but rather the circumstance that we're in.
I've said to members of the Democracy Prep community and leadership several times that aside from schools that I've worked in, this is the school I've been in more than any other over the last several years across my tenure on the board. And that's because from early on, it gave us some pause in terms of its performance and the responsiveness of the organization that was previously responsible for serving your students. I can go on about my frustration and flat out anger about the performance of that organization and past iterations of the board. But even so, when I look at the evidence to support the proposal that you brought to us and that our staff has recommended, I'm still inclined to support it. I think that, and Mr. Williams, you said it, you articulated what I would have hoped, which is you and the board run the school. And I don't think that has always been the way it worked previously, and I have tremendous confidence that that's the way that you would operate it moving forward if the vote were to go in your favor. That doesn't mean I'm not conflicted and angry and frustrated and concerned about the families, no matter which way we vote. I will continue to support the recommendation. We'll go to a vote in a few minutes, but Lord, this is hard and frustrating, and I'm not in the school, and I don't have my kids in it, so I can only imagine what it is like for the families. And I, personally, am sorry that we find ourselves in this place. Let me just see if Mr. Soifer sent me. Okay, I will read. Don, I got your email, so I will. So Don Soifer's thoughts. I'm deeply appreciative of the contributions of the school's board, all the volunteers, just as I am of the boards of all of the schools we have before us tonight. My vote will be in favor of continuance and for the plan this board before us proposes, including the resignations of its own members and systematically turning over its decision-making to a new group of community leaders assembled for this purpose. All right, so unless there are any other comments, remarks, questions, I will ask for a motion.
I move to initiate revocation of Democracy Prep Congress Heights Public Charter Schools charter effective upon the last day of the current school year.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, the motion on the table is to initiate revocation. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All nays? Nay?
No.
Okay, so the vote is 4-3 to initiate revocation. As I said at the start, for all of the votes this evening, and this one most particularly, this begins a process which, Nikhil, if you maybe give a few moments on what the process entails from here on out.
Yeah, so now that the board has voted to initiate revocation proceedings, in next month, we will seek to hold a public hearing, which will occur at Democracy Prep Public Charter School. At that public hearing, the board will not vote, but the board will be present, and the school staff and members of the school's community will have a chance to come and present whatever testimony that they wish to present. There'll be that will be an official meeting, and there'll be a court recorder there to transcribe anything that that is said. Then the board will take that information provided, and at either the following official board meeting or at a special board meeting, will vote for the final vote to vote whether to initiate revocation or to continue the schools.
To revoke, to deny the application.
Yes.
Deny application of renewal. Okay. So that our staff will be in contact about your wish to hold that hearing and setting up the date, and then from there on out. I just wanted to say again, like, we've had now 2 back-to-back very difficult votes. I just want to express appreciation to the communities, the school leaders, the families, also to my board members who I hope you can tell have brought both a lot of energy and interest and compassion to make sure that we're as best as we can making decisions that are consistent with the law, but also that we believe are the right ones. So I hope, and that's for the entire public, I hope everyone appreciates that. Thank you all for all of your efforts.
Thank you.
Our next school is going to be Meridian Public Charter School. If the delegation from the board could please join us. Fair enough. All right. Meridian is a single campus school that operates 2 facilities, educating students in pre-kindergarten to 8th grade. As its goals for this charter review, the school committed to earning an average BMF score of 50% over the last 5 years, or showing consistent improvement on its overall BMF score. While the school only earned an average of 49.5%, it showed consistent improvement in its BMF score every year for the past 3 years, culminating in its highest score in school year 2017-18. This consistent improvement is encouraging, though DC PCSB staff have lingering concerns about the school's low English proficiency rates, low re-enrollment, and the impending end of the school's relationship with its turnaround organization. Separate and apart from the determination of the school's goals and student academic achievement expectations, the school has not materially violated the law or its charter and has not engaged in a pattern of fiscal mismanagement. For these reasons, staff recommends that the board exercise its discretion and vote to find that the school has met its goals because it has shown consistent improvements. Staff also recommends adding 2 conditions to the school's continuance, which are outlined in the vote proposal, and which address the lingering concerns that staff have with the school's performance. At this time, I'd like to ask the delegation from the school to introduce themselves and to address the board with any opening statement you may have.
Edie Ashton, Chair of the Meridian PCS Board of Trustees.
Candace Bobo, Head of School.
Chris Daniels, Board Member.
Nick Gent, Treasurer of the Board.
Shelley Anderson, Middle School Principal.
Ebony Crawford, Elementary School Principal.
Okay, thank you, members of the DC Public Charter School Board and staff. As I said, my name is Edie Ashton, and I serve as the chair of the Meridian PCS Board of Trustees. I'd like to start my testimony with a bit of historical context. In the 2015-16 school year, our board began to ask questions of school leaders due to our increasing concerns with academic scores declining and finances dwindling. By April of that year, we were left with a leadership vacuum when our head of school, along with 9 other leaders, resigned. After considering a variety of options, our board decided to leverage our ongoing work with 10 Square to engage in a multi-year improvement effort, which has led to the results we are delighted to share with you tonight, including double-digit PMF gains, strong finances, increased teacher retention, and improved teacher and staff compensation. Through our partnership with 10 Square, Candace Bobo has served as our resident leader, implementing a comprehensive and systemic school improvement initiative with a blended team of 10 Square and Meridian leaders and staff committed to improving school outcomes aligned to our improvement trajectory. 3 years in, and we are on track to meet our milestones. Since launching this improvement effort in 2016, we have taken bold steps to improve our performance and prepare Meridian for the next 20 years. We implemented a holistic turnaround and at the same time fundamentally strengthened our board's capacity and our ability to lead the school into our next decade. We recruited new board members with deep expertise in academics, finance, and school operations. We crafted a multi-year plan for effective board governance, outlining board-level committee work designed to ensure sustained improvement. We established strong, active academics, finance, and governance committees, which are overseeing our improvement in the respective areas. With me here tonight, who is introduced, is Nick Gent, our finance chair, and Chris Daniels, our academics chair. Our task was and is not to manage school improvement, but to oversee and govern improvement to ensure lasting strength over the long term. We worked with 10 Square to define and implement a long-term strategic improvement initiative focused on building our balance sheet, preparing for a successful new market tax credit transition, and putting our school on strong financial footing. I'm pleased to report that we just completed that transaction and our fund balance is strong. This will allow us to build up reserves each year and invest more funds in student learning. We've also strengthened our instructional program and are investing in teaching and learning by retaining effective teachers and leaders and staff, increasing significantly the compensation of our teachers, and creating transparency in compensation structures. Onboarding new skilled teachers, leaders, and staff, investing in coaching and professional development to support, build, and retain effective leaders, teachers, and staff. Developing and implementing best practices for school operations so that our teachers, leaders, and staff can focus on enabling our students to learn, grow, and achieve. Implementing effective board governance practices, working through committees, and using dashboards and other tools to monitor and support continual school improvement in teaching and learning operations and finance. In 2017-18, we held a weekend-long retreat and began a year-long visioning and action planning process. We reviewed school performance data across all the sectors. We surveyed and interviewed parents, community partners, school and charter sector leaders. We met with families, students, staff, to understand what they value most about Meridian and to hear their hopes and dreams. We then analyzed data, input, and feedback and developed a vision for our next decade. One school, one community, one city, the world intersects at Meridian. To capitalize on our school's diversity and continue to improve student learning, achievement, and growth. To partner with our community to build wraparound services and enrichment opportunities to better support students and their families. To expand learning beyond the classroom into the city while we prepare our students to give back to our community and become global citizens. We've outlined an ambitious and exciting vision for Meridian, and I am humbled to be leading these efforts along with my fellow board members as we enter the next 5-year phase. And now I'd like to turn it over to Candace.
Thank you, Edie, and the Public Charter School Board members. I am Candace Bobo, and I've served as resident leader and head of school at Meridian Public Charter Schools since April of 2016. I am honored to speak about our progress and growth with you over the past 2.5 years. With me is Ebony Crawford, our elementary school principal, and Shelly Anderson, our middle school principal. Meridian is one among the most diverse charter schools in the city. Our student body contains a mix of African American, Latino, Hispanic, African, Asian, and white students. Approximately 30% of our students are English learners. Our ELL population is our fastest growing demographic, growing by over 30% in the past 3 years. 50% of our students live within a mile of the school, and we serve students from all 8 wards of the city. But our largest student population continues to be the families of our community. Over 1 in 3 students live within 1/2 mile of our school. We have among the largest concentration of students within close proximity to the school within the charter sector. I came to Meridian when the school faced a number of challenges. The school had not prepared for the instructional shifts required by the more rigorous PARCC test, and student scores sorely lagged as a result. Additionally, we had grown quite quickly, moving into a new middle school space, and the school underestimated the challenges this growth would present for the school. Teacher and staff attrition was high, and a culture of high expectations for student learning was missing. Immediately, we recognized that key changes needed to be made to improve achievement outcomes and infuse the joy of learning into the school community. We focused on improving our instructional model and curriculum resources rapidly to better meet student needs, implementing more rigorous curricula and supports for students, including targeted intervention groups and tutoring. We invested in resources critical to improve student outcomes, quality curriculum, technology, and teachers. We retained our best educators and recruited new high-performing leaders and teachers. We also implemented pay increases to ensure that we could retain and continue to grow our staff while investing in professional development. We invested deeply in coaching our teachers and leaders to provide teachers and leaders with the supports they needed to enable students to learn, grow, achieve, and develop socially and emotionally. We rebuilt trust with the Meridian community, working with families, staff, and students to bring the community together to support student success. We implemented a socio-emotional learning curriculum and robust multi-tiered system of supports to ensure that students are supported academically as well as socially and emotionally. We recognized the middle school was overcrowded, and we strategically reduced enrollment to reduce overcrowding and reduce class size. And we are now methodically increasing class size to create stable cohorts. And we invested in building effective and streamlined operations. We onboarded a new director of operations, maximized efficiency across the school, and implemented best practice systems to ensure successful operations over the long term. In short, we built systems, processes, and people to create a culture of high achievement and support for students and high performance for adults. We are very proud of what we have achieved. Overall, we have an almost 18-point gain on the PMF over the past 2 years. Student growth on the PARCC test outpaced that of all but 4 schools in the district. To give you more context regarding our growth, our student growth across 3rd through 8th grades is in the top quartile of all schools, charter and DCPS. Students at Meridian are growing at faster rates than their peers nationally and in DC by over 10 median growth points. This type of growth is what closes the achievement gaps, moving students faster who are behind to catch up and exceed. While overall proficiency rates are not yet at the city average, the gap in ELA from the city over the past 3 years has decreased twofold, and math gains are narrowing in the gap. The fact is that students at Meridian were 3 to 7 grade levels behind. Each year for the past 2 years, we have been closing the gap, and within the next 2 years, based on the rates of growth our students are making, we will expect proficiency rates to match and exceed the city's rates. The proficiency rates have begun to already improve in just 2 years. Last year, our ELL students' proficiency on the ELA exam exceeded the state average for the first time. Though we serve a significant at-risk population, approximately 50% of our students are identified as at-risk. Our at-risk student group scored above the state average on the ELA exam as well. And this achievement will continue to climb. We know that we still have a ways to go, but we cannot dismiss the rapid growth students are making. The achievement of our largest subgroup, ELL students, is essential to our overall school progress. Our ELL students are not only reaching proficiency rates above citywide averages in ELA, they are also improving their English language skills at rates above the city average on the ELL access test. Additionally, we are investing in outcomes for students with disabilities. We applied for and received $225,000 CEIF grant to support improvement in our services and supports for students with disabilities, which is supporting specific research based on intervention programs and social emotional supports. While academic changes are the crux of the process on the PMF, we have been equally committed to improving students' social and emotional well-being. We have invested in adding 4 critical positions to support students and families, including a school psychologist, 2 social workers, 2 social workers, and an early childhood wellness coach. We've implemented an expansive RTI program, which includes academic and behavioral support. These investments have changed our school culture, with suspension rates declining from a high of more than 9.4% when I arrived, to 7.7% last year, to 2.5% this year. At the same time, school attendance has improved 2 percentage points. In addition to PMF growth and success, as Edie explained, our financial picture and balance sheet are strong. Through sound operations and by investing resources in places where they matter most, teaching and learning, we have built our fund balance by more than $2 million over the last 2.5 years, and we are projecting that we will end this school year with more than 100 days of cash on hand. And excitement about our school is growing. This year, our booth at EdFest was overwhelmed with interested parents and families. Meridian's middle school earned a 4-star rating on the new statewide framework out of 5 stars. Both our elementary and middle schools were rated among the top third of all DC elementary and middle schools, charter and DCPS. Our teachers and leaders are staying and growing. Last year, Meridian retained 87% of effective and highly effective teachers and leaders. We know that academic improvement starts with the classroom, where talent, passion, and empathy are evident in our rooms. Overall, we have seen tremendous growth over the past 2 years in achievement and learning, as well as in our school culture. And this is just the beginning. As Edie shared with you, the families, the staff, the community led by this board has defined a vision. 1 school, 1 community, 1 city. The world intersects at Meridian. 5 years from now, Meridian's story will not only be about improvement and growth, but about implementing the vision. Thank you.
might forgive us if we had fewer questions at this point, but I'll just start off with just a little bit of, first of all, congratulations on what has been really marked improvement. I think one of the questions for me in the turnaround space is how do we not just get schools off of our radar, but get schools that everyone would want to send their students to. And I know there's more work to do, but the trend line is dramatic and positive. I'd love to hear the work you've done of engaging parents and families and the larger community in that work and bringing sort of teachers along in that, because I can't imagine that hasn't been a part of this.
Yes, it's been a huge part of it. When I started at Meridian in April of 2016, I did two things from the very beginning. The first was I sent a letter to all of the parents in the community, letting them know that myself was coming in as head of school and the school was beginning their work with 10 Square. I then held a series of coffee talks with families where they could come in during the school day and after school to meet with me and board members to talk about the transition, why it was happening, what had happened to the previous administration, and what our plan was moving forward. The work that we were going to engage in, we were honest about it being difficult work. We were honest about it, changes that needed to be made. They shared with us what their concerns were. They talked to us about what they had seen happening at the school over the past few years. And so we engaged in that transparent dialogue from the very beginning, and I always made sure that I was accessible to them. The other thing that I did was in the first 3 weeks that I was there, I made it a point to meet with every staff member who worked at the school. It was over 100 people. I sat down and had a one-on-one face-to-face conversation with each teacher and staff member at the school so that I fully understood their experience and what they have been going through over the past few years. And it helped me to identify some priorities and things that needed to happen so that I began immediately to try to build trust and to rebuild the school culture. And so I think those two key things from the beginning were very important. And I've made it a point to be transparent in everything that I've done throughout my time working at the school. It's a continued process throughout the 2.5 years that I've been there. I've continued to work to make sure that parent engagement stays a priority. We instituted monthly conversations with me and parents, bagels with Bobo, and we would have a different topic each month, and it gave them some face time with me. I got to know them, got to know their children, met in the classrooms. We also have very involved parent board members. So our parent board members are very active, they're very engaged, and they're very invested in this process as well. So it also helps that me to keep a pulse on what the community needs, what their wants are. We have a good family engagement team that lets me know what's going on, and then that helps me to inform the work that I'm doing with the rest of the administrative team.
Thank you. Any other thoughts, remarks? Okay. So I will then entertain a motion. Dunn Soifer, who's on the phone, is recused from Meridian and Perry Street. So just to flag both of those. So for the Meridian vote, can I have a motion?
I move to conditionally continue the charter of Meridian Public Charter School with the conditions as proposed by staff.
Thank you, Steve. Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, I have 2 seconds. All in favor of the motion to move forward with the continuation of the charter?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. 6 votes. Congratulations. Let's move forward. Thank you.
Our next school is going to be Perry Street Prep. If the delegation from the school would like to join me, please. Perry Street Prep is a single campus school that educates students in grades pre-kindergarten to 8. Perry Street Prep has also not met the minimum PMF scores required in its charter agreement. However, the school has shown consistent improvement in its overall PMF scores. The school's scores have improved every year and gone up by over 20 points in the last 3 years, with its score in the last years its highest score yet and well above its minimum target. Despite the improvement, DC PCSB staff do have some lingering concerns about the school, namely low proficiency rates in math, enrollment, which is often lower than the school's projections, and the impending end of the school's relationship with its turnaround organization. Separate and apart from the determination of the school's goals and student academic achievement expectations, the school has not materially violated the law and has not engaged in a pattern of fiscal mismanagement. Based on the above findings, staff recommend that the board vote to continue the school and find the school has met its goals because of the consistent improvement in overall PMF scores. Staff also recommends including 2 conditions with the continuance, which will address lingering concerns about the school's performance. These are outlined in the vote proposal. With that, I'd like to turn it over to the staff to introduce themselves and read any opening statements that you might have.
Hello, I'm Cindy Brown, Chair of the Board.
Rachel Crouch, President. I'm sorry, Principal. I would like to be President.
Kelly Smith, Director of Operations.
And my name is Darwin Bagley. I'm a parent board member.
Okay. Thank you, members of the DC Charter Board, for inviting us here tonight to speak with you about Perry Street Prep and our journey over the past 20 years. My name is Cindy Brown, and I am the board chair. I joined the Perry Street Prep Board in 2008 and have led the school from among its lowest points, the closure of the high school in 2014, to today, when we are on the brink of reaching Tier 1. In the summer of 2015, our board made the difficult decision to undertake holistic school improvement and partnered with 10 Square. At the time, our P&S score was declining. Our operations and finances were raising red flags, and we recognized that without immediate changes, the path we were on would fail students. Parents and community members like Darwin, who you will hear from tonight, along with PCSB leadership, were the critical voices, along with our board's observations, that catapulted us to change. 3 years later, our PMF score has jumped 30 points from school year 14-15. We have stable leadership, strong teacher retention, and a board that is committed to strong governance practices and ensuring we continue on an improvement trajectory. With a team of over 10 Square coaches in literacy, math, leadership, data and finance operations, and talent sourcing have worked alongside our leaders and staff to build internal capacity and implement enduring systems while getting the support we need. The past 3 years have not only focused on academic and financial improvements, but also on strengthening our governance. Our board has embraced practices of best governance, which have been critical to the school's improvement. While 4 of our board members, including Darwin, have stayed on, the rest of our board has turned over. Today, we hold ourselves and leaders, including 10 Square, accountable. We have developed leadership evaluation tools aligned to school goals and accountability. We use a dashboard that tracks our progress against set goals for the PMF and non-academic factors such as truancy, teacher attrition, and special education compliance that provides us with charter school and state sector context and comparison. We have institutionalized our governance practices to ensure our work does not diminish with board change. We have an active finance committee which tracks our finances against school budgets and has been a driver of our financial restructuring. Our board accountability, improvement, and commitment does not end with the progress we've made. We are committed to comprehensive and sustainable school improvement path. We've shown tremendous improvement in our overall PMF scores, student growth rates, and re-enrollment rates. However, we know that we have more work to do to improve our students' academic proficiency, especially in math. Last, school improvement takes time. As the board began to uncover the challenges the school faced, the board united in a steadfast commitment to the school. We did not shy away from the challenge. We systematically worked with our leaders in 10 Square to implement a strategic improvement process. The multi-year approach we undertook was among the most critical elements to our success, focused each year on tangible gains in student outcomes and organizational improvements. Our partnership with 10 Square began with significant intervention from 10 Square specialists on all aspects of our school: academics, operations, data, talent, and human resources, finances, and compliance. Over the past 4 years, we brought in new talent and grew our existing talent. Many of our own leaders and staff now do much of the work that 10 Square specialists began. We look forward to continuing our push for Tier 1 in partnership with 10 Square, and we will provide a plan to PCSB that outlines the next phase in our journey. Before I turn it over to Darwin Bagley, I want to thank the Perry Street Prep leaders, students, and staff, along with my fellow board members, for their tireless work and focused drive that has yielded these results. None of this success would be attainable without the leadership and dedication of Principal Rachel Crouch and Director of Operations Kelly Smith, and our entire Perry Street Prep staff, families, and students. Thank you all.
Thank you. My name is Darwin Bagley. I'm the parent board member. I want to give you a little history of the school. When we first got there, I have 2 daughters, and it was Hyde. So they moved over to a new building, then it changed to Perry Street. We had, I don't even know if we had a start time. Kids were dropped off anywhere between 8, 9, whenever the parents wanted to drop them off. Teachers would show up anytime they wanted to. Sometimes they would teach, other times they wouldn't. If you walked in the lower level, the lowest grades were, it was like a sunny day. It was nice and quiet. Kids were learning. You go upstairs, it's like the city. You had ambulances, fire trucks. You had people laughing, fighting, kids going in the wrong bathrooms. Teachers got the headphone with their heads down. If during testing, we really had no testing because teachers didn't care, so the kids didn't care. During park, teachers have their headphones on. Kids would write their name and go to sleep or walk out the building and leave. And that was like every day at our school. There were fights, high suspensions, high teacher turnover. We had a board. The only time they stepped into school was after 6:30 when all the kids were gone. Okay, so I'm gonna tell you, when 10 Square came in, did not like them. Could not stand them, because all I've heard was, as a parent, it's changed. We had 3 heads and everybody was gonna change the school, make it better. It never changed. So it took a little while to get used to 10 Square, and they were pushing numbers and everything, but as a parent, all I wanted to know was, how are you gonna prove my daughter? Am I gonna get a good education? So they got rid of a bunch of teachers the first year. Next year was a little bit better. I remember one year, my daughter's in 3rd grade. Her teacher came in midday, just said she quit and walked out. So they had to combine classes. So my daughter took 3rd and 4th grade in 1 year. Okay, she was a top 3rd grader, so she passed 3rd grade, and then they moved her into 4th grade, so she ended up being the top 4th grader. So then, instead of her going back, had her tested, she did 5th grade the next year. So there was some teaching going on. But for the most part, you would not want to go into that school. Now, between these 3 ladies, we got a new board. They're more engaging with the parents. Before, let's say if you came to an event, it would look like a nightclub the way they were dressed. You had no men coming to the school. Rachel put in a program to get more men involved. It was donuts with dads. So now you had dads dropping their kids off and coming into the school, where before they would stay out in the parking lot and drop them off. So everything about this school is improved. And tell you what, now I was blessed. I have my daughters graduated. They got 5 every year on Park. My one oldest daughter was valedictorian. My oldest daughter now goes to Banneker, where she has a 3.8. My other daughter goes to Basis, where she has a 3.8. My youngest daughter comes back to the school, helps with the teachers, helps grade, papers and everything. My oldest daughter comes back sometimes, talk to the students. So all this has been since the change. Now, I had to do my part. I mean, it was rough, because I did my part, but they helped out too. And now we have a good school. It's not where it should be, but it's a lot better compared to what it was before. Before, if any of y'all walked into school, board member in the school, they would have got on the microphone, announced y'all, the kids with disabilities, they would have shipped them downstairs in a cold room and left them there. That's the way it was. Now, we don't have kids with disabilities. I mean, technically we do, but everybody's treated the same. So the parents are more involved. The kids like being at the school. They're treated with respect. So now, if my kids, if they hadn't closed the high school, both my kids would have still been at Perry Street Prep. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So you may want the president title, but I think he just earned it.
President checking in.
We at least had the sense to put him on the board.
Good evening, everyone. As I stated before, my name is Rachel Crouch, principal of Perry Street Prep, not president. I've been the principal of Perry Street Prep for 4 years now. As a first-year principal, Perry Street Prep was a large undertaking as our challenges were great and our academic results were significantly below an acceptable standard. With our passion for education and 10 Square's unlimited support, we were able to make strides in both academic proficiency, school culture, and family engagement. This team of dedicated educators fought to create a school that we all knew our children deserved. Today, we enroll 367 students. Our student body over the past 3 years is showing greater levels of need. Our special education population, now 17% of our student body, has grown substantially in the past 3 years from a low of 10%. Our ELL population has grown fivefold to now reach 10%. Our homeless student population has increased sixfold to 15%, and our at-risk numbers continue to hover around 50%. Finding the right partners extended beyond school improvement. We also partnered with Appletree in 2015. Through this partnership, our students are meeting kindergarten readiness, and we are closing achievement gaps before students enter the critical testing years in 3rd grade. The best evidence by our K-2 MAP results, this is best evidence by our K-2 MAP results, which last year were near the PMF targets for both math and reading and have consistently improved over the past 3 years. As students get stronger in foundations in preschool and pre-K and Appletree, we are able to maintain and build upon the skills they have attained to focus on students reaching proficiency by 3rd grade or in 3rd grade. While our proficiency rates have not yet reached citywide averages, the best measure of student achievement at Perry Street Prep is growth. Recognizing that students, when the improvement efforts began, were anywhere from 3 to grade levels behind. We know we cannot get everyone to grade level in 1 to 2 years, but what we can do is move students faster than their peers in the district across the nation for states taking part. In school year 17-18, student growth as compared to the nation exceeded the DC average by 10 points in ELA and math. Further, every one of our subgroups had growth far exceeding the city median. To put this in perspective, our students were growing faster than 2 out of 3 students in the district as compared to their peers nationally and locally. And just to repeat that one more time, to put it in perspective, our students were growing faster than 2 out of 3 students in the district as compared to their peers nationally and locally. I do want to highlight one of our subgroups, our special education students. As I noted, our SPED population increased 70% over the past 3 years and makes up 25% of our PARCC test takers, amongst the highest rate in the charter sector. Growth for SPED students last year was 67 in ELA and 57 in math. As PCSB notes, the growth for students with disabilities is amongst the highest in the charter sector. We have strategically augmented our SPED supports, implemented research-based interventions, and currently support 3 self-contained classrooms and have a full co-teaching model in grades 3 through 8. Rather than hide or ignore our subgroups, we face our reality and implement supports which have resulted in this growth. Just last Friday, IC recognized us on their DC All-Star Tour for our growth for all of our students, and specifically highlighting our growth for our students with disabilities. So while proficiency rates are not where we want them to be, we know with the continued focus on exponential growth, we will reach our proficiency goals. Our academic improvement is coupled with our school culture turnaround. In 2015, the suspension rates for K-8 were 26%. Today, our suspension rate for school year 18-19 is 0%. We should have got more claps for that, but 0% suspensions this school year. Okay. Attendance rates have also improved by 2.5 points to exceed the charter sector. And most telling, parents and students are overwhelmingly satisfied with our efforts. Our re-enrollment rates improved by 24 percentage points to 85% last year. We're extremely proud of that. All of these improvements are a direct result of creating and/or changing our internal systems and processes. We added additional staff to our team. We added systems like Class Dojo that keep families connected to us and us connected to them at all times. As Cindy mentioned, building a team of talented teachers, leaders, and staff needed to make the changes we've achieved was a cornerstone of our improvement. Last year, our teacher retention exceeded 90% as we have built a team of committed individuals eager to improve the academic outcomes of our students. We've attracted a new talent and supported them through coaching. Our improvement has been enduring, methods, and strategic, all emphasizing the use of data. For each factor, we know the data, we know the student. And we know that we can't do this without a team of teachers committed to a growth mindset. Our ultimate goal is Tier 1. We are 4 points away. That's not written down, but I just want to let everyone know. The improvement we've achieved cannot be attributed solely to the work of one person, but to an entire team that utilizes collaboration, support, and feedback. These results are reflective of the coaching our teachers receive in ELA and math, the data support our team receives to synthesize and prioritize data points which leverages outcomes, the systems and processes we've implemented, and the day-to-day improvement we make in real time. Because of the commitment to improving academic outcomes for all of our students demonstrated by our entire team, partners, and board, we are able to share these positive results with you all. Thank you.
I know this is getting long, guys, but we're really proud of our work. I echo the sentiments of my colleagues here and want to thank you for having us. I'm Kelly Smith and have served in partnership with Rachel over the past 4 school years as a school leader at Perry Strip Prep, and I've been specifically focused on restructuring our finances and operations. As you can read in our 20-year review, Perry Street Prep is now in a very strong financial position. It has been a multi-year initiative to implement the best practices of refocusing all of our spending and directly connecting our allocations to student outcomes. In addition to our growing per pupil revenues, with the support of 10 Square, we have secured over $1.6 million in competitive grants. These federal funds awarded by OSSI have helped us bridge the gap for our students who needed additional supports, in particular in academics and mental health. These funds have allowed us to invest in our new vision for Perry Street. We've purchased research-based curriculum, assessments, and intervention programs. We've invested in coaching. We've brought in additional expertise of clinicians in the fields of social work, applied behavior analysis, reading, and other related services for our students with disabilities. Through this financial transition, teacher pay has increased across the board over the last 3 years with the implementation of Perry Street's first teacher pay scale. Additionally, we have worked each year to increase our ratio of staff working directly with students on a daily basis. As you heard from Rachel, we believe investing in our talent management is what has shifted our culture. So much of our work in shifting operations has been about becoming malleable and responsive to our current student needs. We're working to find the right partners to make our work efficient and to make our work effective. These partnerships include that of Appletree and that great success they have found in early childhood. Perry Street Prep is currently growing, but we're growing at a cautious pace because we want to stay focused on student outcomes. We've increased each year for the past 3, and while we will continue to backfill at older grades, we're focused on growing by just 1 cohort per year, starting at the bottom, ensuring that the majority of our students have a strong educational foundation in their early grades. Our enrollment plans put us over 500 students in the near future, and while we will not shy away from growth, our focus is going to be very strategic and not exponential. Alongside our changing academic outcomes, we're very excited to welcome our students, families, and staff into our changing building. At the start of the next school year, we will have completed $750,000 worth of investment funded by a competitive SOAR grant to completely renovate our entryway, update our classroom doors, and improve our entire security system. We'll be welcoming people into a school that was built to make them feel like it was a place for them, but also that it was a safe place. We're extremely proud of the results at Perry Street Prep. We're excited to share our story with a broader community as we're currently working with WestEd on a research-based dissemination grant project as well. The transformation and reorganization of Perry Street Prep has been what all of us believe is the greatest evidence that high academic outcomes for all students are attainable. Thank you, and we welcome your questions.
Thank you. Thank you. Do any of our board members have any questions or comments?
I truly enjoyed visiting the school recently. I will say that this is backtracking, but not. Hearing what 10 Square was able to do for you all was a consideration, and being able to think through the amount of time that you all had with them was also a consideration. To hear the gains that you have made in such a short period of time, it creates a sense of hope. And I'm happy, to say the least, that you all are planning to continue to do the work to improve. And with the conditions set here, I think that we'll be able to see what can be set forth for other schools that are in similar circumstances, what's possible. So thank you all for your commitment and doubling down on making the necessary changes. When I was in the school, I think I commented and said that this was like, what's the movie? Lean on Me? And so it's always great to hear a story of change and redemption. So thank you for that commitment and continuing to be a beacon of hope. Thank you.
So I'll just have one quick question, hopefully quick. I know you all are going to be submitting as part of our conditions the plan moving forward that is less reliant on a service provider. Could you share a little bit of how you're thinking about the transition?
I think we've thought a lot about building internal capacities, and we've done that. So I think that's something that we know we're prepared for immediately, but we will continue to use their support through. We have had tremendous growth in our staff who do enrollment and data analysis that had no experience with that 4 years ago. We have one internal coach right now, and we will grow in the coaches that we have on our staff from some of our teacher leaders. So I think the exciting part is that our 10 Square has done the legwork of getting us prepared to not need them. And I think we feel really confident about that.
But we may continue with,
Can you
reduced way, with 10 Square. You know, we're a freestanding charter school. We're not part of a network. And there are supports that come in the bigger networks. And so we need to be sure we have support to continue. But under the leadership of these two, I mean, we're not, in terms of what we need as we go along, and we'll be very carefully studying that.
Well, we'll look forward to seeing the plan.
And it will all be outlined in the...
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, we're going to write it all out for you by, isn't it March 31st?
Yeah. No, I wanted a preview. Thank you. All right. No other comments? Again, Don Soifer is recused from this vote. Can I get a motion?
I move to conditionally continue the charter of Perry Street Preparatory Public Charter School with the conditions as proposed by staff.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. All right. 6 votes. Got it. Thank you. Congratulations.
Our next school is going to be Roots. If the delegation from Roots could please join me. Roots Public Charter School is a single campus school which educates students in grades pre-kindergarten to 5th. The school has chosen 8 charter goals for the purpose of this review. Of these goals, the school has partially met 2, substantially met 1, and fully met the 5 remaining goals. Overall, the school has met its goals and academic achievement expectations as outlined in its charter. Staff has also found that the school is fiscally viable. While staff have found that the school has not made a material violation of the law, there are 2 areas of non-compliance which remain concerning. First, the school has not timely complied with requirements from the Office of the State Superintendent to submit a corrective action plan to address its child find obligations to students with disabilities. Second, the school is not fully compliant with the requirements regarding procurement contracts under the law and DC PCSB policy. Based on these findings, staff recommend that the school receive a charter continuance with the conditions that it correct the compliance issues that I mentioned. I will now turn it over to school staff.
Good evening. My name is Rashiki Kirkendall. I'm the Vice Principal of Roots Public Charter School.
Good evening. My name is Bernita Thompson. I'm the founding principal at Roots Public Charter School.
Good evening. My name is Winifred Wright. I'm Director of Program Compliance and the SEC.
I would like to say thank you for inviting us here, and we are so happy to be here to review 20 years. Our school offers a culturally relevant, African-centered, and academically stimulating curriculum, and our goal is to guide students toward academic excellence, exemplary character, and social responsibility. People who see Roots students always say how different they are than other students they have seen, because our students are so well-mannered and so socially conscious. We pride ourselves in having a very high teacher retention, administration retention, board retention. We even have alumni that are on our staff. And so we are an anchor in our community, and everyone in our community looks for us and looks to us for guidance. We believe in educating the whole child, caring, self-esteem, structure, and discipline. Our children compete in the citywide spelling bee, the citywide geography bee, the citywide STEM science fair. They do many very complicated classroom projects. They have portfolios of their work that prove that they are mastering their work. We take them on many field trips, and they have many cultural experiences. And we're very pleased that you have invited us here for the 20-year review.
And I just want to speak specifically to the procurement that we were out of compliance with OSSI. That has been resolved. Actually, all of our procurement contracts have been submitted into Epicenter. I think we had a deadline of January 15th, and there was just a miscommunication between switching over vendors for our National School Lunch Program that kept us out of compliance, but that's been resolved as of today. And I think Ms. Wright will speak to the child fine part of our recommendation.
As of June 22nd, we had a new child fine, improved child fine policy, which was approved by OSSI. This was our first year as our own LEA, or independent charter. I think we did very well. We had a consultant who used to be our LEA rep when DCPS was our LEA for special education. But we participated in the Public Charter Board's QSR. We received 100%, and we met all of the goals. And it took about a year, but we did it. And our policy has been approved. There's one thing we have to do by January the 11th, and that's a workshop for our staff solely dedicated to the child find policy, and it's scheduled for January 8th.
And we recently hired a new SPED teacher who just received her doctorate in special education. So she's highly dedicated and highly cognizant of all of the special education rules and regulations, so that we'll remain in compliance going forward if we're allowed to continue.
Thank you. Board members, questions, remarks? All right. This one feels like it's going to be pretty straightforward. Or, sorry.
Unless another board member had a question. Yeah. Can you just share, you've been around 20 years, so some of your students have been through and gone on to adulthood. Can you share with us some of the stories of students who've been through Roots and then gone on to lead their lives?
Yes, we're very proud of our students. Many of the people that you see in Washington, D.C., wherever you go, if you go to a government agency, they're working there. Many of the people that you see when you want to get something done in your house, it's one of our Roots students. Plus, there are many of our Roots students who have gone on to college and have all of the historical Black colleges, even the colleges like Yale, and even the play that you went to see, where Brandon Jacob Jenkins, who is one of our students, is a famous playwright now in New York. As a matter of fact, and many of my students are teachers. Kimberly Worthy was a Roots student who grew up to be a teacher and then ended up being the teacher of the year one year. It's just so many of them that are doing so many things. And what I want to say is, actually, your PARCC test or any standardized test is really not the be-all about will students, grow up and be successful, because many of them grow up to be all of them grew up to be successful. All of them didn't have to go to college. They did other things. As a matter of fact, the Copa Style magazine had told me that they were going to pick a woman and a man of the year. And so they picked Marco Clark and myself, man and woman of the year, public charter school founders. When one of my students found that out, she's in New York. She is a flight attendant, okay? She's a flight attendant and she's a makeup artist. She drove from New York all the way to DC to make me up. I was so shocked. I was like, that's love. That's love. But you just don't know. When you have your children and you're giving them love and you're giving them self-esteem and they grow up to be what they want to be, you can't use these standardized tests to make it, to say they're going to make it or they're not going to make it, because they do make it. And it's the key is giving them love and self-esteem and letting them go for what they know. But yes, they are doing great. Thank you.
And Dr. Thompson opened a private school. For those who don't know, she's had a private school since 1977, and then she opened up the charter school in 1999. So right now, we pride ourselves on having 3 generations of families that have come through Roots, either on the private school side or the public charter school side. And even though we're a public charter school, we're standalone, very small, 120 students is our capacity, and we sort of operate very intentional like a private school would under the public charter school framework.
Thank you. All right, well, if there aren't any other questions, can I get a motion?
I move to conditionally continue the charter of Roots Public Charter School with the conditions as proposed by staff.
Okay, second. Okay, I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Thank you, Don. Congratulations, 7 votes. Thank you.
Our next school is going to be National Collegiate. If the delegation from the school can please join me. All right. National Collegiate is a single campus high school which educates students in grades 9 through 12. The school chose its own goals and committed to meeting 10 goals. Of the school's goals, there were 2 measurable academic goals, one for English and one for math. The school partially met its English goal and failed to meet its math goal. Of the school's remaining goals, 1 could not be measured. The school partially met 1, substantially met 2, fully met 3, and did not meet the goal measuring teacher retention. In total, the school did not meet 2 goals and fully met 3 goals. In the past 3 years of the review period, National Collegiate Prep has earned the PMF's lowest rating, Tier 3, with steadily declining scores, and in the last year was the lowest scoring of all public charter high schools. This is due to low performance on several measures of school quality, including academic proficiency, growth, high school graduation, and re-enrollment rates. Per DC PCSB's policy, any school performing in Tier 3 for 3 of the previous 5 years would be subject to a high-stakes charter review as a candidate for charter revocation, and staff will generally recommend that the school's charter be revoked if they have not met all of their goals. While staff has determined that the school has not committed material violation of the law, staff also has serious concerns about the school's ability to comply with laws and requirements. The school has struggled to provide a special education program and is undergoing corrective action with OSSI for this issue. DC PCSB is also concerned about the school's non-compliance with data and document submission requirements, which can have a negative impact on students. OSSI recently issued a notice to the school that students' class schedules had not been created for many students and were not available on the first day of school, a matter which is still under investigation. Based on these findings, staff recommends that the board vote to initiate revocation proceedings of the school's charter, with the school closing at the end of school year 2018-19. Thank you, and I'll now turn it over to the school's delegation.
Good evening. My name is Ty Johnson. I am board chair for National Collegiate Prep Public Charter High School.
Good evening. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak with you about National Prep. I'm Jennifer Ross, CEO and founder of National Collegiate Prep. I've been in education for over 20 years, began my tenure serving Anne Arundel and Fairfax counties. From there, I was heavily recruited to be a founding member of faculty of Thurgood Marshall Academy in Southeast DC. After serving 7 wonderful years at Thurgood, I decided the community of Ward 8 deserved to have more choices in education. From there, National Prep was developed and founded. I believe the community of Congress Heights had a need for a charter school for their children, so there we went. In 2008, 11 schools applied to become authorized charter schools. National Prep was the only startup approved in that cohort. National Prep was developed based on professional experience, guided by the belief that if we gave students an opportunity for academic achievement, experiential learning, and social-emotional support due to the social ills they have endured, they in turn would look beyond fighting over neighborhoods and streets and discover there was a wonderful world of life for them to enjoy. As educators, we often say we want to prepare our students for college, but we fall short at times. To know this wonderful population in which we serve is to know we need to give them the academic, experiential, and social-emotional supports that enable them to be ready to achieve their goals as young, thriving adults. That is the jewel of National Collegiate Prep. National Prep offers experiences and opportunities that oftentimes only privileged children are exposed to. This includes the opportunity to travel abroad and be awarded a formal cotillion during their senior year. We emphasize teaching our children to value their education and to trust the process of NCP. As a result, our students have moved on to higher education as well as opening their own businesses, thus thriving with a self-determination to be lifelong learners and exploring the world as well as giving back to their community. While there is growth to achieve and opportunities to gain, we are very proud of our students' accomplishments and what National Prep did for them in the community of Ward 8. While I understand the performance concerns written in the report by your staff, I believe it gives a mischaracterization of NCP. It is not our belief that the report, it is our belief that the report does not give you the entire data and full picture of our 10 years of operation. During our presentation, we will give you the entire picture that was lost. We are not here to make excuses, instead to give you more information before you make this very important decision that will affect an entire community. In the report, it was stated that National Prep continues to miss enrollment goals. This actually is incorrect. The PCSB stopped allowing enrollment projections during the 2015-2016 school year. All budgets made from that time moving forward were based on enrollment averages given to National Prep. Further, during the 2016-17 school year, many leaders from Ward 7 and 8 charter schools met to discuss the concerns of how new schools coming to the area and how it may affect everyone's enrollment. During these discussions, a letter was developed by school leaders to request a moratorium on new schools to allow current schools to stabilize enrollment. Concerns in the report also include status of our IB program. National Prep was accredited by the International Baccalaureate Organization in 2012. Since our accreditation, we have remained in good standing with the IBO without any issue. Washington, D.C. as a city has demonstrated a disparity in awarding IB diplomas for at least a 10-year period. As a matter of fact, a former Tier 1 charter school never awarded an IB diploma during its 20 years in operation. While it's our desire for our students to have the opportunity for an IB diploma and exposure to this curriculum, we follow the IB mission that believes the exposure and experiential learning in this program will engender students to perform better in their college years. Another concern listed in the report gave the impression that National Prep is fiscally unstable. The whole picture is that National Prep has never been awarded any foundation funds either during startup nor throughout our tenure of operation. Many schools receive foundation funds, which allow for a much larger day cash on hand at the end of the fiscal year. However, through board commitment and engagement, while those funds have never been awarded to us, it is in 10 years of operation, National Prep has never missed a pay period, remained competitive in teacher pay. We do not carry long-term debt. We have never had a finding in any audits. We maintain good standing with United Bank to include a $250,000 line of credit. Further, we maintain Tier 2 status in the Public Charter School Board FAR report. This is all done while maintaining all programs as promised to the community in which we serve. I want to remind the board that while we are not perfect and we have growth to develop, we have accomplished 8 of 9 of our charter goals. During our discussion of goals, we will discuss goal number 5 and how we assert, in fact, that we have attained that goal. I thank you for the opportunity for us to speak, board members, administrators, and our legal representation for this opportunity. It is our hope that you may consider a third option instead of revocation. Give us the opportunity to develop conditions regarding our goals and keeping these seats open for our students. I will now pass this on to our legal representative.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Sherry Ingram. I apologize for being late to the stage. I have a cold and it's starting to catch up with me a little bit, but I will turn now to address some of the legal framework that I want you to think about as you assess the school's performance. You've heard me say the School Reform Act requires the assessments, the district-wide assessments, to be valid, reliable, and unbiased for the purposes for which they're being used. NCP has 2 goals that are based on the PARCC assessments. Goal 1, which is an ELA proficiency assessment, and Goal 2, which is a math proficiency assessment. When NCP selected its goals, it assumed that these district-wide assessments would be valid, reliable measures, and that they would include a growth measure. And over the 5-year period that they're under review, 4 years of the PARCC, you haven't had that growth measure. So those assumptions have not proven to be true, they've proven to be false. The other issue is that the math test isn't testing general proficiency in a subject, it's testing geometry. That is the test that is given. There is a math test that is a more general test called an integrated math test, which some schools, 2 charter schools in the district give. Basis and District of Columbia International give that test instead of geometry, but the majority of schools and the majority of public schools give this geometry test. So what you're testing is proficiency in geometry. As a result, the absence of growth data and the lack of what we believe is real proficiency data, in National Collegiate Prep submitted NWEA MAP data. And if you read the staff's report, you'll see that they don't consider that data to be reliable because of what they call a low participation rate. This is something I want to address when you start to talk about which is more reliable, the PARCC or this MAP data. I want to clear something up first, though. I am not opposed to standardized tests. I'm not even opposed to the PARCC for the purposes for which it could be used, which is it a valid content, is it content valid? If it's testing geometry, is it a valid test of geometry? We're not disputing that. It's content specific, however, which means that it is only testing geometry. It's not testing general proficiency. Same thing with the ELA. I'm focused mostly on the math because the staff did find that it partially met its ELA goal, and for brevity, I'm going to focus on math. These arguments apply to the ELA test as well. The PARCC will not measure growth in math. Even though we have a growth measure now for 1 year, it won't tell you growth in math because it doesn't take into account where a student comes into the school. And if you look behind tab 5, and I'm not asking you to turn there, I want to be brief. With this school, only 5.2% of their students enter on grade level in English, and only about 16, that's the average over 5 years, enter on grade level in math. If you look over the years, 2016, less than 7% of the students in English or math entered on grade level. So what that means is when they take their geometry test in the 10th grade year, all it's telling you is that they haven't accessed that content. And behind tab 9, we have a letter from the Office of the State Superintendent explaining that to leaders, that when you switch to the park, you're going to go from a DC CAS test that sort of tested grade level to a more content-specific test that is only going to tell you whether a student has accessed that content. We know that one of the reasons that our students do not perform well on the park is they're not ready for it yet. They're not ready for that 10th grade geometry test. As a result, we don't think it's a valid measure, and in contrast, we focus on the MAP data because even though the MAP data suggests that there is a lower participation rate, that's actually a validation rate. It's not a participation rate. The school gives the MAP test in the fall to all of the students. It is a general proficiency test. It adjusts up and down based on where the student is answering questions, so it gives them a good baseline in the fall, and then they give it every single year. And so they are able to use that data to see how a student is performing. One thing we know is that NWEA, if you turn to tab 5, this is where you're getting into the debate about what is a participation versus what is a validation test. NWEA will kick out scores. It'll either invalidate them or it'll give you no data at all for a score based on business rules that it applies. And those are, if it sees a student randomly guessing on the NWEA test, the MAP test, it kicks that score out or gives you no data. If it sees that a student didn't really complete the test, it kicks that out and doesn't give you any data. For other reasons that they believe the tests are not valid and reliable, they'll give you no data. And so what you're getting is not really a participation rate, that's a validation rate, where MAP has made the decision to throw out what it considers to be invalid scores. Now, what's behind tab 5 is a double-edged sword, but I'm going to swing it because it's the truth. If you look, you'll notice you have a lot of, what we did is we took our fall MAP test and our spring MAP test, and down the middle, the student's grade level, and on the left-hand side by the fall MAP test, you'll see their park score. Because it occurred to me, if they're guessing, tab 6, tab 5 is the grade level equivalence. Tab 6, I'll give you a minute to get there. This is a comparison of fall MAP tests and spring MAP tests, and what I asked the staff at the school to do is line up all the students who got a level 1 or a level 2 on the park, and then tell me what they did on their MAP test so I could see. Because I think it's naive to think that a student that is coming into their MAP test in the fall excited to be at school, but just randomly guessing or only spending 20 or 30 minutes or whatever reason, some of them may be coming in, the MAP test we know is adjusting to their grade level. That is a test they should be able to do. I think it would be naive to think that the same students in the spring are going to sit down and take the park seriously. So when I lined this up to see how our students were doing level 1 and level 2, I noticed that 50% of the scores on the map were invalidated where students got a 1. So I called OSSI and I asked them for the underlying park data because I wanted to see if the same were true when students were taking park. Were they randomly guessing? Were they spending only 20 minutes on a test that should take an hour and a half? Were they only answering part of the question? And the response was, you can't have the data. These are business rules. We have psychometricians on staff who look at this. So I asked them to give you the data because I just want to get to the truth. I want to see if these students are doing the same thing on the park that they're doing on MAP. Because if they are, I don't think you need a psychometrician to know that if a student's coming in and randomly guessing or not answering the whole question, not answering the whole test, spending 20 minutes on a test that ought to take an hour, that's not measuring their proficiency. And it's certainly not measuring the school's performance. What's interesting about this when you line it up, so a lot of the 1s and 2s on here, when you compare the MAP data, MAP's saying those are invalid scores. We're not going to count those because of business rules. OSSI isn't giving you the park business rules. I think they should give us both the park business rules so we can see what's being included. Why not? Because they want to have a 95% participation rate. Why? The federal government requires it. So if OSSI started invalidating the same kind of scores that MAP's invalidating, the participation rate would drop. But as I mentioned earlier, I don't think OSSE is using the PARC data the way we're using it. It's not as much of a problem for them because they're not making accountability determinations on it, so they don't necessarily need to cut and slice this data this way. Now, the other thing you'll notice, if you look down the middle, is we've got some of the students' grade levels, and you can see some of them, and this is their grade level based on where the map tests them, because again, the PARC won't tell you that. Some of them are on 4th, 5th, and 6th grade level, but what's interesting is you'll see some students that are taking this test, they're spending an hour or more on it, and they're scoring at 11th grade level in math. 3 11th grade levels, 2 10th grade levels in math. Those same students got 1s and 2s on the PARC. Well, what does that tell you? It tells you they don't do well in geometry, perhaps. Because you can see they were trying on their map data. They were trying to take the map test. They scored a baseline of 10th and 11th grade, but then they get a 1 and the 2 on the PARC because the PARC's just testing geometry. So when we look at the staff's complaints about the participation validation rate, you have to compare how much of this PARC data actually has baked into it the same kinds of problems. And this is without even talking about the decline, the at-risk bias or the decline that you see when scores drop. That's why we think the map data is a more reliable measure, both of proficiency and of growth.
So just so I understand, you're suggesting that we use the NWA data instead of the PARC data because the NWA throws out.
I think it's two things. One, the school substantially met its goals in English. And then when you look at math, and I'll show you this in a minute, yes, its PARC scores are not as high as we would like them to be. I think their PARC scores declined. This school took the test, by the way, 2 years on paper. And so compare the 2 years on paper of the PARC with the 2 years off paper on computer, and you're going to see this dramatic drop. So I think you do need to look at the PARC scores on math and see, am I right? Do you see that big drop? 2 years, they had a waiver. We didn't put that in the binder because of so much we've got in front of you, but this school took the test 2 years on paper. First 2 years of the PARC, they have high scores. Then the last 2 years of the PARC, they took it on computer. They didn't forget to educate the students in 2 years. There is a computer effect there, so I think you need to look at that. I'm not saying ignore it. You can look at the PARC data, but when you look at it, ask yourself, is it really measuring the proficiency of this school when it is a geometry test in math? And I'm showing you growth data and NWEA data, and you don't know what is baked into those PARC scores. First, we don't know if the computer-based testing is baked into it. We know bias is baked into it, but we haven't had adjustments. Then we don't know how much of that low PARC score, you imagine, if you've got students that are randomly guessing and only answering part of the questions, and their scores count as 1s and 2s, it's just going to drag everything down. And so I don't know how much, so I'm saying I'm not saying completely ignore it because it is part of the data, but I'm saying that you need to look at it in the context of whether it's actually valid and reliable for you, and I think the map data will show you that this school is actually growing in math, and it's actually, in fact, one of the years, I think we put this in our papers, the year that they scored the lowest in the PARC, they had the highest participation rates on their map test and the highest number.
Just to understand, so the argument would be they did actually meet their math score, their math goal, or that the
Well, here, this is where you have discretion, and we heard a lot about this the first time around, where schools had these goals where they would have proficiency in math, and they've met 8 out of 9 of their goals. In the past, and behind tab 11, you'll see, in the past, you have renewed the charters of schools that have substantially met their goals and have had lower math scores than this school had in the 20 years that it came up for review. And not just, this is a 20-year review. Behind tab 11, you'll see 2 schools that came up for their 20-year review, and in the last 2 years had actually lower math scores. Why did you renew it? Because they met their PMF, and that was their measure. And so here, just a moment, I'll answer your question. So I think when we're talking about consistency and you're up on review, and we heard earlier about how it matters whether it's 10 or the other school would have been around 15, this school's been around 10. The other schools that you renewed a year ago had been around 20, had lower math scores, but they met their PMFs. They had higher PMFs. They had lower math scores than this. There's examples in there where those schools came up for review with 2 years of math scores that are actually lower than this. And the other thing that you should ask yourself, and I'm sure somebody can explain it to me, is when you look at the state averages of those schools and you look at MPC state average, the state average has changed. And I can't imagine why that would be the case. Maybe somebody knows, but the state average is different a year ago for 2015 and 2016 than it is today. It went down. Did OSSI adjust it down? I don't know. That's not the point. The point is you have discretion. The school met 8 out of its 9 goals, and you've actually renewed charters of schools that have been around twice as long that had lower performance. And the other thing you could notice, and we don't have time to lay all this out in one night, but it's not just those schools met their PMFs, and I'm not saying you made the wrong decision, you made the right decision. Those schools should have been continued. They met their PMFs with lower math scores, and in one case, lower ACT scores than this school had in the same year. This school had a lower PMF. So I'm suggesting to you that for consistency's sake, when a school has met, their goal was the PMF, they met their goal with low math scores. This school has substantially met 8 out of 9 goals. And you have the discretion to determine that their charter should continue. I think with that, unless there are questions, and if you want me to, I do want to show you one thing. If you turn to tab 11, this is the last paper. You should be separated by paper. This was most striking to me, and I could give you constant examples of this. This is Somerset, which was only 5 years. Look at the dramatic drop. I think it's nearly 40 points in their ELA scores. On the park, 40 points they dropped. They dropped 40 points. They went from a 69.2 to a 28.6. Did they really? No, they didn't. Same thing in math. If you look at their math scores, they go down from a 26.9 to a 10. I'm assuming they took the park and paper one year and a computer the next. These schools did not forget how to educate people in 1 year. And so with all of that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Walden to go through the actual specifics of the park and how they've done on it, and the more specifics of the map data. But that is the framework I'd like you to keep in mind, and also sort of consistency of we're on 10-year review and they've substantially met their goals.
Can I ask one question?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, please.
Are you familiar with the public hearing and vote that this board had a year or two ago with Maya Angelou Public Charter Schools?
I'm not.
Because Maya Angelou...
Well, Maya Angelou is an alternative accountability framework. I didn't look at theirs.
The issue before the board was what percentage of tests needed to be given for this board to consider the results to be valid, and they argued that it should be a much lower percentage, and the board determined that that should not be the case, that a significant percentage of the students tested needed to be tested for the results to be valid.
Do you not want to know what's really in the data? I asked them to give it to you. I did. I asked them to give it to you. Why would you want to count scores where you know students are guessing or you know they're not completing the test? That's all I'm asking, is that you actually understand what's in the data and not just take OSSI's word for it. That's all. As for Maya Angelou, I worked on the application to get them the alternative accountability framework. They are a different school. This school, by the way, is very close to meeting some of the same metrics that would be necessary to have an alternative accountability framework, but they don't want to go in that direction because we're an IB school and we're very proud of the program, not just academically, but all of the other things it offers. And so I think when you have to think about what are you basing your decision on? How does the state average change? How did that happen? And why wouldn't they exclude these scores? And worse, why wouldn't they give you the data so that you could see what was happening?
And I would note that based on our QSR results over time, the quality of teaching did deteriorate in the most recent 2 years. So we have some evidence that this was not a random factor or a factor caused by the changing in the testing mechanism, but by the results of the teaching. And that's certainly confirmed with my personal observations when I visited the school.
Those are highly subjective, but if this board votes to initiate revocation proceedings, we certainly can line up QSRs that have had the same complaints, subgroup performance. I mean, you could go back. I haven't had the time to do it, but we will if we have to. And those are the kinds of things that run, it's just a thread that runs through things, and it seems to be a very results-oriented approach when you get down to it.
Good evening. My name is Alicia Walden, and I am the Director of Curriculum and Compliance at National Collegiate Prep. As already stated, we have met 8 of our 9 charter goals, and I'm going to address goals 1 and 2, which focus on academic achievement expectations that are based on our performance on PARC. I will also review our PARC scores for ELA and math and discuss our growth based on the NWEA MAP assessment, which we administer to students every year. To start, it is important to note that most of our students come to us multiple grade levels behind. Over the past 5 years, students enter NCP on an average 7th grade level in ELA, and only 5.2% enter on grade level. Behind tab 3, the data demonstrates that in the first 2 years of the PARC 2014-15 and 15-16, our students took the test in paper format, and NCP outperformed the state average, with getting scores 51.3, 50.9 respectively, and the state getting 42.4 and 36.9. While the data suggests there is a decline in ELA scores in 2016-17, this was the first year our students took PARC on the computer. Based on our growth, we think the decline is primarily from a change in format, not an actual decline in ELA proficiency. Our students need time to acquire and/or develop new skills necessary to adjust to the online PARC format, as historically students have taken and spent their entire academic careers taking assessments with paper and pencil. In 2017-18, our second year of testing on the computer, we saw significant increases in ELA scores, more than 8%, 8.7 to be exact, and level 3 plus at 6.6% for level 4, as students became more comfortable with using technology for testing and taking the PARC assessment on computers. We continue to use data to troubleshoot the challenges for our student population and implement strategies to meet the expectations. As you can see, we achieved greater improvement than the state, which improved about 2-3%, demonstrating that we are closing the achievement gap. You will also see that our at-risk population, which accounts for 70% of our students, continue to perform in line with state averages. Even though we know our PARC scores include tests that should be excluded and reflect students adapting to the computer format, we are still working hard to continue to improve our PARC performance. Each year, our students come into us, we give them each grade level, take the NWEA MAP assessment during the first few weeks of school. Unlike PARC, NWEA tests grades level and adjusts as students work through the test. Using the results, we establish a baseline for our new students and continue to track achievement patterns for our returning students. The fall data is then used to drive instruction as teachers participate in data talks to review data, analyze trends, set academic goals, and create learning groups. NCP's fall-to-fall data shows statistically average or better than average growth during the review period. We use fall-to-fall NWEA MAP data to measure students' academic growth for a number of reasons. First, we realize that it gives us a better baseline measure of our students' incoming ability and grade level, and it is a better measure of students' academic growth year to year. As you can see, participation rate is double what we see in the spring, and we attribute that to different factors such as testing fatigue, trauma, family issues, etc., and students do not necessarily take the test as seriously in the spring as they do in the fall. Significantly, NCP's fall-to-fall data shows the highest growth, 59%, and participation rate, 73.2% during that same year, 2016-17, that we did not do as well on the PARC. And we achieved our lowest ELA scores, which is another reason why we think and know that the decline in the PARC scores are not just a decline in proficiency, but that the students lack a familiarity with the computer format. Going on to PARC, Math PARC for Goal 2, although we did not meet it, PARC score suggests we have not performed well in math, but again, the decline has been in the last 2 years and has to do with the change in the format and actual decline in math scores. Students who are new to taking, again, the test on the PARC on the computers have difficulty, particularly also in math, just trying to get the skill down. Also, as Ms. Ingram has already mentioned, PARCC does not measure math proficiency generally. It measures whether or not the student is ability or proficiency in geometry in their 10th grade year. And we know that our students are coming to us in math. Most of them come in at the 7th grade reading level. So that means we have about 15 months for our students to grow 4 grade levels to be ready for the PARCC in the spring. At NCP, we do not teach to the test. We work to improve the overall skills that the students will be able to acquire and master as they prepare to take geometry and other standardized tests that will help them inside of NCP as well as at college. As you can see from our fall-to-fall map data, we have again achieved better or average growth in math for our students 3 out of the 4 years. Still with ELA, we are working hard to try to get them ready for PARCC without sacrificing the need to make sure they have sound general math skills, In summary, our academic program is strong, and we will continue to strive to make it even stronger. As a result, we are seeing academic growth and evidence in our NWEA ELA math scores map data. Again, let it be noted that we have met 8 of our 9 charter goals, so the board should reconsider its stance on charter revocation. I will now turn it over to Mr. Jackson, who will go over goal 4. Thank you.
Can I ask one quick question? The NWA map test, is that taken on paper or on a computer?
It's actually taken on the computer.
Thank you.
Good evening, my name is Nigel Jackson. I'm the school social worker at National Collegiate Prep. Although this goal, number 4, was substantially met, we wanted to discuss it because it allows us to tell a little bit more about our story. The data indicates that National Prep's incoming 9th graders perform academically at an average 6th and 7th grade level in ELA and math. Those academic deficiencies often correspond with student social emotional development. Therefore, we see behaviors that are more germane to 6th and 7th graders, such as hyperactivity, impulsivity, high expectations with low confidence, loud outbursts. And given these dynamics, National Prep is well aware that many of our first-time 9th graders may chronologically be 14, but in terms of their social emotional development, it's closer to 12. Consequently, National Prep has placed an emphasis on not only strategically remediating academic difficulties, but also supporting social emotional development as well. National Prep has built into its infrastructure a behavioral improvement plan to address these needs. National Prep has been trained in trauma-informed care to stay abreast of the most current research on how trauma affects student achievement, motivation, and behavior. National Prep holds a summer enrichment program for incoming 9th graders where they build rapport with the culture team and classroom teachers. These relationships are critical in as much as they acclimate the student to the school, but also allow us to begin creating a safe environment. And perhaps our most effective tool has been our restorative discipline model. With the restorative discipline approach, students who commit infractions are engaged in a multi-step process. The situation or infraction is dissected with them, and they are encouraged to be self-reflective. We're looking for them to connect the incident with other patterns in their lives and for them to become accountable. They are then taught how to solve the problem and encouraged to apply these skills in future situations. Finally, students are encouraged to atone for their part of the incident. By the time they get to high school, threats don't scare them. If we send them home for 3 days for an infraction and expect them to improve or to learn, they come back, no one's taught them. There's nothing that's been reinforced, but the restorative discipline approach is really, we've seen so many positive results from that approach. As I stated before, National Prep's incoming 9th graders are a huge emphasis for our school. It's part of the secret of our success. We place them within so many programs from the summer to their first 6 months as 9th graders, because we know that when they come in with the academic deficiencies, they're often paralleled by the social emotional development. So, for example, in 2016-17, we had a 31.6% suspension rate, which we know is high. 70% of the students that were suspended that year were 9th and 10th graders. Once we saw that trend, we implemented the restorative discipline approach. And in 17-18, we saw our suspension rate go from the previous year, 31.6, down to 3.3. And we're seeing that trend continue this year with an extremely low suspension rate. I'm going to pass it to Ms. Ross, who's going to address goal number 5.
Thank you. We feel that the goal number 5 was incorrectly calculated. For the past 3 years in our annual report, we have recorded that we have met this goal. This goal is to be measured by the number of teachers we offer to return to National Collegiate Prep. Using this calculation, we have an average of 94%. During the years of this reporting, we have never been told that the PCSB staff did not agree with our calculation before October 2018. The goal was developed and designed that we wanted to accurately record teacher satisfaction, while at that same time we wanted to address issues of if we felt that teachers weren't performing well. So it is only the calculation of teachers that we asked to return that is measured. And our goal was 90% must accept the offer if they were to return.
I just want to briefly address that point. I want to read the goal out exactly as it's written. It says, per the school's charter agreement, this goal will be measured by the percentage of the school's teachers being asked to return in order to renew their contracts, 90% or greater, as reported in a statement included in the school's annual report. The school, over the years, submitted not the number of teachers that had been asked to return, but the percentage of teachers who had been asked to return who accepted the offer. So that's a different measure than what is included in the charter. We don't judge a goals assessment every single year. We judge it when the school is up for its 5-year review. When it came time to review this goal, we noticed that the data was not what we needed to assess the goal, and we had ample time to ask the school for the data that we needed. The school submitted that data, and we put that in the report, and we marked the goal not met as we saw with the data. If the school wanted a different measure for this goal, they could have sought a charter amendment earlier along the process.
I will again assert that in our annual goals, because I have been asked about our annual goals in our writings at times, that goals are written and read by the the goals that we wrote are read by the PCSB and are questioned, and we were never asked about it until 2018 October. Further, in your writing of a report, it stated that you knew that the measurement was of the teachers that were asked to return, must be 90%. And we fulfilled that goal. That is our assertion. Thank you. The way that you're counting it would not measure teacher satisfaction, it would measure our satisfaction. In order for us to measure teacher satisfaction, it has to be of the teachers that we ask, 90% of them want to return.
I understand why you want the goal measured that way, but we measure the goal
how it was measured.
based on how it is written in the
Well, that's
charter.
how it was in the annual report.
And we don't audit the annual reports each year for accuracy.
Did you want to? Do you want to?
I can hear Dr. Brown making the point that the way that the staff has measured the goal, as Ms. Ross mentioned, only measures the school's satisfaction with its teachers. The intent was to measure the teachers' satisfaction with the school, You can only measure that by saying how many of the teachers are offered contracts returned. It would be ironic to suggest that the school could not fire 10% of its teachers if it thought they were underperforming. So the way the staff has measured it, would prohibit, in order for the school to meet that goal, it would have to take on not terminating 10% of its teachers, which if your teachers aren't performing, you need to terminate them. And Ms. Ross, I know, would have never suggested that she was going to measure her teacher satisfaction by how many teachers she had each year that she terminated. The other thing is, we did not hear about this, how the staff was going to calculate it, until they wrote it in their report. I knew they were going to calculate it this way. As soon as I read the language and as soon as they started asking us for a spreadsheet that included all of the teachers and who did you ask to return, as soon as they asked us for that data back in October, we provided it. But that was the first time that I explained to Ms. Ross, who was quite surprised that the staff was likely to calculate it this way. We did not know they were going to calculate it this way until the report actually came out. And I pointed out to her, I said, see, they're very specifically reading that language because they know now that they could sort of say that's not met based on the language, but the way they're calculated, it only measures school satisfaction with its teachers, not teacher satisfaction with the school. Thank you.
National Prep is indispensable to Ward 8. National Prep students come from a consortium of neighborhoods within a particular sector of Ward 8 that personify the term at risk. The statistics are unconscionable. 90% of homes are female-led with no husband. Highest unemployment, highest cases of children and families living in poverty, highest percentage without a high school diploma, highest crime rate, highest rates of reported mental health, it's anxiety, depression, grief and loss, trauma, highest infant mortality rate, lowest access to health care, lowest life expectancy. In fact, the life expectancy in Ward 8 is 69.8. And if you took a 2.5-mile metro ride to Ward 3, it's 85.1, 16 years difference. National Prep doesn't educate children and support families despite these statistics. It has chosen to educate children and support families because of them. Unfortunately, these statistics don't surprise anybody. The members on this board already know and are reminded through countless impassioned speeches from schools every month. Next month, you'll hear it again on just how poor and devastated the families and communities are in which they serve. National Prep wants to stress to this board that just serving families in underprivileged and under-resourced communities doesn't warrant the continuance of our charter. It's how we service those families. It's the degree to which we will go to adapt our entire school to the colossal challenges faced in educating students from the surrounding neighborhoods. National Prep inculcates the day-to-day realities of our students' lives into the fabric of our school. The aforementioned statistics are frightening, but National Prep has integrated interventions to address them. I'd like to share a few to highlight this point. We have symposiums on violence, gun reform, and racism. Students learn advocacy and participate in nationwide marches and rallies for justice. We've implemented a mindfulness course for our 9th and 10th graders to teach them self-awareness and emotional self-regulation. There's not many classrooms in Southeast that you walk by and you see 20 students meditating for 15 minutes at the beginning of class to prepare their mind and center their spirit. We have an IB program which teaches our scholars problem solving, critical analysis, time management, and allows them to see their educational experience within a global context. We have a leading STEM program that travels to conferences and competes in competitions around the country. We've partnered with international organizations to promote girls in STEM. We have a partnership with the Wendt Center to help our staff and students address the staggering amounts of death, grief, and loss that they face. We take students on an international trip every single year. Many of them have never left their neighborhood, but as part of this experience, they attain a passport, ride on a plane for the first time, and experience an entirely different culture. We have a Sankofa Ball, which is a cotillion-styled event where seniors are presented to the community after completing courses in etiquette, financial literacy, family composition, and other life domains that make them well-rounded people and citizens of the world. We register students to vote, and they also volunteer at voting polls. We have a partnership with 100 Black Men, Fresh, and Black Horizons to support our students' cultural self-development, artistic interests such as poetry, theater, and dance, and provide them with mentors. Our staff is comprised of 4 social workers to ensure that the school culture is infused with trauma-informed care and that teachers can learn how trauma affects achievement and motivation. It also ensures that families are provided with family counseling, conflict resolution, crisis intervention, and resources for suicidal ideation. 57% of our staff are men. That's 25 out of 44 staff members. That's by design. You heard the statistic earlier about 90% of homes in our sector of Ward 8 are female-led, no husband. One of our students was just featured in a documentary recently on the only all-black ice hockey team in the country. 2 of our students were recently featured in a Fox documentary entitled They Will Fight, detailing the challenges of battling the streets of Southeast. They were flown to Hollywood, got red carpet treatment, and they're like famous in our school now. We had another student who was recently selected to perform a composition for the popular Hamilton play at the Ford Theater. It's our willingness to learn, to adjust to ever-changing circumstances, to research, to partner, to implement new initiatives. This is what makes us indispensable. National Prep tries to provide resources, exposure, opportunities, and love to those who deserve it most. This is what makes us indispensable in our community. The School Reform Act was designed to give parents choice and to pressure the public schools to improve. Revoking National Prep's charter would be devastating to the families in Ward 8, and the ripple effects would be frightening. We have to consider the consequences of closure. PCSB's 2018 report on distance to school indicates that students in Ward 8 travel the least to attend school. Therefore, our students are unlikely to leave Ward 8 to attend a better performing school should National Prep be closed. Considering these findings, National Prep students would most likely end up at Ballou, which is the only other high school in our specific sector of Ward 8. And while there are other high schools in Ward 8 besides Ballou, National Prep students would have to travel to get there, and as the traffic report indicates, our families are not inclined to do so. Furthermore, those schools are located in neighborhoods that have been at odds with the neighborhoods surrounding National Prep, where our students are mostly come from. And parents may be unwilling to send their children into a neighborhood where they can expect conflict. Many of the high schools are already at maximum enrollment, and parents may not desire that specific curriculum offered at those schools. There are just too many variables to assume that students would enroll in higher performing schools if National Prep were closed. We don't know what those students and those families would choose. This further affirms the notion that they would simply attend Ballou, a school that National Prep has virtually outperformed in every measurable index, including ELA, math, graduation rate, in-seat attendance, amongst others. In fact, according to the recently released STAR framework, National Prep almost quintupled Ballou's overall score of 4.7 with our score of 19.69. Educating the most disenfranchised communities has always been difficult. There is no magic bullet, and if there is, we should share it with one another to improve the conditions of our students and families. National Prep has learned over the course of 10 years through trial and error, through love and heartbreak, achievement and disappointment, an institutional wisdom that cannot be measured by invalid, unreliable, and biased state assessments, which we know are used to justify school closure in lower socioeconomic communities at a rate incommensurate with those in higher socioeconomic neighborhoods, only furthering the disproportionate adverse effects on the education and life of poor and Black children. If I may leave you with this, please consider not making a high-stakes decision based on an invalid assessment on a school that has met 8 out of 9 of its charter goals and is unquestionably indispensable to its specific sector and Ward 8 in general. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Nicole Clifton. I am the Managing Director at NCP. And I just want to speak briefly on just some new, sorry, I'm a little uncomfortable from all this moving around. I just want to speak briefly on just some transformational efforts we've been working on our work and to just move the school forward in terms of school improvement processes. Since 2018, we've been creating a multi-tiered process, a multi-tiered plan that includes the build-out of a coherence framework to include organizational effectiveness strategy, a high-performance workforce, an academic excellence proponent, and just a major component on culture and building relationships within our school community. We've been working to create this sound collaborative culture and constant pursuit of excellence, never being deterred by challenges or excuses. Excuses is not what we're looking for here. We're really looking for just growth in every aspect. In doing so, we must continuously analyze our current strengths and deficiencies, whether at the school level or at the CEO level. And that means both instructionally and operationally. We then must assemble, we have been assembling strong teams to plan systemically for continuous improvement. Once we have started the build out of these plans, our plan has been to put our actions actually into action and monitor consistently everything that we've been putting into place. And I just really think that's the bottom line, to just monitor our school improvement processes and to build and grow from our experiences. I will say that just moving back to our multi-tiered plan, we have been we're planning to partner with an organization called Blueprint for Schools as a part of our transformation effort. And we'd like to incorporate an auditing internal process through this organization. So we recognize that internal processes are effective, on a quarterly basis, on a monthly basis, but just really analyzing our work and looking at our work internally so that we're creating success within ourselves and we can monitor our growth in-house. With regard to student achievement, we have partnered with some local charter schools with New Teacher University to ensure that our new teachers actually fresh out of college are getting the opportunities to build their professional development and have a fair chance of success within our school. Additionally, we've hired a Charlotte Danielson trainer to come in and provide sound professional development to our teachers to ensure that teaching and learning is actually happening in the classroom in a sound way and in the way that we know best practices say that we will move teaching and forward, that will produce high numbers in terms of growth. We have created an observation cycle that allows our administrative team and our teacher leaders to go into classrooms and complete instructional rounds on a regular basis, come back, review that data, see where the growth areas are, see where the strengths are, and do a SWOT analysis, so to speak. We've been discussing how we will engage all staff members in our data meetings in terms of creating a data room and data boards and allowing all students to engage in those conversation so that they can actually understand what data means and what their student achievement means for them and the school. We've incorporated a collaborative planning model that nourishes a smaller learning community process, along with incorporating a district-approved initiative on writing across the curriculum to prepare our students for writing as they prepare to write their college essays in their applications. We are also talking about the graduation rate and how we can improve our graduation rate in partnership with our counseling team. We've increased student access to technology. We've heard a lot about technology this evening in terms of whether the students taking the PARCC test or any assessment on the computer is effective versus on paper. So we've really gone above and beyond and really trying to get more technology into our schools so that all students have access both at home and outside of the schoolhouse. And we've partnered with 100 Black Men for those technology provisions to ensure that our kids can have real-world applications. Finally, something that Mr. Jackson hit on earlier, the social emotional development component, we've adopted a restorative discipline model, and we've incorporated a teachers in trauma-informed care model to ensure that we are hitting that mental health component, which is critical to their growth and just their overall development from the beginning of the morning. And finally, we've partnered with the Wint Center for Grief and Loss to address ongoing tragedies that constantly exist within that community. So I will conclude by simply saying we've got some transformational activities going on within the school, and we're really interested in, we understand the complexity of our situation, and we want to continue to make a difference at National Collegiate Prep with the students in Ward 8. And because of the many challenges that we face as an urban school, we know that we have to be innovative and creative in our practices in order to bring about effective, positive change. We know that we've got to be innovative and different. And we're passionate, and we firmly believe in the ability to provide a high-quality education. That's the bottom line. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I know it's getting late. Everyone is probably on fumes at this point, but I just want to make a couple of remarks on behalf of the board. Again, my name is Ty Johnson. I'm the board chair for National Collegiate Prep. I've been involved with the board for 6 years. My first 2 years I served as treasurer, and the last 4 years as board chair. I initially got involved with National Collegiate Prep because I see the other side of this, right? So I am 20 years, 25 years working in the mental health system as a hospital administrator, and I see the effects of children and adolescents that come into my hospitals. I have 10 in 7 states, by the way. And I see the effects of the trauma that happens at a very early age. Our hospitals admit children as young as 5 years old, okay? You have not lived until you've read a packet of a child that needs to be admitted into a psychiatric hospital that's 6 years old. Okay, if no one has done that, I'm telling you, it's not something that you really want to do. But that's what we do. And so what I'm saying to you, again, bringing remarks on behalf of the board, is that we are committed to this community. We are committed to these stakeholders. We know that you have a job to do, obviously, and there's all kind of numbers and tests that have to be performed and measurements that have to be made. We understand and respect that. We're not making any excuses for the fact that we have to do our part. But what we're asking you tonight, this evening, is to give us a chance to really work on what we need to work on and make sure that National Collegiate Prep remains a resource for these children and this community. They get the education that they need so they don't end up in my admissions. That's what I'm asking you this evening. I'm asking you to allow this team, this very committed team, to come together, to put together a plan. That's a plan that will be accepted and approved, obviously, in partnership with your team, to do something that is really transformational in this community. Now, we've had 10 years to prove ourselves. We'd like another opportunity to show you what we can do. Obviously, there's a lot of work to be done, but this team, again, I just want to reiterate, we're committed to getting it done. The board is in full support of this team and has been for years, definitely under my leadership. And so, I know you have a lot of things that have to factor into your decision. I hope what you hear beyond the numbers, I hope you don't hear excuses from us, because that's not what we're delivering tonight. What we're saying to you is there's some things we have to work on. Please give us a chance to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. An opportunity for our board members to make questions for the National Collegiate Prep team.
Sure. I can start off. I'm glad you brought up the issue of the graduation rate. It is the second lowest in the charter high school sector and one of the lowest in the city. I looked right before we started. Given what you've said about the importance of the school and the community, I just would like to hear kind of what you think happened to get you to that place, and then what you think needs to change to increase it. And then I just, in the same vein, we're at a 71% re-enrollment rate, which is, again, I think one of the lowest in our sector. So same question.
To address the concerns around the 4-year and 5-year ACGR, we do realize that it is low compared to the sector. I would like to point out that the PMF from 2016-17 to 17-18, that on the PMF we've actually increased at least in 10 categories, and that's one of them. So although our 4-year ACGR is about 58.5. We realize our 5-year is 63.6, which is a little lower than what the sector is. And so we have been working diligently to work on that. However, we realize, and we stated earlier tonight, that our students are coming to us below grade level, a lot of them. And so that's something that we need to consider. Our students are making up that gap by the 5-year. And we know that with the improvements that Dr. Clifton has already pointed out, that we'll be able to address those and continue to increase it. So again, from within the last year, we've seen some changes on our PMF around 4-year and 5-year ACGR, and we continue to plan to do that as well and make some more improvements.
Do you know what your disaggregated grad rate is?
Add something to that
for
real
IB,
quick?
just if you could also factor that in.
Sure. Well, I wanted to add about the graduation rate. What we also found was that we had students leaving to go to Blue because they were promised that they could graduate in their correct grade on time. And so that left a disparity for us, not understanding why or how they could possibly graduate on time. That affected us with our graduation rate because our students left. What we found was that they weren't willing to stay and to do our interventions because they were going to go to another school to graduate. What we see now is that because that has been revealed, our students this year, our attendance has improved. We're at a 90% average whole school for our attendance, the highest we've been in many years. And we see that our students are buying into, they have to sit in class, do their interventions, do everything that's required so that they can graduate. So we are seeing a change based on that.
And I just was asking if you know what your disaggregated IB graduation rate is, if it's higher for the kids who are in the IB track.
As far as disaggregated, so with our IB program, we realized that our students haven't necessarily received the IB diploma.
No, that's okay. I just want to know what their graduation rate is.
The graduation rate is still aligned with what we have, yes, so they're still graduating at the same rate.
Okay, so kids in IB are still around that 58.
Well, we haven't differentiated between our gen ed and our IB students to look at, are they graduating at a higher rate? This score is from Aussie, and we have our whole school score. But no, we can get that data for you, but we do not have it.
questions from the board?
Is that Dawn? So my question would be, in addition to the work that you all are doing internally, have any efforts been made or any considerations been made to work with a partner on a turnaround plan?
So, yes, we're partnering with Blueprint Schools. They are known nationally. They come out of Boston. They have worked with schools in Boston and Denver. And we're partnering with them so that they can come in and audit our school and support us in turnaround.
Question I have, one of the unique aspects of the school, which you all have spoken about, is the IB program. And we've laid out we've seen the data in terms of the courses being offered, the success rate around the IB diploma. Could you just contextualize that experience for us? Like how strong do you consider the program? What families expect of the program?
Sure.
What do you continue to work on in the program?
Okay, I think we can do that together. So I will say, in writing the charter, it was my assertion that we knew that 6 to 12% of our student body would participate in the IB program. We knew that was expensive, but we felt that our children east of the river deserved that opportunity and that they shouldn't have to take the metro to a school across the river to participate. So we knew that we would have a low population. I will say that we have done many things so that the children feel that it is an important part of their education to participate in IB, and it begins with an IB institution in the summer where they participate for a week together as a group, and they participate in activities both academically and socially. They also participate as a family so that the family knows the 2-year commitment that is required. We host a large dinner in the fall so that children that are coming in the 11th grade in the IB program are able to spend time with the 12th grade students and their families to talk about all that's required as an IB student. We also have developed additional class time in class. Ms. Walden can speak about that, so that our students have additional time that they knew that they needed to study and work together outside of the regular day that our other students had, so that they can focus on the curriculum and what's required for their writing.
And if I can add with the IB program, we realize that the IBO program is one that lends opportunity for our students to have the exposure to it, and our students actually do much better once they go on to college, having access to those courses. And so although some of our students may not take the full diploma program, it's the exposure to the actual classes themselves. We do know that our students, again, they still come to us behind in some deficits. However, they have advocated for themselves. They have additional time built into the academic program where they have a study hall. They work together in groups. We realize that our students, if they are better in certain core subjects, that they should have that opportunity to have that exposure. Again, if you look at the trends, especially from May 2018 from IBO, it does show that although the scores are from 1 to 7 on average, the average score is about 4.79 as far as the score. And so our students are receiving 3s and 4s in more of the literacy programs. We know there is an opportunity to improve, and we will continue to build our IB program. But again, in our mission statement, it does state that we are to give them that opportunity. We feel like our students are much better off being able to get exposed to that curriculum, the world exposure, being able to access rich text, and being able to just work at a more rigorous curriculum. And so we will continue to build the IBO program, working with our students. We build, and even with our ninth honors and 10th honors program that prepare them for the IB program, they will actually followed that cohort, and they continue to build and work together as they're preparing, as we have an entrance procedure that we use, that they actually write essays to get in from their 10 honors group. And so we realized that we've had to encourage our students and continue to support them as far as the writing pieces to it, as all of the assessments are written, and we continue to build that into the structure of the classroom, making sure, again, that more of our students get exposure to it so they are successful outside of NCP.
And I want to add one more thing about the IB program to contextualize it. We've presented in your binders and verbally a lot of quantitative statistics and data that I'm sure you're thrilled with. But I wanted to offer, some qualitative data as well. I was taught in school that affective knowledge is epistemologically valid. I didn't know what that meant when they taught it to me at first, but what you feel is real. If you walk in our hallways and you see our IB students wearing their IB sweaters, it gives them a sense of pride. There's a chart somewhere in your binder that shows almost a directly inverse relationship between the PMF comparisons and the at-risk schools. The top performing school, the lowest percentage of at-risk. The most at-risk, the lowest performing. That's not a surprise to anybody. Our children are systematically indoctrinated with inferiority. We have community meetings at our school about complexion, about beauty. These are things that are a part of our curriculum because they're essential to our students' life. So when our students are wearing their IB sweaters, it gives them, they don't have some of the things that the TV tells them or the social media tells them make them special, but they have a sweater that gives them a sense of pride, and that means something to them. And when they come home for Christmas break, like they are right now, and they come to our school, they walk with their head up. So I just wanted to share that because behind the numbers, there's a story. And our children go through the IB program and learn problem solving, and they learn time management and other important skills, but it also gives them a sense of pride, and we're very proud of that.
I completely hear what you're saying in terms of using every opportunity, and especially the unique program that you're offering at the school to build, perhaps restore, reinforce a sense of pride. I just asked, does it not give you pause that those wearing that sweater are not necessarily getting some of the building blocks of the IB program? That's part of it, and that's some of the information as we look through here. The students who aren't given the opportunity to, or for some reason are not taking the theory of knowledge course, that's a pretty foundational component. And I know is part of the ability to access and access fully many of the IB programs. So that's just a sticking point for me as to how we match the confidence that you're building by having built this program, but the inability to deliver on the program so that students can gain access to the curricula and the pedagogy that's so powerful.
So just to go back to that, since that is a concern, it's a concern of ours as well. However, our students, again, based on their interest and their abilities, we do match them up. So a lot of them take the IB psychology course and take, again, other courses that they are matched with, which the curriculum, again, is IB, is a world class curriculum. So it's any class that they actually take, they will get exposure to it. And so although they may not take necessarily the TOK or some of the other components to it, again, it's still having the access to it. And we did confirm that 100% of our IB students did graduate on time. And again, we allow more students. If we just said that only X number of students were to get in and have to do the full program, then that may limit some. But again, we're able to open it up and offer it to students, again, to get that exposure. And so if you were to look at the data actually shows that on average, there are many schools that have fewer candidates, but again, getting that exposure to it. And so we don't feel that even though they may not have the full TOK or some of the courses, just exposure to one of them, they are using and getting that rigor. They are getting that critical thinking skills because it is, again, a world-class curriculum. It's something that is competitive. so we don't feel like they are necessarily being slighted, giving them the opportunity to participate.
Sorry, Rick, go ahead. Ricardo, then Steve. Ricardo, then Steve. No, Steve was going to go next. You can go.
I did just want to ask, the qualitative piece is so important, but looking at the academic performance, the trends seem to be going down. So if we were to give you an extension, right, what's going to be different? What are these actions that you're taking to build the academic success for these students?
So I'd like to go back to that we are partnering with an organization to help us, a turnaround organization to help us audit what we need so that we can improve. I will say that we have taken steps, as Dr. Clifton stated, first we started with sending 2 of our administrators 2 years ago to be trained in Charlotte Danielson, and this year we spent the money to have a trainer come and train our entire teacher population. We also have built instructional walks and observational walks schedules that are different than we have before to provide more accountability and accuracy and target instruction. We also are in the middle of building our, just like IB takes 2 years to be approved, it takes that same amount of time for AVID. And so we want to address not only our IB students, who we know will be very successful, but help bring organizational skills and improve our instruction for our general education and our special education students. So we are adopting the AVID program as well. So we have been moving in a direction, as well as bringing in new staff after looking at who was doing a good job and who wasn't. We didn't do well in math, and so we have an entire new math department. So we looked at some things to improve and increase and build on what we need to do for our academic performance. But we look forward to getting our results from Blueprint so that we can make those changes and improve our school.
When do you expect results from Blueprint?
We would expect, so they are coming in January, so we're looking that we would be able to have a plan within 30 days. Mm-hmm.
Steve?
Thank you for coming here and presenting your case. I agree with much of what you said. I'm trying to think if there's ever been a school to come before us in the time I've been here that had a low at-risk population that was at risk of being closed. I can't think of one. And I think this body should think harder about how to support schools that serve high at-risk populations, because there should be an incentive in a town like this to serve those kids, since they're half the kids in our city. So what I did when I looked at this is I looked at the things that I thought y'all had the most control over. And I want to be honest, the thing that jumped off the page to me that made me sad was the graduation rate. 42% of the kids, almost half the kids. I mean, we heard some parents whose children are doing really well. But when I look and I see that almost half the kids aren't graduating, I mean, you're consigned to poverty if you don't graduate from high school. When you're taking kids who are way behind grade level wise, there's the PARCC score is an imperfect measurement sometimes. But this is something that you have control over. And the same with the re-enrollment rate. So I just want to be honest with you guys about what I was looking at, that's going to inform the decision I want to make. And it has nothing to do with how hard you guys are working and how much you love these kids.
Steve? Any other?
I guess I would ask the question, are we saying, we've admitted and shown, demonstrated that we are taking kids that are way behind? And I guess I'm going to ask the obvious question. Surely there's a correlation, right, between the graduation rate and the kid that's coming in at a 4th grade or 5th grade level into high school. I just want to make that obvious point. I know you guys have already, marked that, but.
Sorry, go ahead, please.
I'm going to address that question real quick. Not question, but the statement. When you say graduation rate, you're referring to the ACGR, the 4-year ACGR? Or are you referring to like the seniors that? Yeah, that's I'm assuming you're talking about our 4-year ACGR. Yeah. And our re-enrollment rate. So two thoughts about that. The first one is that those are an area of concern for us as well. Those are specifically areas that we will address with the consulting group that's coming to help us turn around. Number two, there's a host of non-academic reasons that play a part in that we are specifically addressing by reaching out to other schools in our sector that deal with similar issues to see what's working for them on those two issues, because we know those are critical issues for us. So I want to take responsibility for those and also say that those are the specific things we're reaching out to the local schools in our sector to see what's working for them, so we can include that as an area that we spend resources on and that we emphasize as part of our turnaround.
Just one thing for those who don't follow the details of ACGR closely. First of all, the school's graduation rate, their adjusted cohort rate, is not low just for 4-year, it's also low for 5 years. So this is students who haven't graduated within 5 years is, I believe, 63.5% of students graduate in 5 years, and the other 36.5% do not. But it's important to note that if a student leaves National Collegiate Prep, let's say in 10th grade, and enrolls elsewhere, so if that student leaves the school and enrolls at Ballou, they are not included in that calculation. They are removed from the calculation. So the 36.5% of students who drop out, those are students who not only didn't graduate within 5 years, but for whom the school has no record of them actually enrolling in another school.
I would like to add to that it's also, we don't get credit for if you go into a GED program. So what we find is that some of our students go into GED programs or work service programs because, remember, we are serving a very working class community, and many times their families decide that they need to go out and earn money and that is more important in the immediate of their needs as opposed to the value of a high school graduation and going off to college and reaping their rewards later on. So that is absolutely correct what Scott just said, but we need to be very real about the population who we serve and what their real emergent needs are.
And I would just point out that we have other schools with similar at-risk populations who have much higher graduation rates.
I think that what's important is that that's an area that we definitely plan on focusing on. And before we make any comparisons, I think it's very important that we compare apples to apples. Have we assessed the incoming 9th graders that are going to National Collegiate and the incoming 9th graders that are going to another school to make the comparison between us and other schools? If we don't know specifically where they're coming in, what their needs are, what the unique circumstances of their family are, then we can't assume that just because they're in the same city, just because they share the same, that it's apples to apples.
So in my day-to-day job, I work with HBCUs who disproportionately serve Black students, low-income families, and we're able to do, God's work in remediating and getting those students in and out of our institutions within 5 years. So I know that the work that you all do every day and day in and day out is hard, it's tedious, but it's something that you have to grapple with day by day. My question and concern really lies in hearing you all say today that you're looking to and you have engaged with a partner to do the turnaround work. These declines have happened over a series of years, not this year, not just last year, but over a series of a portion of time. I'm just asking this very matter-of-factly, and I just want to just be very clear that any school or institution has to recognize their weaknesses to be able to make the improvements. Why have you all waited so long to turn a corner, recognizing that, you know, it's cumulative? You knew 5 years ago that this was an issue. Why wait until the review to question the assessments, to question or to have explanation for the IB program? Why wait versus coming to the table and saying matter-of-factly, we are struggling in X, Y, and Z, and we need to turn a corner sooner rather than later?
So I would say that we have looked at our scores over a 2.5-year period. And I will say as CEO that I then made changes starting with looking at leadership and what responsibilities were. And I made final changes and decisions this February of 2018. Look, not thinking about that it's 5 years and that we had to come to answer to someone, but we felt that we saw some growth. And then we felt that, no, we still needed to tweak and improve because it wasn't addressing everything. So while we tried to go through traditional ways in hiring different staff, we felt that, no, what we needed to do was increase our leadership to target the needs of our trauma school, and that would include being more data-driven, and that we needed to have more day-to-day oversight that we thought we had, but we just needed, we felt that we needed to increase that. That brought a cost to the school, and that's something that I have to always consider. Like I said, I don't have foundation funds that I live off of. We live off of per pupil. So we had to be, while we had to make changes, we also had to be stringent with our fiscal responsibilities. And so did we take some things a little slower maybe in a judgment? Perhaps. But I feel that we made changes accordingly and assuredly so that the school didn't fail or that the school failed to meet our fiscal requirements while we were looking at what we needed. What we decided was that we needed to change teachers and we needed to make a drastic decision on departmental changes. We also felt that we needed to look at our assessments. We needed to critique them more. And so we felt that bringing in a company would help us. I understand that the timing looks as if we waited, but I feel that this was a path that we had to take in order to make sure that we had used every measure possible in the right way to get to the point where we could then make a most assured decision. So I would also assert that turning around a school and looking at who we serve, our path of students come from predominantly DCPS and not charter. So we had to look at what the changes were that were happening with the schools that we serve. And we saw that and we decided that while we were making changes, we weren't making them fast enough and we needed some additional supports. And that's why we wanted to also look for a turnaround company that we felt would address our needs specifically.
And could I just ask, when did you contract with Blueprint?
We just contracted with them in November.
In November? Because we don't have the contract in our database.
Okay.
All right.
Well, I'm sorry. So you're talking about a specific contract. We have received our proposal. They will finalize everything so that then we will finalize on the actual number. Okay.
So the contract is not yet entered into?
It's not as far as on the exact number, so we don't know what the fee will be because they have to finalize on everything and move forward with the plan.
So it's still a proposal?
It is in a proposal. They're coming.
And did you at all discuss that? And just to let the staff know that you were working towards
No, we have not
identifying
talked to the charter school board staff about that.
All right. I have some comments to read from Don so that we can all hear them, and then I'll see if our board is ready to vote. So from Don Soifer, National Collegiate Prep's team works hard to tackle one of our city's most pressing and urgent sets of educational need. Nonetheless, it's my conclusion tonight that at its 10-year review, the school's record of accomplishment, according to all of the systems, indicators, and measures established and maintained by PCSB and its task forces, systems which I and my colleagues voted to put in place and align with the responsibilities of the legal framework which empower us to open and continue public charter schools in the District of Columbia, necessitates the urgent deeper dive examination that only a vote to initiate revocation proceedings puts into motion, and that's how I'll be voting tonight. As always, this process is one of inquiry and seeking understanding, and you have my commitment, as always, to weigh carefully the proceedings, findings, and discussions it presents should that process be put into motion tonight. From Don. All right. Unless there's any additional comment, I will entertain a motion from our board. Can I get a motion?
I move to initiate revocation of National Collegiate Preparatory Public Charter High School's charter effective upon the last day of the current school year.
I'm going to motion to initiate revocation. Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Don? Aye. All right, we have 7 votes to initiate revocation. As we explained at the start, the school is not closed. What we were doing is beginning the revocation process. As Nikhil mentioned earlier, you are allowed to ask for a hearing, which we will hold at your school, after which time we'll then schedule a vote after we've had a chance to digest any additional information provided by staff and families, most importantly, and students. Thank you for all that you're doing at the school. We really appreciate it.
Our last school is going to be Lee Montessori. If the staff would please join me.
Oh my gosh.
All right. Lee Montessori is a single campus school which educates students in grades pre-kindergarten to 5th and is chartered to expand to 6th grade next year. The school has adopted the PMF as its goals. Pursuant to these goals, Lee Montessori has met its goals and student academic achievement expectations. DC PCSB staff has determined that the school has not committed a material violation of the law or of its charter, has adhered to generally accepted accounting principles, and is not engaged in a pattern of fiscal mismanagement and is economically viable. Staff recommend that the board vote to continue the school's charter without conditions. At this point, I'll turn it over to the school staff.
Hi, I'm Megan Hubbard, and I'm the principal. Hi, I'm Dominique Fortune, founding board chair.
Chris Pensakowski, head of school.
So we had about 4 pages worth of an opening statement that we were going to read, but in the interest of time, that is now declined to about 4 sentences. So not to be rude by any means. So good evening. My name is Dominique Fortune. I'm the founding board chair of Lee Montessori Public Charter School. I'm thrilled to be up with the board again to discuss Lee Montessori's 5-year review. For those of you that don't know, I was part of Lee Montessori's initial application in 2012, as well as our successful application in 2013. And I've worked to support the success of the school ever since we opened our doors in the fall of 2014. We are proud of the work that we've done over the past 5 years and grateful to our staff and stakeholders, but especially the families and children who we serve for their support. I do want to take this opportunity to thank Scott and Naomi and the entire PCSB staff and the board for your support throughout the past 6 years and for your continued support as we embark on this next chapter of our school history. We'll turn it over to the board for any questions or comments. Thank you for having us.
We've got you up here back to back, so we've got a couple of opportunities to ask questions. I'll just throw out to our board in hour 6 or so if there are any questions.
Congratulations on lots of growth and improvement and great work. I did note there were a few places in your class evaluation where probably lower than you expected on instructional support, so I would just like to hear how you are addressing that issue.
Yeah, I think class has been something that we have really struggled with for the past few years to figure out how we both make sure that we're doing a faithful implementation of the Montessori model, but are also including the metrics that the PCSB and outside stakeholders are looking for in our classrooms as well. Chris can talk a little bit more about some of what we've gone through to really evaluate for us, like how class worked for our PMF this year. What I can tell you is that we are working with some outside groups to look at some other methods to evaluate what classrooms look like, some of which I think are being proposed to potentially be something else like the class. And then in addition, one of our board members is actually a certified class evaluator as well, so she's helping us right now look at our classrooms and look through our previous class scores and look at what we can do to make sure that we have higher scores, especially instructional support, which is where you saw that we were the lowest. And I know that is always a low category for a lot of schools, but that's not where we want to be.
Is it something you think might be particular to Montessori, just given the independence?
It's not necessarily the independence, I would say, but it is a lot of the fact that the beginning of our primary curriculum, which is the 3 to 6 year old age group, is very, it's not as didactic talk as what is often looked for as a measure of success on class for instructional support. Especially some of the scaffolding that is done verbally that people are looking for in class is done more through materials and physical motions.
I will add, just because Megan kind of compelled me to say something. The only thing I'll add is that, yeah, we are working with Appletree and a few other schools on a grant that they received and as well as with Bellwether Education Partners to try to review how class is working within our schools across DC and figure out better ways for that to be assessed. In particular, one of the things that we're really excited for is the potential for either OSSE or the charter board to consider multiple class observations. We were very surprised when our classrooms, which had our pre-K classrooms, which had basically all of the same teachers, plus 2/3 of the same kids, see marked declines in each of the categories of class. That seemed to me to be a significant error in the methodology of the assessment rather than the actual quality of the classrooms that they're evaluating. But part of that, we really do want to be part of that solution and help the charter board and others work to figure out how to best evaluate environmental quality within that age group.
Thank you. You don't want to, oh, Steve.
Just a comment, same one I made last month. So we just had some very difficult votes with schools that have at-risk populations, and 60%, the 70%. You guys are, you know, coming before us with like flying colors, but you have an 11.9% at-risk population in a city where I think about 50% of the kids meet that bar. And I just say, you know, the kids at NCP deserve this kind of instruction, and I hope that becomes a real emphasis for Lee Montessori.
Stole my question for the next vote, but yes, perhaps we can talk about that as well. So I'd say, I think congratulations for the performance of the school, as my vice chair said, and we appreciate you guys being such a partner in trying to meld the work that you do with some of our standardized ways of looking across the city, especially given the tremendous appetite that parents have demonstrated for Montessori, which will bring us to our next conversation, and your interest in growing. But thank you for that engagement. Did you have a question? No? Do you have take a question or a motion?
I move to continue the charter of Lee Montessori Public Charter School.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Don? Excellent. And the motion passes. Don't go anywhere. Yeah, just stay up there. Yeah. You drew the short straw?
Yeah. I will also be introducing the next vote, which is a vote on an enrollment ceiling increase in replication for Lee Montessori. Staff recommends that the board approve Lee Montessori's charter amendment request to replicate its existing PK3 to 6 program and increase its enrollment ceiling by 400 students from its existing ceiling of 297 students to a new maximum of 697. This amendment will take effect for school year 2019-20. This item was open for public comment from October 10th, 2018 until November 19th, 2018, and a public hearing regarding this matter was held on November 19th. DC PCSB received 14 public comments and a letter from the school's existing local ANC, all in support of Lee Montessori's request to expand. And I'll hand it back to the school staff if they have anything else to add.
We made statements the last time.
Okay. Steve's already at the motion.
What are you?
Unless you have a question.
I think maybe to address Steve's
That's what I was
last
gonna ask,
question, but could you talk about the population you're targeting with your new location?
Yeah, I mean, and we tried to touch on this a bit at last month's meeting. The mission of Lee Montessori is to close the opportunity gap for DC public school children using the Montessori method, which we think which there's evidence that supports that it is an effective educational model for all students. We, as I've said to many of you individually and as a group, have been troubled by the population at our current school. In the last lottery, the results just came out for the most recent lottery, and we received 1.5 application at-risk parent, we received 51 applications for the 51 at-risk applications for the 35 seats that we opened last year. More than enough to fill every single seat. That was 8% of our overall lottery applications. We are inundated by interest from middle and upper income families. We think that diversity is really powerful and important to closing the opportunity gap. and serving kids in diverse by design schools is and in integrated schools is a really powerful way of doing that. We, however, are really believe that we can get a better mix and enroll more at-risk families by opening a campus in Ward 7 or Ward 8. So that's definitely one of our key priorities, is to drive that percentage of at-risk families up in a second campus while still recognizing the successes that we've seen from having an integrated school.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll also add that I know there's been a lot of talk around the city for an at-risk preference, and we of course would be like, this was something that when Scott came to visit our school in the fall of 2014, I think in August of 2014, he walked out and said, what's something you can do? And I asked for an income-based preference. That request still stands. I really hope that the board will consider that, especially for schools that's in their earlier years. Once schools are more mature, it's very easy to see that preference has a minimized impact on school enrollments. But in early years prior to siblings enrolling, that can really help us out in controlling that population. So we look forward to seeing that in the coming months and years.
Well, I think the lack of questions is also a sign of enthusiasm for you all replicating, and in particular plans on increasing your ability to serve more diverse families. So thank you. I'll take a motion.
I move to approve the charter amendment request of Lee Montessori Public Charter School and approve the DC PCSB board chair to sign the amendment on the board's behalf.
Second.
Okay, a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Don? Aye. All right. So be it. Thank you, guys. Congratulations.
All right. Hi, this is Alyssa, and I am here again with members of KIPP DC's leadership and Somerset's leadership as well. As I mentioned earlier tonight, this is now an opportunity for you to vote on the item introduced during the public hearing portion of tonight's meeting. As a reminder, on December 5th, 2018, KIPP DC obtained an approved resolution from the Ward 8C07 Advisory Neighborhood Commission to support the school's proposal and waive the 30-day notification requirement to expedite this charter amendment. Likewise, DC PCSB staff would like to expedite this request to ensure a smooth and expedient transition of the school for students and families at Somerset Prep. As a result, both the public hearing and board vote for this proposal are occurring tonight, but the public comment period will remain open until January 25th, 2019. Pending a favorable vote, PCSB staff will work directly with the school and community members to address any comments that arise after the vote.
Just want to say really quickly, thank you for your discussion earlier. I think it's, as evidenced by the decisions that were made tonight, to have a smooth transition for students and families is something that we can all attest to, you know, being able to feel good about. Your track record in terms of being able to do this work is something we I'd say we're all fairly sure that you're able to do. And we'll look to see what the comments are between now and January. And this is exciting. I know it's also frightening, but excited to see something happen very quickly and smoothly to the benefit of the students that attend Somerset.
I think I would just add, I agree with you, it's probably scary, but I really welcome the changes I think I've seen in the organization to continually expand spaces for kids, not necessarily kids that came through KIPP elementary school or KIPP middle school, but a willingness to serve all kids.
And I'll just add, I think the sense of partnership that was communicated in the comments earlier, unless anything's changed in the last 6 hours, and as well, I think that the engagement by the community, both your engagement of them, both of you, both organizations, and their engagement and support, obviously, makes for the transition to be hopefully even smoother. So thank you for that. All right. Can I get a motion? It's a long one.
I move to approve the proposed asset acquisition between KIPP DC Public Charter School and Somerset Preparatory Academic Public Charter School with the requirements listed in the staff's proposal to approve KIPP DC Public Charter School's charter amendment request and to approve the DC PCSB board chair to sign the amendment on the board's behalf.
And I'll second that.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Excellent. 7 votes in favor, the motion passes. Thank you all.
And thank you for the opportunity to wrestle with questions that we wrestle with as you guys have hard jobs, which we've had a witness to tonight. And there are lots of challenges, and we appreciate the opportunity to exchange ideas and talk about what we have in front of us as we work together. So thank you for this.
Thank you both.
Hello again, this is Terry, PCSB staff with members of Friendship's leadership team. As I mentioned earlier tonight, this is now an opportunity for you to vote on the item introduced during the public hearing portion of tonight's meeting. As a reminder, on November 26, 2018, Friendship obtained an approved resolution from the Ward 4B07 Advisory Neighborhood Commission to support the school's proposal and waive the 30-day notification requirement to expedite this charter agreement. Likewise, PCSB staff would like to expedite this request to ensure a smooth and expedient transition of the school for students and families at Ideal. As a result, both the public hearing and board vote for this proposal occurred this evening, and we request that you approve Friendship's asset acquisition and the other amendments requested.
Similarly, we'll note the partnership vibe and the support from the community. Sorry, we're getting a little punchy later on, but it's very clear. It's very clear that the schools have done a lot to think about the alignment around mission, the opportunities and the challenges. You noted being in the school a fair bit over the last several weeks in particular. So thank you for that. To the point my colleague raised earlier about the importance of the transition for students and families and faculty.
Thank you. We tend to think it's not acquisition, it's adoption, and we will care for our new family campus if you so vote.
So I'm going to vote enthusiastically in favor of this, but I want to make a comment for this body, which is that the idea behind charters when they came to this city was to give students a choice. And I think we should be very careful about the trends we see now, which is that At-risk students can go to DCPS, and a huge percentage of them go to KIP and Friendship. And what we don't want, I don't think any of us want in the city, is a situation where those are the three choices that the most disadvantaged kids have. They should have the opportunity to go to Lee, and Mundo Verde, and Two Rivers. And so I just want to point out that every school we voted to close tonight, and the schools that are being adopted, are single-site LEAs. And the schools and the organizations that are taking them over are the two largest charter management organizations in the city. And we should be very careful about, we should make sure that that doesn't become the trend, so that we don't look up in this town in 15 years and we've resegregated the city under DCPS, Friendship and charter. And I know that's not your intention, and I'm going to vote for this, but I'm saying for us, we need to be very, very careful about cultivating real choice for poor black kids in this town.
I agree with you. While we're grateful for the opportunity that we have to partner with schools that are so threatened with closure because they weren't able to meet their goals, and we recognize that many of these schools are 10, 15, and 20 years old. They've been here from the start of the movement, and they started with the idea of serving the students who are most in need and the most underserved. But I also recognize that a lot more resources have to go into these schools. And when you look across the city, you will see that there are schools operating with $2,000 to $3,000 per pupil in philanthropy. And that's not happening with the schools that are struggling or with the schools that are serving 90% and more African American students that are single site. So there is a lot of work to be done here in the city, but we're glad to have both the resources, the capacity, the intention, and the commitment to serve the students who need us most. Because the worst thing that can happen to a student is not only to be in a low-performing school, but to have that school close and not have a better seat.
So I'd also say, responding to both of those comments, I have a real appreciation, having visited a number of campuses, in your desire and your ability to execute on offering really very different things to different families. So choice within the network, despite being a network that we see as Friendship. And I think that's really important as you grow and as you take on new schools.
Thank you.
All right. Unless there are additional questions, can I get a motion?
I move to approve the proposed asset acquisition or adoption between Friendship Public Charter School and Ideal Academy Public Charter School with the requirements listed in the staff's proposal, to approve Friendship Public Charter School's charter amendment request, and to approve DC PCSB Board Chair to sign the amendment on the board's behalf.
Second.
Okay, a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Don? Aye. Thank you. Motion passes. Congratulations. Thank you. All right, Ms. Cabrera.
Hi. Okay. Hello. My name is Flor Cabrera. I am the Executive Team Coordinator for the Finance Operations Special Initiatives Team. Tonight, we ask the Board to approve the Advisory Neighborhood Commission Notification Policy Revision. The proposed revisions better align the DC Public Charter School Board's policy with the Advisory Neighborhood Commission Act and the School Reform Act. DC PCSB current policy does not distinguish between charter amendments that will significantly affect the surrounding community and those that relate to internal school policies and procedures, such as a school's goals or mission statement.
The proposed revisions add this distinction. A 10 business day notice will be provided for public hearing on items which do not have an impact on neighborhood planning and development, such as changes to the mission statements, goals amendments, and governance structure.
We did have an opportunity to discuss this at the last board meeting, and I appreciate in the materials you're drawing the distinctions, as you did just now, to the differences in the proposal or the refinement of the proposal moving forward. So I personally don't have any additional questions, but I don't know if my colleagues do. All right. Well then, I will accept a motion on the ANC notification policy.
I move to approve the revisions to the ANC notification policy.
Can I get a second?
Second.
All right, I've got a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Done? Aye. Motion passes. Thank you, Floor.
Thank you.
All right, just a few final items. Our consent calendar is the next and almost final item. Each meeting, we have a number of relatively unconsequential items, or uncontroversial, not unconsequential, uncontroversial items to read into record. Before we vote on the consent calendar, would any board member like to remove an item from the calendar or need to recuse themselves from any of the items? Okay, I did not understand that. Sorry. Could you do that again? Yes. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I heard one item. The school transparency policy. Okay. Got it. All right, so I think my practice is to pull out the school transparency policy first. All right, so we have a proposal here to open for comment, the school transparency policy. Don, would you like to raise a question to it? Should I, Rashida, would you maybe give us an overview of it? And then Don, please say or email a question, whichever would work best.
Okay. Hello, I'm Rashida Young, Director of the Equity and Fidelity Team. Our staff is requesting that you vote to open for public comment the school transparency policy, which will remain open until the date of the public hearing, currently scheduled for January 28th, with a vote on February 25th. This policy describes the documents DC PCSB will require schools to post on their websites beginning in school year 2019-2020 and the process for doing so. These documents include the Charter Board of Trustees meeting calendar, the high school course offerings and graduation requirements, school calendar, student handbook, at-risk funding plans, annual report, Title IX coordinator contact information, lottery procedures for schools not participating in My School DC, the student application for schools not participating in My School DC, and the student enrollment form. While PCSB has historically posted many school documents on our website, at times content changes, making the content on PCSB's website out of date. Also, parents are more likely to visit a school's website for school-specific information than to visit PCSB's website. We have sought school leader feedback via the Charter Leaders meeting and a school leader task force meeting, and will continue gathering feedback during the public comment period.
Great. And Don has emailed some comments that I'll share now. I wanted to pull the transparency policy proposal out of the consent agenda because I feel it merits discussion. All of the items described are important, and I support the requirement that all charter schools adequately meet what is required of them. I just worry that PCSB risks getting too far into the weeds of a charter school's business by requiring that all of them be included in the content of their website. For example, the at-risk funding plans, annual report, and student handbook are all necessary for schools to establish, share with their communities, and make available. But is it the necessary business of a charter school authorizer to dictate the content of a school's website? We don't work for the website designers, but I appreciate their valuable work. I'd personally support striking these 3 items from what is released for public comment. But if that's not the will of the board, I ask our busy community to please consider these proposed requirements carefully and let us know how they feel about them so that we can take that under consideration in the final policy.
Sure. So I can speak to some of his concerns. So he did specify the 3 he was most concerned about were the at-risk funding plans, annual report, and the student handbook. When we had our meeting with schools last month, the schools didn't express concerns about the annual report and student handbook. All 3 items are items that we already asked schools to submit via Epicenter. So the question is, are they comfortable placing them on their websites? There was not pushback with the annual report and student handbook. Most schools seem to understand the value of having more control over when they need to make a tweak in their handbook, having the most accurate version on their website, whereas when PCSB has it posted, if a tweak is made, we become the middleman with us taking it down and having us put up the correct item. There was discussion at our meeting about the at-risk funding plans. And a lot of the questions came around consistency in what schools were posting. So it sounds like some schools post a lot of narrative around how they're spending their at-risk dollars, while other schools are just posting a couple of lines. We tried to address this by creating a guidance document within this policy that would provide more clarity on exactly what's supposed to be included, as well as having a template and a sample so schools would see just how much narrative we're asking, so one school doesn't come off as looking more thorough than another. I am, per Dawn's suggestion, happy to look at more comment during the public comment period, but like I said at the school leader meeting, we had folks on both sides of the argument speak up about the at-risk funding.
Also, we're just voting to open it for public comment. We'll have a hearing in a month and then a vote in 2 months. So there's lots of time to consider this and change it if necessary.
Right.
Yeah. So unless there's a groundswell of support for not opening it for public comment, I think what Scott proposes, we open it for public comment, and then we do have significant time before we would vote on this. And you now know that Mr. Seufer has raised a couple of important issues that validate some of what you've heard from charter leaders. So,
yes, exactly.
So Don, thank you. I think I'm going to ask if we can have a motion to open this for public comment now that we've pulled it out of the consent agenda, and we will continue to talk about it across the next couple of meetings. So can I get a motion to open for public comment the school transparency policy?
Thank you. I move that we open for public comment the school transparency policy and remove it from the consent calendar.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. All right. So that we will open for public comment. All right. Consent calendar. Unless there is anything else that we might want to remove, could I get a motion to approve all items that are now on the consent calendar?
I move to approve all the items on the consent calendar.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Second. All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Don? All right. Multiple ayes. All right. Any new business? Sorry. All right. No, that was for us first. Don't go ask in the audience yet. Okay. If there's no new business, we'll open the floor for public comment, starting with any public officials. I don't believe you've been elected yet to any office. All right. Would anyone else like to speak this evening? This is your opportunity to endear yourself to the board at 11:30 at night.
I know it's gonna be hard for me to do that this time. I'm sorry. Apologies. I know it's late. Just be real quick about. I know we had talked a lot about at-risk and its importance in the PMF, and we've talked about this time and time again. We could be using more sophisticated looks at the data than we do, right? We could be using multivariate mathematical models to look at if we control for all of these variables of the demographics that our students serve, which schools are actually, in a sense, beating the odds and which ones are still falling behind. And if we do that with the schools that you moved for revocation today, 2 of the 3 still have results in the PMF that are below expectations, 1 of them does not. So I would just like to say we can move to do that. Another thing that I think is important for us to know, that this group know, is that the average PMF score for middle schools has actually declined every year since 2011. And that's in spite of the fact that our NAEP scores in 8th grade over that time since 2011 have actually increased. And our MGP as a sector in the middle school is a 47 in math and 52 in reading, or vice versa, one of the 2, at the middle school level. So we're keeping up nationally, and those are national PARC SGPs and MGPs. And so our middle schools are doing fine, and yet the PMF scores continue to continue to lower. So I think that's something we need to be looking at. And then another last thing I'll say with my 30 seconds is that I know that staff had mentioned that specifically with City Arts, that there were similar schools that were outperforming them, but there were also 8 schools that were lower performing than them. All of them serve middle school. So City Arts also serves middle school, and with these middle school average scores declining, even though our sector is improving both at the growth level and at the achievement level nationally, I think it's something for us to look at.
So Josh, I would actually take issue with that. Maybe we can compare data, but my understanding of the data is that up until 3 years ago, our schools had higher MGP than the city average, and DCPS had lower MGP in middle school, and that has flipped, and that now our schools have lower median growth than the city average, and DCPS has higher. And to me, that is a prime explainer of why our middle schools are struggling. The middle school scores on the PMF have gone down.
Well, I can hold on real quick. I can probably pick that up. These are the consortium MGPs. In previous years, we had this, what was reported were the DC SGPs.
Yes.
These are now the consortium SGPs.
Yes, I'm talking about DC.
Yep, and that would be only for this year on the DC STAR report card.
DCPS.
Right, and that would be this time on the STAR report card. It's the first time that we have that data. So I had removed DCPS as the LEA. If I rerun the analysis with DCPS as the LEA, at the middle school level, all students, this includes your deal of the world, ELA MGP for the city, for DCPS is 57 in ELA, and 47 in math. So we are doing better in math, but doing worse in English than the other sector. On the consortium SGPs, but still keeping pace with the rest of the states that are doing PARC.
Thank you, Josh, as always, for your advocacy for our schools, but also for all of us looking at the numbers in the right way. So I think I'd love to continue this conversation.
Yep, you're welcome.
Thanks.
Thanks.
All right, so unless there is any additional public comment, I will take a motion to adjourn.
I move to adjourn the December 17th, almost 18th board meeting.
Can I get a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Meeting adjourned. Happy holidays. Thank you.